Hey King, how are you doing? Music Junkie, good morning. Ish. I've been awake since butt o'clock. It's kind of still butt o'clock. Ugh. This is I already took out the trash and recycle, so at least I've got like my sort of adulting done. Oh, King, right back at you. Right back at you. Oh god. Okay, so I am gonna post on social really quickly that we're doing the limited thing. Same with the trash. Yeah, you feel it? Yeah. It's like, okay. I mean, I have my tea, so we can do this like limited first look. They finally got to us, you know, the graphics, so I'm gonna have to do a graphic later for the early access streamer event tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, so that'll be fun. Oh, I should update titles and do that. Okay, do that. Okay. Okay. I can type. Okay. So I just got who's who up not sleeping? Yeah. They're thinking about doing like a panel in Amsterdam on sleep at Gamescom and DevCom or whatever it is. Oh, that's hilarious. Or the Liverpool spotlights here, so I'm not sure. But yeah, so okay, anyway, fun stuffs. Okay, so let's there was a program that I'm supposed to use that was recommended to us by was it this person? No. I forget what the name of the thing was. Oh, it's this person. MTG set.review. That was that was a cool set thing. We can do that instead and complement it with Scryfall. Okay. Okay. So is this stream available in 1080? I made some adjustments that I think might have helped. Not sure. No, that did not do what I wanted it to do. Hello. There we go. You can't have it both ways. You can have it almost there, but not quite. Or you can have it full screen. Cool. Okay. Let's go. That'll be fine. Good enough. Good enough. All right. The the ethos of the day is good enough. All right. The tea is still too hot to drink. This is how we feel. Okay. So let's take a look. I'm awake. Okay. Some solid good enoughs, exactly. All right, let me set the things here. All right. Let's set this to commons and uncommons. And then we'll go through these bonus sheets. Okay. All right. No, that... Oh, did I turn off common and uncommon? That's what I did. Okay. So let's do commons and uncommons first, because that's what we'll mostly encounter in our drafts and pre-releases. Obviously, there's going to be more mythics and rares just because of play boosters. We won't go off on that tangent for now. All right. Okay, so this is Edge of Eternities. This is my first look. This means I have not seen these cards. They're like 2 or 3, there are some minor exceptions to that, usually in the form of rares and mythics that have been making their way through the socials. And so I have maybe seen those and not really paid attention, usually because I want to do these limited set first looks. So I have not seen these cards. This is my first thing. I don't know actually, I don't know the mechanics in this. I've heard about warp. It sounds stupid. It sounds evil. And I've heard about the space stations. So we may look up the mechanics and make sure that we understand them coming up, and like the additional rules for them. So we'll check that out at some point. But yes. So, all right. If we need to, if we don't understand them from the reminder text here. So, let's start off with this first uncommon. It's a 4-mana 2/3, not a good ROI for limited usually, but let's take a look for this. You don't feel like the artifact spacecrafts will be strong? Interesting. We'll take a look. When this creature enters, exile to one target non-assassin creature until this creature leaves the battlefield. So if they have we'll see whether assassin is a huge creature type. That will obviously lend itself to whether this is a strong card or not. I would assume there's not going to be many assassins, but this can't exile their assassins, so there is that. That's a little bit of a drawback for 4 mana for a 2/3. Now it does have a warp cost, so you can cast this card from your hand for its warp cost, exile this creature at the beginning of the next end step, then you may cast it from exile on a later turn. So the warp cost is kind of like adventure, sort of, where you get the creature for a turn, and then it goes into the adventure exile, and then it comes back. That you can cast it for this 4, right? The warp cost is usually going to be less because you only get it for that turn, and then later you're going to get it for the 4 mana. Now, what this does mean, I don't think warp gives it haste. I'm going to go check warp. It doesn't say so I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Okay, warp. Okay, that's just explaining changes made to it. Got it. All right. Release notes. This is what we want. This is better. Okay, so... Oh my god, that's a lot of... Okay, keyword, okay. If you choose to pay a spell's warp cost rather than its mana cost, you're still casting the spell. Can respond to encountered. Will be exiled if it's still on the battlefield when that ability goes then. Okay. So, yeah, okay. All right. So it doesn't give haste. That's really important. Really important. It just doesn't give haste. Like, I would assume it didn't, but I just had to double check. It does not give haste. It's not, it would say it did if it did. So, one of the things that's interesting here is I believe you can still use the tap abilities of space stations on warp creatures that have come into play that turn. Because I believe that the space station tap abilities here, right? Tap another creature you control. That's the ability of this. That's not the ability of these warped creatures, obviously. So you can actually tap, use warped creatures to tap your what you need to do for the spacecraft. Okay. Okay, so there's a huge functionality to warp, and I really like the idea of warp. I think warp is a stupidly strong mechanic because essentially you get sort of two effects of the card. So their ETBs are very, very key. So here for 2 mana, you get to remove one of their creatures until this leaves the battlefield, right? So you get to open the way for an attack that's profitable to you. And you get to then do that again. Alternatively, right, you get to remove a token completely. So this is really, really, really valuable for token heavy sets. We'll see whether that actually is something that this set boasts. I'm not sure. But I would assume that if a spacecraft is a creature and you exile it, when it comes back, it's not going to be a creature. Let me just... It's not like a permanent thing. Yeah, I think this seems to be correct. So one of the things that this appears to be able to do is if they have a space station or spacecraft, I think they're all spacecraft, not stations. Sorry, I'm just Star Trekky. Okay, that's no moon and Star Warsy. So spacecraft, right? That is already a creature, you can in fact exile it, and when it comes back into play, to turn it into a creature again, they would have to tap 8 power worth of creatures. 8 plus power. So they will still get this ETB again, right? Put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control for 5. That's normally when they cast it for 5, it just comes back into play and they get that again. But they no longer have a 5/4 flying flample thingies. So I think this card looks like it's going to be stupidly strong. Like absolutely stupidly strong. Just on first look at this. Yeah, I'm gonna go with so let's explain the tiers that the weird stupid maybe I should. Okay, hold on. Let me get a writing pad and see if my tea's ready to drink, because I think so normally what I do is a weird system, and I should probably just start doing letters. That's too hot. All right. So my own weird system. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a writing pad. Okay. so let's go. So let's go. Okay. Okay. Hey, Sergeant Salt! Okay, I figured this out. So in my normal stupid rating system, this is what we do. So usually I have this weird thing where I go upper end of high, middle end of high, lower end of high, upper end of mid, middle of the mid, lower mid, and upper end of low, middle of the low, and lowest of the low. And this is just how I think of pick order usually. So that's, but we're now going to assign letters to them because reasons. So, and I am hesitant to give too many things like that absolute failing grade and be completely wrong here. So we've got S tier, which is the upper end of high. Usually that's reserved from like for the bomb rares and mythics. Middle of the high is often the, you know, the best of the rares that are just really, really, really solid. Lower end of high, it's rare, but there are occasions where uncommons make it to this part. Then the upper end of mid is B plus, which is just a really solid, you know, card that, and sometimes the mythic uncommons often make it to here, the lower end of high, but some of them make it to some of them are in here, and I haven't sort of evaluated them correctly. B's is the middle of the mid, C plus is lower end of mid, and then C's and D's and F's here. I just don't like, for whatever reason, the lower end of mid is still a really decent card, like, these days. Like, with power creep, the upper end of low is where you're looking at, like, just a you know, it's filler, but it's fine. Like, it's filler, but it's fine. The D's are the cards where you really start being like, I don't really want to play this card at all. If I absolutely have to, I will throw it in as a, you know, the final card if I'm running out of playables. And then this one is just do not run this card whatsoever. So, so this is sort of how we're doing it now. Like I can, I prefer my little upper, mid, lower because, but it can get confusing because if I go like mid, like, lower end of mid, right? Sometimes that'll be confused with like the middle of the low. So it's, yeah. So I'm going to try and so I think of it this way. So I'm going to have to translate it to this and we'll see whether this works out. Okay. So, back to this. So for me, I think this card is going to be somewhere between an A and B plus. I think this is a very powerful card. I think in the past, things like, so things like Fairgrounds Warden, which was 3 mana for a 1/3, and did this same effect, exile target creature until it, you know, anything that has like, and Banisher Priest, anything that has you know, has a Journey to Nowhere on a stick, right? Enters, you know, exile until it leaves the battlefield, right? So these all have this effect built into them. So anything in the past that has had that has been very powerful. And so for you to get two separate instances, admittedly one's for a turn, but this literally has Journey to Nowhere for a turn written on it for 2 mana, right? Like, that's pretty amazing. That seems like a very, very powerful effect. So I'm suspecting it's going to be an A or B plus card. I think it's a really, really powerful card. I think the warp cards, like we said, are very powerful because they can crew. Yes, you can blink your own stuff too. So if one of your creatures is under something like a sleep, right? To charm sleep, right? If one of your creatures is under something like this, if they have something like this in blue, which they usually do these days, then you can flicker it and get it out from under that. So that can be very, very good, as long as your creature isn't an assassin, right? So you have to make sure that you're not flickering an assassin. So if this is so here are the strengths of this card. Number one, it's a Journey to Nowhere on a stick twice. One, admittedly, is opponent won't have to remove it because it'll go away at the end of the turn. Number two, it can crew your space stations, right? So it can be part of the 8+, right? On the turn it enters for this, right? So the atmospheric greenhouse can have it tap for 2 of the counters, right? To start working toward turning it into a creature. 3, right? You can blink your own creatures to get them out from under a removal spell, usually from blue. Whites usually remove things from play. So, and then next, it can get rid of tokens permanently. And it can reset any of their spacecraft that are now all creatures. Like I said, they'll still get the ETB, right? Back when, your thing leaves the battlefield, but it can reset that. So, note that we should note though that it's not always a guaranteed 2, because if the stalker dies during the turn that it was warped in, it won't be exiled. So it's not a guaranteed 2. So they would have to kill it at that point. This is an extremely strong card, in my opinion. This is a very, very good card for limited, and that's why I'm putting it in the A/B plus area. I want to say A, but I'm going to say A/B plus for now, just because I haven't seen the rares and mythics yet. And usually the upper tiers are these days classified as rares and mythics territory. But I think it's going to be a really, really high pick. So the other thing I want to say about Warp is that just like effects like Kicker and Morph, Warp itself is a really good thing to have in a limited format usually, because it allows for better gameplay, meaning cards that would be very expensive are not stuck in your hand forever. So you might have a bunch of 4-drops in hand, but some of them have warp, right? So there won't be a non-game in that case, in theory. So usually I'm a fan of things like Warp. I suspect Warp is going to be a little overpowered, just from what I'm seeing already. I already expected it to be overpowered based on the rares the few rares that I saw on socials, but this one looks really, really overpowered. So this doesn't change my opinion of it in any way. So we'll see how this goes. But anyway, that's that card. Let's look at auxiliary boosters. 5 mana. When it enters, create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact. Okay, well, there's already a token for this to bounce, so this thing got even better. Maybe it's just an A. Maybe it's just an A. It's not an A+ or S tier card, but it might just be an A solidly. All right. So I love the way the little jetpack robot is like clinging to this other thing. The artwork is just sending me. Anyway, so 5 mana. Create the 2/2 a token and attach it. So it's basically a living weapon like we used to have with a lot of the Mirrodin stuff in the past. So this shouldn't give us actually a thing. So it should be like Batterskull. There we go. So Batterskull, any of the equipment that puts already a creature into play that doesn't require a creature to be on the battlefield to be good, right? Is a very powerful card and is often costs more because it does that. And is automatically equipped to it. So, and usually that's pretty darn good. You know, even for 5 mana, you get a 2/2, so effectively a 3/4 that has flying with equip 3. That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. You can get, you know, value off of that. So this one is still gonna go in the upper end of low, so it's still a C card. But it's perfectly serviceable. I am fine to run 1 or 2 of these, like, you know, on a top end of an aggro deck or something like that, just to get in for the final points of damage with flying and re-equip and do all the things. If there's anything that especially if there's anything in the set that makes artifacts cheaper to cast, you know, like, you know, a Foundry Inspector or things like that, we are definitely gonna be okay running this card. So, like, Foundry Inspector looks like this. So again, if there's something effect like that, this is a fine card. So again, I'm going to put this in the upper end of low. It could be middle low. It just depends on how this set breaks down. Again, if there are anything that makes it cheaper, and so on and so forth. But, you know, artifacts that give flying, pretty sweet. We also need to see whether there are any shatter effects. No, I just want the actual card shatter. Thank you. If there's like destroy target artifact, I'm sure there will be in green. We've almost always seen something to that effect in green. Destroy target creature with flying, artifact, or enchantment. Just like with the ones in Final Fantasy, we had Airship Crash, which was the best version of it so far because it cycled. Because when you didn't have a target, you could just cycle through, find something more useful. So a 5 mana, if there is a 2 mana shatter in the format, is going to be a little bit rough. But again, so for now, I'm going to give it a C. It could fall to D if there are a lot of effects that, you know, just, you know, destroy target artifact on a stick or something like that, or just a shatter. So currently there. Banishing Light is always good. It gets worse depending on how many artifact and enchantment removal spells there are, because these are always, I love how it's now just permanently common. So this card's been around for a while, as you can see over here. Look at it. Used to be uncommon. So the first printing was in Journey to Nyx, right? Let's see. Let me see all the lists. Yeah, Journey into Nyx was the first one. Here, Banishing Light, and this was the promo for it. It was uncommon. It was uncommon, and now it's just like regularly common with like Banishing Light here and Foundations and Bloomburrow, and now this. Okay, so when they make it common, it's because the effect is weaker now, and that might be because they have more enchantment removal spells in this. Additionally, it might be because it's just an effect that's less powerful these days because of power creep, you know, like you do. Magic Boomer here being like, it's not an uncommon anymore, grr. Okay. So looking at this card, though, one of the weaknesses of this card has always, and of course of this card, has always meant that you have to be aware of any time that your opponent makes a really weird attack or, you know, sits back with no blocks. If they can remove these at instant speed, they get their creature back to block. So you just have to be aware that that's you know, always a risk. This is every time you play a card like this, of course. Doesn't mean they're not good, right? See White Aura Sight in the latest format. You know, Banishing Light has always been like that. Any effects like that exile until they're removed. So Yes, yeah, banishing light also means, Zomba makes a good point. It also means that 1-for-1 removal is bad because every creature is extra value, right? Every creature has an ETB these days. And so that means that when you are removing a creature using one of your cards, it's not really a card for a card because the creature that came into play got its enter the battlefield effect. So you're only removing part of the effect of that card. So for example, if you exile the auxiliary boosters and not the 2/2, right? They still have the 2/2. If you exile this, right, they might have gotten the warp version earlier, right? And so on and so forth. So it's very difficult these days to suggest. So one of the things that you have to do these days is you can't just 1-for-1 remove. You have to have pressure in addition, because they will outvalue you at that point because each card has an ETB or an effect that's happening that you can't stop by just removing it. So yeah. Anyway, sorry, banishing light is going to be a B+ still currently. I think it's not as good as this, obviously, and but I think it's still an important piece of removal in your white deck. So, yeah, this is slightly depressing me because everything there's like what this also means is that there's a mountain of text for me to read on every card. Because every card does so much. Okay, and I'm looking forward to that, right? How many cards is this set? Who knows? Let's go find out. Hold on, we got... All right, does this include the, like, does this include just the set itself? Hold on. Or does this include bonus sheets? Let's go to the end, actually. It might just be 266 cards. Jesus. Okay. All right. Bright Spear Zealot. 3 mana for 2/4 Vigilance. Gets +2 as long as you cast 2 or more spells this turn. So it's a 4/4 Vigilance as long as you cast 2 or more spells. The things that make things cheaper are like the warp costs. If you can maybe double spell a little bit more frequently because you have warp costs. You might also just have a very low to the ground deck. A 2/4 Vigilance for 3 is in the past not horrible. So this didn't even have vigilance, and it was still obviously the whenever you sack a clue. This had something else going for it, but like the 3 mana 2/4 in certain sets. Okay, there was a vigilant one that I'm forgetting in green that is something else. But anyway, they were fine. They just, you know, they were playable, but they weren't something that you were super looking forward to. I'm gonna tentatively put this in a D or C. For now it's D, but it could move up to a C depending on, you know, what I see as far as you know, how important all of this goes. The fact that it has vigilance is really interesting in a set because it can attack first and then it can crew, like, it help, you know, add to the spacecraft station effect. So so that is interesting as far as vigilance is concerned, but currently I'm going to put it at a CD level. I'm not sure it makes it to C. Seems fine. Like I need to see the stats of the rest of this. If it blocks well, if it attacks well, like it attacks well as a 4/4, that's not bad, but compared to what we've seen so far, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go with C tentatively for now. And then I'll downgrade it later. Okay, so 6 mana 4/5 lifelink. Okay. Being in your end, you could 2 more tapped creatures. Okay, that can stop board stalls, definitely. So lifelink, so 6 mana, it's a really nice top end for an aggressive deck. It does not synergize with this very well. Unless you have a bunch of stations, you know, spacecrafts that can be stationed. But But yeah, so I mean, as a top end in an aggro white deck, I really like this. So you pay 6 mana for a 4/5 lifelinker. That's not an unbelievable return on investment. But if you tap, right, 2 creatures to attack that turn, right, and they survived, or you tapped 2 creatures to station something that turn, and they survived, you get to buff your entire crew. So I kind of like that. I think it's probably a B, a middle of the mid card in terms of pick order. But it seems sweet for a finisher at uncommon. Okay, Dock Worker Drone, 2 mana, 1/1, enters with a +1/+1 counter on it. When this creature dies, put its counters on target creature you control. So it kind of has modular, but it doesn't have to put the counters on an artifact creature. Oh, I feel like this is based on the dog from the Dynamics. Oh my god, hold on. Okay. This thing. I feel like it's based on this thing in the white. These things are creepy beyond all reason, by the way. The best video that dealt with this thing was the... Yeah, I feel like this is based on that. The best video is the one that was cursing. It was fantastic. And it was too real. It was way too real. I'll see if I can find that link for you at some point. Remind me. It was really, really hilarious and awful. But yeah. But I feel like they were inspired by that. But the thing is this, right? Interested with +1. So modular, so let's go, so the Arcbound series all had modular. And modular says, right, when it's put into a graveyard, you can put its +1/+1 counters on target artifact creature. It was always artifact creature. The most famous of these, obviously, is Arcbound Ravager, which destroyed Standard for a while. But this one, it doesn't have modular, and that's because you can actually put it on any creature you control. So this is a 2/2, with a +1/+1 counter that can put counters on, target creature you control. That's a fine card. It's going to be filler. It's going to be a C or D. But it works out. It gets, it gets its value. There were certain people who were higher on there was a particular card. It was a 1 mana white card that put a +1/+1 counter on. It had a +1/+1 counter on it, and then you could move its counters on it to something else. Now, if there's a lot of ways to put +1/+1 counters on this, that will make it go up in pick order, just because, again, when it dies, you get to put it on something else. So we've got from Kamigawa, we had the little artifact, the 1/1. I'm forgetting what it's called. Hold on. Could have just done by comments, but I can see it pretty quick. Well, okay, it's going to be multiple pages. I regret everything. There it is, Iron Apprentice. So this card, right, enters with +1/+1 counter on it. If it dies, if it had counters on it, put those counters on target creature you control. Now, the difference between this and the other one is that this requires a colored pip of mana, so it's worse already. It requires 2, even for a 2/2, but it also doesn't come in with 2 +1/+1 counters on it. It only has 1. So it starts off as a 1/1 base. So this one is actually a better card, just in my opinion. Anyway, but it's a useful card. If we have any artifact, like however many artifacts you have, you get X, Y, or Z benefit. That's gonna be okay. We'll see about it. I'm gonna put it as a C or D here. And move on. Okay, Dual Sun add-ups. 3 mana, 2/2 double strike. Okay. 5 creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Okay. All right. Oh. Okay, so we've had 2 human soldiers so far and a human knight. I'm going to be interested to see whether we have any sort of typal synergies and things like that. Um, so statistically in the past, even pumping for 5, all your team by 5, has been fine. Obviously this is flash, which is, key. But creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn for 5 has been decent. Especially in a go wide deck. And the fact that it can pump itself to a 3/3 double strike is, quite nice. Now, a 3 mana for a 2/2, again, even with double strike, is a little bit rough. But the fact that it has this is just, it's still fine, right? Like, we've had that in the past. We've had it in red, white to some degree. With, I want to say Guilds of Ravnica or something like that. No, it might have been Origins, actually. Hold on. Let's look. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So we've had this before. Erosis Champion. It's a 3 mana 2/2 double strike. But this one requires Boros colors as opposed to just being white. It was not actually that strong in its format because there was, shock type effects. We'll have to see how many shock type effects there are here, but this also doesn't require the commitment to red, which makes it stronger. And this 5 creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn is pretty crazy. Now, one of the things that made the paratrooper, right, that we had here so good was that they don't want to kill it as a 1/2. This one they already want to kill because it's representing 4 damage on the board. So we'll see how that goes. Right now, I'm going to give this a B, but it could go up or down. Absolutely. So it's got a really nice effect. It can really end the game if you get it late game. If you get it early, hopefully you can protect it a little bit. Hopefully there aren't that many shock type effects in the format. And we'll see how it goes. So, Dual Sun Technique. 2 mana. Target creature you control gains... Oh, I'm going to die this card so many times. Okay. Okay. So, statistically in the past, these have been red effects. So, target creature gains double strike until end of turn. That creature also gains trample, blah, 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 right? The trample was key, obviously. This was a really cool card. But the double strike until end of turn has statistically been red in the past, but now we have it in white. And I probably will die to this. Obviously, this is best in probably a green-white base, because the green often natively has trample. But because of the second part of this, if it has a +1/+1 counter on it, draw a card. Obviously, we're seeing this dock worker drone get a slightly better, get slightly better at this point. That does suggest that +1/+1 counters are on a theme. And again, we've seen just from this, right? When the spacecraft, I just put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. This does look like it's going to be a green-white card, but it's still just good anyway. Anything gaining double strike at instant speed is pretty crazy. The fact that you might be able to cantrip this with the +1/+1 counter is pretty sweet. So I'm going to give this probably a C+. It might migrate up to a B, but it's probably still a C+. Still perfectly good in the mid range of picks, but yeah. And that art is freaking stunning. That is just crazy. I love how whatever this log or something is, the light is kind of pulsing on it. Here you see it's just so that's just like an effect that, wow. Well, we're not that far down because I've been talking up a storm. I'm sorry. As we get later and later, I just spend less time on each card. Not only because we get a better sense of what the set is like, but because my voice goes. So, but again, that's a little bit of a color shift. It's just interesting. All right, moving along. Emergency eject, 3 mana instant, destroy target non-land permanent. Its controller creates a lander token. What? Oh, that's cool. Okay, so a lander token is an artifact with 2 in tap. Sacrifice this token. Search your library for a basic land card. Put it onto battlefield tapped, then shuffle. That's pretty sweet. So we now have 2 tap, sacrifice, gain 3 life. That's our food. 2 tap, sacrifice, draw a card. That's our clue. 2 tap, sacrifice, get a basic land card into play tapped. And that's our lander token. I'm sensing a theme. Anyway, I love this card. This card's great for removal. Lander equals rampant growth. Yeah, basically. But for 2, not even green. So obviously you're giving them a bit of value there, but I don't think it's the same value as draw a card. It really isn't. You know, at that point, like once you're paying to remove something at 3, and they have to pay 2 to get that land card and play tapped, that's fine. This is a B+/A card. I like this card as a removal spell. It's any non-land permanent. That's fantastic. It really can get rid of everything you needed to get rid of. So this is an A/B+. I like this card as far as removal. I think obviously getting basic land is really nice, but having to pay 2, having it come play tapped, like not drawing a card, this is very good. I like this card. And they still get some value, so it's not like you can't run this in Commander and be happy. Oh, beware if opponent artifact matters. Yeah, of course. That's always going to be a thing. We haven't seen any artifact matter stuff yet, but we're looking for it definitely based on you know, this presence of the dock worker drone and the 2 artifacts you get off of this. So okay, yeah, I like this card. Moving along. Exosuit Savior. Oh wait, sorry. Just the power, the sort of thing we've had recently. Stroke of Midnight, right? Gives them a 1/1 white human creature token that actually gives them a threat on the board and something important in a game of limited that might actually matter. In a game of like Commander, this is a really great card. And same thing with this because people don't run that many basics. Sorry. They don't run as many basics as they should. We'll put it that way. Yeah. Anyway, Exosuit Savior, 3 mana, 2/2 flyer. So it's a Wind Drake. When this creature enters, return up to 1 other target permanent you control to its owner's hand. But it's up to 1. Okay, I see. So the most famous version of this card was the Aven Wind Glided? Aven Wind... What? Wind Reader? What was it? No. Nope. I forget what this... No. All right, it's 2 mana. All right, advanced. I got this. White. 1. Hope I'm doing this right. Yeah, the one with vanishing, yeah. Common. Wow. Your girl did not realize how many freaking things there were. Okay. Okay. Core Skyfisher. It's actually this one. It's not vanishing. So it's 2 mana, flying 2/3, and you didn't have a choice. You had to return a permanent you control to its owner's hand. And sometimes that was really good because you were just like, great, I'll, you know, reset a land, or I'll pull something out from under a thing, or I'll do something X, Y, or Z, right? So this was one of the more, this is one of the more iconic versions of this card. And you can see it was reprinted in the Modern Masters 2017. It was originally Zendikar here. So that card was very good, even though it required you to return a permanent. You could just reset a land, so it was really good for a 2-mana 2/3 flyer. It was very good. Now this is a 3-mana 2/2 flyer that you can return up to one other target permanent. Now it doesn't have flash, so you're not able to save anything at instant speed. But again, when we're talking about things like sleep, right? Type effects, charm, sleep, right? It can take something out from under that, right? Alternatively, one of the things that's very useful for this, right, is you can tap something to station, right? And then you can, if you have, you know, a bunch of mana, you can return it to your hand and then play it again so that you have Ursat's Vigilance, right? Or that you can get the value out of tapping it and then do the thing. The other thing you can do, one other target permanent you control, you can reset the auxiliary boosters, right? You can leave the 2/2 token in play and then pull this back to your hand and get value off of it again. So that's a fun, you know, sort of set of interactions you can have with it. On its face, it's just a Windrake, right? Which statistically varies in value based on the format. So in something like 8th edition, with really cool art by Tom Wanderstrand, this was, and I'm sure I'm mangling that, sorry, I don't know what the umlaut does to the A there, but this was actually a good card in this set. Of course, that was a long time ago, but there were sets more recently that was quite decent as well, just because there was not that many flyers, and so it just worked. The fact that this has that additional value, again, you don't have to do it, and you can, makes this probably perfectly playable. I'm going to give it a C, an upper end of low. It could graduate to higher, it depends. But I'm going to give that the upper end of low there. Let's see. So Flight Deck Coordinator, 3-mana 3/3. Already in limited, that's usually an okay stat. At the beginning of your end type, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, you gain 2 life. Again, that can change the clock. If you are an aggro deck facing an aggro deck, and you play this after attacking and they haven't blocked, and you have the 2 creatures, you gain 2 life. That changes the math on the swing back, and can put you ahead a little bit. That also means that if you are, again, using things to station, you can get a little life back as a buffer. So I think this is a fine card. I still think it's a C. I think it's playable, but just not, like, exciting. And I'm not unhappy to put these 2 in my deck at all. This one might graduate to a C+. I'm not sure. But I'm not unhappy to run either of these in my deck. They're just, because, like, even the basics are like the least impressive commons are still pretty good these days. It's rare that I get into, like, completely, like, the D's and the F's, so the middle end of the low to the lower end of the low. But yeah. Okay. Focus Fire. We are the arrows of Sunsold's quiver. Okay. Declaration of Fleet Purpose. Focus Fire deals X damage to target attacking or blocking creature, where X is 2 plus the number of creatures and or spacecraft you control. So you're automatically going to get 2 to target attacking or blocking creature, and plus the number of creatures and or spacecraft you control for 1 mana? But it has to be attacking or blocking, and that's the okay, so that's the difference between it and let's go okay. Final Fantasy. So Slash of Light here was 2 mana, so it's already 1 more mana, and then it was deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control plus the number of equipment you control to target creature. That was extremely strong because it didn't have to be attacking or blocking. You could do it at any point. And that was really, really strong. And it was 2 mana for that reason, but it was also like, it's very good in this format. Here, right? Number of creatures and or spacecraft is strong, but the attack or block here is key. So you can see that they're downgrading it because of the fact that it can only target attacking or blocking creatures. And white statistically in the past has done that. So like, oops, okay. Hello. No, I want the instant. Okay, what was it called? All right, it was Gideon's. That's what it was. Getting the white planeswalkers messed up. All right, mixed up. Okay, 4 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. We've had this for a while. Various versions of this, like impeccable timing. 3 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. We've had various versions of this. They've almost always been 2 mana. So whenever white had 2 mana up on your attack or on your block, you were going to be thinking about these things. So the fact now that it's 1 is a little crazy. Because this is going to do 2 damage no matter what. And then you also get additional damage for 1. I really like this card. I think it's pretty crazy. I think it's going to make combat a little bit hellish against white, because it's 1 mana. And so you almost always will have to be thinking about it unless they're completely tapped out. So I'm going to go with a C+ or B for this. It might even be, it could make it up to, yeah, it could be a solid B at some point. I'm going to give it like on the straddling the line between B and C+. So again, middle of the mid to low mid pick, but it's a very good card, I think, as far as what white's been given in the past. Again, it requires the attacking or blocking, so I don't think it's as good as the Final Fantasy card. Even the fact that it does 2 when there are no creatures on the board doesn't quite make up for the attacking or blocking, but yeah, still good stuffs. Okay. Honor. Wow, look at that art. Is that... Oh yeah, it's Eli Manaya. Okay, so Eli Manaya is like the only one I get confused for Dominic Meyer. The 2 of them have a, like, for whatever reason, the sort of the art palette looks very similar to me. So I always know if it's not like if my initial impression is Dominic Meyer, then it's either Eli or Dominic. So anyway, beautiful art. Well, let's see about this card. So put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, draw a card. So it replaces itself. It is sorcery speed, so that does mean you can't use it as a combat trick. It's just going to be on the board. Like, I don't really like, I mean, it replaces itself with cantrips. If you have synergies for casting instants or sorceries, it's going to be good. It's good to help you double spell. So remember that there was a creature 2/4 here. As long as you've cast 2 or more spells this turn, this Zealot is really going to love this card here, the Honor card. Because actually, if you go like turn 3, the Zealot, and then turn 4, Honor plus another like 3-drop, you're swinging for 5 and drawing a card, and putting another thing on the board, which is pretty amazing. So I think this is a card that is perfectly fine because it cantrips, but because it's not an instant, it often will, it might get you 2 for 1, which does suck. So I'm not, but it's more about a synergy card as opposed to like a normal value card, in my opinion. So it will go very well in certain decks, and it might go well in all decks. It just depends. You have to be a little bit judicious about when you cast it. So it seems fine. I'm gonna go with a C+. but only because it kind of requires a little bit of finagling to make it really, really good. Now, the +1/+1 counter on target creature does then enable certain synergies like this one, Dual Sun technique, right? If it has a +1/+1 counter on it, draw a card. So that's interesting. I think this card's good enough without that, but like this can also help enable that. And it does look like there are +1/+1 counter synergies. So, so right now I'm going to put this as a C+. I mean, it could graduate to a B, but for now, just a C+. It's a fine thing, but it's not super exciting. It could graduate to a B, though, definitely. It depends on the rest of the set. So, Honored Knight Captain, 2 mana, 2/2. When it enters... Oh. That's another soldier creature token that can be bounced by the first card we looked at. 6 mana, sacrifice. Search your library for an equipment card, put it on the battlefield, then shuffle. Oh, boy. So stunning artwork, first off. It's 2 bodies, 2 1/1 bodies. That's good. If we have any mass pump, like charges or anything like that, this is going to be a very valuable card. The idea that you can then search for an equipment card, put it on the battlefield, and shuffle means you have to sort of have a good equipment card. We have to see what equipment cards there are. Obviously, we've seen this one. It can go fetch up a boosters if you have nothing else, right? For 6 mana, when like if you've got nothing else to do, it's a way to spend your mana and get value. So when your 1/1 is no longer of any use to you, to get through, you can go fetch up a flying thing. That seems fine. I'm gonna go with a B/C+ on this one. It's a perfectly fine, serviceable card, especially it'll go up to the B if we do have any charge effects, I think. Like, we do have mass pump in the form of the Dual Sun Adepts, the 5, but that's an onboard trick. That's still important for valuing this card, the Honored Knight Captain, but if we have any charge effects that are not onboard tricks, I'm going to be more excited about this card. So right now, let's give it a B/C+, but it might graduate to a B. All right, Night Luminary, 4 mana, 3/2. When enters, create a 1/1 human soldier creature token, but warp. Okay. Okay. So this one is going to be nice and useful with this honor, right? To trigger any of your double spelling synergies, and it's going to leave... So 2 mana for a 1/1 white human soldier creature token isn't a horrible return on investment either. And it can also, again, like we said, it can still station your spacecrafts when it comes into play with 3 power, which is pretty good. And then leave behind a token, and then you can cast it later on 4. So it's fine. It's perfectly serviceable. I'm going to give it a C, but it's perfectly serviceable. Lux Knight Breacher, 4 mana, 2/2, and just with a +1/+1 counter. Hi, Breckup! +1/+1 counter for each other creature and or artifact you control. Okay, so there's the synergy that we're talking about a little bit with the artifacts. So things that put another body into play, another artifact, like we saw with the auxiliary boosters. This is 2 artifacts. And again, when we were warning that, you know, with artifact synergies, it would get slightly weaker. This emergency eject, right? The lander token, that's an artifact for them to have in play that will make this card stronger. So it's possible that we get some really big things here. I'm still giving it a C, but I think it's perfectly serviceable. I'm not sure, that might go up, but I think it's probably a C still. It's a fine card. It might get quite big, and you're gonna have to deal with this later, but I'm not too excited about it yet. Obviously, curving into it's pretty crazy because I'm gonna 4 mana, like maybe probably 5/5, 6/6, maybe. But these days, that's not all that impressive. But it does get +1/+1 counters, and that is important again because we have this dual sun technique. Right. The worst case scenario of this coming into play with you having nothing else is pretty bad. A 4-mana 2/2, and that's why it stays in a C. That's why like it doesn't come up. If it came in with like for each creature, if it was a 4-mana 3/3 at its base, but it's each other creature and or artifact. So we need to see whether the lands have artifacts too. If the lands have artifacts, this still is slightly better. But I don't know if whether the lands are artifacts. Okay. Pulsar Squadron Ace. 2-mana 1/2. When it enters, look at the top 5 cards. You can reveal a spacecraft card and put it into your hand. If you didn't put a card into your hand this way, put some kind of. So it's a 2-mana 2/3. Oh, that's great. That's fantastic. I like this card. I'm gonna give it a B+. This is cool. So even if it doesn't generate you value in form of a card, like a spacecraft card, right? That's fine. You can just get a 2/3 for 2, which is a perfectly fine ROI in limited. That is perfectly fine. We're okay with this. So I'm going to go B+ on this one. It might go downgrade to a B. I'm not absolutely certain, but I think it's probably a B+. Because if you whiff, you didn't whiff is the main idea. You might not get an extra card, but it's still a 2-mana 2/3, which is often quite good in this, especially in, aggressive white strategies. So, and again, that +1/+1 counter has things that matter. It can get double strike like we saw. So, interesting stuff. Okay, Radiant Strike. Destroy target artifact or tapped creature. You gain 3 life. What was it called? Oh. I can spell divine. I swear to God. I just looked at that. I was like, what did you do? All right. So in the past, what we've had since, a long time ago, or divine. Yes, divine. I looked at it. I was like, what the? I looked at it. I was like, what did I do? I was like, I haven't slept. Can you tell? Yeah. I was like, who spells divine with an E? Except for on the end. Okay. So destroy target attacking or blocking creature. This is what we've had in the past for like 4-mana instant speed, for the full destroy. And there have been various iterations of it. Here, right, the idea of tapped is usually that it's going to be attacking, but here a tapped creature might have been one that people were using to station their spacecraft, right? So oftentimes tapped is going to mean that either it attacked last turn, or it is attacking now, or it's being used to station. And being able to destroy an artifact is really key. It is 4 mana though. And one of the things they're trying to make up for being 4 mana is they're giving you 3 life in addition. So they are making it a little bit more versatile than destroy target attacking creature, right? By this tapped in theory. I mean, that's why the vigilance is actually very interesting for that other card. But they're trying to make it a little bit more than just, attacking or attack last turn. They're trying to make it more interested in the fact that you can kill something that's stationing something, and you can also just destroy an artifact. And again, there are a lot of artifact creatures that we've seen, so this is important. And they're trying to make up for it being 4 mana with you gain 3 life. So I think this card is serviceable. I think it's probably a C+ card. It might be a C, but it's going to be important, I think, for the white deck to have some versions of these just as as removal, even though it's not the most versatile removal, because it can't kill anything that is vigilant, and unless it's tapped for crewing, and it can't just target anything. But the fact that it can kill an artifact is something that can kill creatures, isn't this as well? And that's important. So I think I'm gonna give it a C plus. Go from there. Rayblade Trooper, 3 mana 2/2. When his creature enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Okay. Whenever a non-token creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it dies, create a 1/1 white human soldier creature token. That's decent. And it has warp. I'm looking at the art and I'm trying to figure out what's going on in it. It looks like this one's injured, right? In a very bad place. Like lower stomach in the middle there is not so good. So is this person just like fighting his way out with the wounded thing, taking it back? But what's happening with this sort of portal thing here? And there's other people behind it. Ray, Blade Trooper, yeah. I'm trying to figure out how that works thematically with this. So put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. So it's like sort of healing something a little bit or like making it stronger. And then when it dies, create a woman like, I'm going to replace you when you die. Like with a, I don't know. Anyway, it's a really cool bit of artwork, but I thematically with the text, I don't quite understand how it gels. Anyway, it has warp. So you can warp it in, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control, hopefully used it to station something. And then later on you can do it again. And then whenever they die, you create a little bit of a replacement. I think it's fine. The warp cost doesn't avoid timing, right? It obeys timing restrictions, right? I mean, it doesn't say otherwise, so I think it would say otherwise if it did. So I think you still have the timing restrictions, still sorcery speed. So it's not a combat trick. But yeah, seems fine. I'm gonna give this a B. I think it's fine, but not super exciting. Reroute systems. Or you can say route. 1 mana, choose when target artifact or creature gains indestructible until end of turn and deals 2 damage to target tapped creature. Versatile, I like it. I'm going to go with a B on this one as well. I think the 2 damage to target tapped creature is very good, so I'm gonna go with a B on this. Reroute all energy shields, yes. Divert power to... Yeah, okay, anyway. Red alert, yes. Hope you're not wearing a red shirt. Ha ha ha. Okay. Except they changed that in Next Generation, so. So sometimes, like, sometimes in a format, the cards are so powerful that one instance of being able to stop a removal spell is enough to sort of turn the tides of an entire game. Dragons of Tarkir was one such set. Final Fantasy to some degree was, but not entirely. Like the white magic, restoration magic, was that what it was? Yeah. Sometimes this would do it too. It does depend. So the target artifact or creature gains indestructible intended turn can be quite useful if this is that type of set. I don't know whether it is yet. That takes a little bit of time to learn. But 2 damage to target tapped creature is going to be relevant most of the time. That's why this gets a B. It's pretty versatile. If it just said target artifact or creature gains indestructible, it would not be that good, I think, overall. But yeah, seems okay. All right. Rescue skiff, six mana space. Oh, a spacecraft. Okay. Oh, gross. Okay. So the 6 mana, return target creature enchantment card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Hey, Freaky, how you doing? So return target creature or enchantment card from your graveyard to the battlefield. We've had that for 4. So we've had resurrection since revised. This was always the weirdest art. Good job, Dan Fraser. I'm good. All right. I'm tired. I'm so tired. Sorry. But all right. So this is so resurrection for 4 mana. We've had that in white before. So you can see that what you're getting here is the option to return an enchantment, and the fact that this is also, you know, a station. So there are other things that you're getting in addition to the fact that you're returning a creature or enchantment card, which should normally be about 4 mana. We've had it for 4 and white, for 4 and white for like an artifact. We've had, you know, so on and so forth. So, so you're getting 6 mana for a spacecraft that also has this ability, and that you can maybe get that to do it. Yeah, there are enchantments that could die. For example, Banishing Light up here. There's that. So I think this card's fine. I think it's probably better in a non-aggro shell, because you want the thing that you're getting back for this effect to be quite large. So I think this is better in a mid-range. Most draft decks are technically mid-range anyway, but I think you're going to want this in a bigger creatures deck if you're running it. It does not feel good to pay 6 mana to return this Rayblade Trooper. That is no bueno. Doesn't matter whether you can crew it like the 10 plus, so 5, 6. This is a lot of crew, like of station. Sorry. That's a lot of station. So I think you're gonna want to make sure that what you're getting back gives you value for this. So I'm not certain I would run it in a super aggro deck at all. So I think probably this is a C plus, maybe even a C. It's fine. You get value potentially, but you have to be careful about which decks you're running it in, because I don't think, because tapping, yeah, I mean, over time it's going to get better, but you have to have time then. And if you're an aggro deck and you're going to the late game, then you're really unhappy. So I think this has a specific deck that, you know, that it wants to be in, and it doesn't really work well in certain others. So unless you have a bomb. If you have a bomb, like, that's the other thing. If you have a bomb in your white deck and it is already dead, you know, you're going to want this to get it back. But other than that, again, you just have to be careful. So I'm going to go with C plus on this one for now. Scout for survivors. 3 mana. Return up to 3 target creature cards with total mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Put a plus 1 counter on each of them. I feel like this is going to be used in standard somewhere. Once Vivi gets removed. This would be interesting for, like, there's a lot of 1-drops that are really powerful these days in the past few sets. So she could get back like a Dockworker drone and something else for 1 mana that we haven't seen yet. Or just like a 2/2 flyer. 3/3. Make it a 4/4. But yeah, in a dedicated deck with, like, yeah, I mean, total mana value 3 less. I'm gonna go for now. I'm gonna go with C plus on this. But especially if you have like a really powerful 1, 2, or 3, like this seems good. And if you have a really good curve with a lot of 1-drops, we haven't seen the 1-drops yet. So I'm currently ranking this higher than I, if we just seen what we had seen, like I'm still going to rank this pretty poorly. But like I'm assuming there's going to be 1-drops that are going to be interesting. Seam Rip. When this enchantment enters, exile target non-land permanent opponent controls with mana value 2 or less until this enchantment leaves the battlefield. Okay. So this is on the idea of Glass Casket. Before Dawn, welcome. Nice to see you. Welcome. Magic Pod, best pod. So Glass Casket is the same idea here. Exile target creature with X mana value, right? Until this leaves the battlefield. This is until target non-land permanent. So it's not only creature, which is important, with mana value 2 or less until this enchantment leaves the battlefield. So enchantments are a little harder so far to remove than artifacts that we've seen so far. Because a bunch of the equipment, we've seen destroy target artifact. We've seen remove target non-land permanent. Here, destroy. We've seen various, like, been banishing light as well. So I would assume there's going to be a lot of artifact removal here. And so that's why they made this into an enchantment, I believe. But exile into non-land permanent mana value 2 or less until this enchantment leaves the battlefield. This is quite useful because we've seen so many token generators. So we can remove those tokens at no cost to us, essentially, and at no worry that they come back, which is nice. So this is one of the ways that we can really cheaply get rid of the 2/2 under this, etc. So it's really interesting. You've heard that Edge is a lot like Eldraine, where they're in little to no gold card. Interesting. We'll see. There are a lot of really good cards to remove with mana value 2 or less that we've seen so far that aren't tokens, that are still just good to remove for 1 mana. 1 mana to remove something is just so nice. Now that is, we'll have to take a look at the set overall, but I'm pretty sure that a lot of the things these days, there's a lot of good value at the 2-drop or less slot. So I'm pretty happy with this. So I'm going to put this up as a B+. I think it's pretty good. Constructed has other applications, nobody. Yeah, Constructed is this is definitely going to be great in Constructed. All right, Squire's Lightblade. Here's another equipment that you can fetch up with that 6 draw, the 6 mana that you spend on that little dude that puts a 1/1 into play and is a 1/1 itself for 2. Flash enters attached to target creature you control. That creature gains first strike until end of turn. +1/+0, but a really expensive equip. So we've seen something like that here in terms of Final Fantasy with was it this? Yeah. But this has an equip 1. So there's the difference. So Coral Sword is 1 mana flash. When it enters, you get the +1/+0 and first strike. And then it equips for 1 later on. This is the same thing, except it's in white. It's at common rather than uncommon, and you have to pay 3 to re-equip it, and they still don't have first strike at that point. It's still just +1/+0. So depending on, needing to win combat, etc., like, this can do some things, but the fact that it has equip 3 is pretty painful. Although sitting as an artifact on the board doesn't seem so bad, because we do have some things that that care about artifacts just being on the board, like this Lux Knight Breacher, etc. So it's okay. It's not great. I'm gonna give it a C or a D. I think depending, it will go down to a D depending on what else I see in this set. As far as the difference. So one of the things, the difference in power level between creatures. So one of the things that is interesting to analyze when a set first comes out is if you have a +2/+2 spell, how many creatures is that likely to kill? So for example, right, on average, how much do creatures differ by power toughness? Does that make sense? So overall, is the difference usually like 3, in which case a +2/+2 spell is not actually going to be that good, right? Or is the difference roughly 2, right? How many creatures does a +2/+2, thing guarantee you a kill on, right? Make sure that your creature gets bigger than the other creature on. So on average. So that's always a really interesting thing to see. So for example, in Final Fantasy, on average, a +2/+2 kills, +2/+2 on a creature would kill something. On average. Obviously not everything. Obviously we've got like things like Diamond Weapon, which is an 8/8, and like you'd have 1/1s and no. But on average, a +2/+2 spell was going to be enough to win a combat. Yeah, nobody, we already showed it. You're late to the party. We already showed Coral Sword like 3 minutes ago. But what you want to know is how many times will +1/+0, win combat on average. And it turned out that Coral Sword was actually pretty good. +1/+0 was actually decent. It would fairly, like, on really key turns, it might win combat. I don't know about this set. I don't know what the average, difference in power stuff is overall, and what, will be required of a combat trick to win combat the majority of the time. So I would have to do studies on that. I haven't done studies on that. Someone else did the studies for Final Fantasy. I think it was, give me 1 second. Started with an S. One of the other content creators, wasn't Sanguine. It was, I'll have to figure it out. Okay, I'll let you know, because it was really a very nice write-up that they did. I can see their face, but I can't actually remember their name. Anyway, okay. So, oh man. Anyway, here, hold on. Let me look up really quickly. Hold on. To a drawing, yeah. Is there a way to look at your friends on... Why can't I... Oh. Okay, anyway, I'll find this some other time. I'm just really interested. This was a really good write-up, and I want to promote this. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Nope, apparently not. Oh, actually, I've got an idea. Nope. Okay. I will figure this out at some point, and I will share this on my Discord. because it was a really cool write-up. It was a really cool write-up, exactly how many, you know, it detailed how many flyers there were in the format, how many reachers, how many combat tricks would win combat, like what the differentiation between, you know, power levels was on average, such that this would win combat or this wouldn't win combat, etc. It was really cool, and I'm forgetting it, and the name, and yeah, sorry. Anyway, okay. So it was somebody who does a lot of the tournaments, that used to do a lot of the tournaments with us, I think. Okay. Squire's Light Blade, again, so I don't know how to value this yet until I see the breakdown for that. Right now I'm going to value it really lowly with a C or a D. It just doesn't seem great to me. It is an artifact for artifact synergies. It is like, it might win combat once, maybe, but it might not. And the equip cost is just egregious. So, all right, Starfield Shepherd. 5 mana, 3/2 flyer. When it enters, search your library for a basic plains card or a creature card with mana value 1 or less. Reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Oh, with Warp 2? Oh, okay. I like this card. I like this card a lot. I like this card a lot. So basically, the plains is all that I care. I don't care about the end of the other stuff. Like 3/2 flyer for 5, not a great ROI, but the fact that it has Warp 2, and again, you can crew the hello. You can station the spacecraft with it. You can, get a basic planes card for Warp 2. This is so key. And then later getting a 3/2 flyer for 5 is like when you need, like, just to play a creature and you don't have anything else to play that turn. That's great. Creature value 1 or less, right? At that point, less important. But you could also fetch up a basic planes so that you can, for example, use the and just have more mana to pump things via the 2/2 that pays 5. This dude. Hello, Floof. Yes. So that is nice. I like this card a lot. Just being able to fetch a plains and then get a creature later is so crazy. So I'm gonna go with B+ to A on this one. I really like this card. I think it's fantastic. Just make sure you hit your lands. Obviously, it requires a plains to do this, so it's not going to fix your mana. It's absolutely not going to fix your mana, because you can't just go 1 and a green, fetch up a basic plains card. You have to already have something that produces white mana, so it's going to double up on that. It's not going to fix your mana. So if it fixed your mana, that would be, like, even crazier. But it will get you the second plains that you need to cast it later on, so that's pretty sweet. So I'm going to go B+ to A on this one. I really think it's very good. It would get a definite A if it could fetch, anything, right? As far as that goes. But and if its warp cost were colorless only as opposed to white. But I think B+ is a good valuation of it. I think it's a very good card. And then it can fetch up a mana value 1 or less. We haven't seen any creatures with mana value 1 or less yet. Hope those show up at some point. For not only for this card, but also for the oh wait, did I just skip it here? Yeah, the survivors, right? We need to find the 1-drops for the survivors, etc. All right, here, cat, have some treats. Where the 1-drops at? Oh wait, I just had a thought. Hold on. Might have been Scuffle. Yes, I think it's Scuffle Deluxe. Okay, hold on. Here we go. I've got it. So, Scuffle Deluxe wrote this at thegathering.gg. So this was breaking down Final Fantasy and the stats, and this was really, really useful. So the general info here, right? 12 combat tricks, 32 2-for-1s, right? 9 pieces of recursion, 13 ways to put cards straight into the graveyard, right? 4 ways to pump the team, blah, 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 blah. But this, and you can see the stuffs, right? Here, right? And this was the key part that I'm talking about here. So 19 have 1 toughness, right? 20 have 4, right? So the relevant removal here was that 1 damage kills this percentage, right? this 9,999 damage, right? Kills 9,001%. I like that one. But it also meant here, right? The shape of the format here. I liked, there were some things that I had, some comments on, but like overall, this was a really, really useful, bit of analysis. Where was I swear there was a +2/+2 will do X, Y, or Z, right? It was in the analyses here, but it was a really good thing. And if you want this, a link to this, I can send it to you. But yeah, it's a really cool bit of analysis that Scuffle Deluxe did on this. Here we go. This is it, right? This means there's more value in growing your creatures, right? Giving a 1/1 creature +2/+2 is enough to bring it from trading with 19% of creatures to 68% of creatures. So here, right? Combat tutorial. This is +1/+1, right? Priestess Wanderings, and any equipment with a low equip cost will enable attacks better in Final Fantasy than most formats. So this was really, really interesting and really important. That was just one of the things that is really interesting and that we're talking about as far as the Coral Sword and the other stuff in terms of the Squire's Light Blade here. So I hope that helps. Let me know if let me know. So that's Scuffle Deluxe in case you're looking for the creator, and I can send you the link to that if you're interested. Here is the link to that. So yeah, it just was an interesting bit of analysis that I read that it was really, that part of it that I took away was really interesting. And again, for the same reasons, this is going to be an interesting card. It will go up or down based on the analysis of exactly how many creatures +1/+0 trades with across on average, right? So moving down to Starfighter Pilots. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, surveil 1. Okay, we've had something like that before. We've had a scry, I think it was, instead of a surveil. It was the healer. There's gonna be a lot of these. 2-mana healer from oh wait, no, it wasn't called a healer. Okay. All right, I'll find it. Advanced, it was DMU. Semite Herbalist. Here it was. So whenever Semite Herbalist becomes tapped, you gain 1 life and scry 1. So this was scry instead of that. It was only a 2/2/1 as opposed to a 2/2 here. But it also gains you a life. So this one is Surveil, which is almost always better because you might have graveyard synergies. That was always nice. So 2-drop that does this whenever it comes tapped, surveil 1. Again, this is something that you can attack with early, and when it's not attacking, you can get the same, surveil with the spacecraft. So that was pretty sweet. So this is just a fine card, right? It's going to be a C, the upper end of low, or middle of low. It depends. I think I would give it a C rather than a D. The D is I really don't want to play this card. I will if I have to, but I really don't want to play this card. So, and an F is just, I will not put this in my deck. I will put an extra land, no matter what. Like, I will do anything other than to put this in my deck. So yeah, so this is a C, I think. It's not a D. It's just perfectly playable, good 2-drop. It's a human pilot. It's got 2/2. When it taps, surveils. It's got value, so yeah. Okay, here's a 1-drop. Oh my god, we got a 1-drop. Okay, so Starport Security, 1 mana robot, 1/1. You can pay 4 and tap to tap another target creature. It costs 2 less to activate if you control a creature's +1/+1 counter on it. Okay, all right, fair. Again, seems interesting. So the minimum cost would be 2 to tap another target creature. That's fine. I mean, it's not exciting. I just see it's perfectly playable. Not great. But again, if you have the Scout for Survivors, can be super fun. To get it back once it dies and get something else back once you've been attacking well. It also wears the +1/+1 counter from the story arc here, Honor, pretty well. It's fine. That's just a fine card. Okay. Not great. So again, C, but perfectly playable. Sunstar expansion is 2 mana, 2/3. When it enters, if an opponent controls more lands than you, create a lander token. Okay, nice. Whenever a land you control enters, this creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. It has landfall. I'm just looking at the word expansionist here and wondering if they wanted to like talk about, conquistadors without being conquistadors, just like expanding the empire, right? Like getting these new lands, like explorer would work too. But like because they chose expansionist, I'm thinking this person is not necessarily going to be all that kind to the people they find on these new lands. But yeah. What are you expanding, eh? Is it just your knowledge? Let's hope. But yeah, anyway. This is a good card. It's a 2/3 for 2 already. That's crazy for stats as far as limited goes, especially with aggro white decks. And then it also does crazy things with that lander token. I like this card. And it can attack as a 3/3 on turn 3. If you just play a land, it seems good. I'm going to go with a B+ on this one. I like this card a lot. Sunstar Lightsmith, 4 mana. Whenever you cast your second spell, each turn put up some counter on this creature and draw a card. Okay, that's quite strong. I'm going to go with a B on this one. It's not as powerful as the 2/3, I think, but it's still quite good. Especially if you can cast a second spell quite frequently. And again, we've seen a bunch of things at 1 as far as spells that give us a little bit, like the Light Blade is going up a little bit in opinion here, just because it does help us drop early drops. To drop double spelling. Double spelling early. So, yeah. We've also seen a lot of things that do, like a few things that do 2 damage or remove a thing that costs 2, and this is protected a little bit from those because it is a 3/3, and it costs 4. So it's a way to get more value, so that's why it's a B, but it's not necessarily it's not like an A or a B+ at all. So it is the middle of the mid, might even eventually be like, it depends, but yeah. That's a name. 4 mana, 3/4. When it enters, create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token station, flying first strike for 9+. So the point is that you pay 4 mana, you get a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token, which is 2 artifacts into play at the same time, which again gives you artifact synergies. But that 2/2 can immediately station for 2. I really feel like going to... okay. Four mana for a 2/2, not good. Even if you're going to get 2 toward your stationing, not good. The fact that they have this at uncommon makes me wonder what's going on. So it's an artifact and a spacecraft, so that does help you with your removal spell, which was the 1 mana Focus Fire, right? So that the Focus Fire is now going to do 4 damage no matter what at that point, but... one of the things that's always going to be interesting in a format is as follows. When you have things like vehicles or stations, you are going to have to prioritize tempo. So do you get a better return on investment just attacking with that 2/2 the next turn, right? Rather than stationing. Now, one of the things that stationing is really good at is making use of a creature that entered the battlefield that turn. So it can't attack, so you're not getting value out of its attack. So you can get value out of, stationing, right? That said, you lose tempo in the fact that that creature can't block. So there's going to be a huge set of decisions to make in Limited as to whether you station or whether you hold back to block. And I'm worried that this means that this is not a blocking format at all. I'm also worried that you could make one decision early in the game to station something, and that might cost you the game. Like, maybe the 2/2 that you used to, station something, that's never going to matter because the game sort of ends before you get to the 9+ here. Maybe it was an empty usage of that token, that stationing, right? I think the analysis of the set is going to be extremely complicated because of this. But things with vehicles and with the other things is, do you crew the vehicle? Do you attack with that thing? Because that's sort of two things down, right? Because otherwise you'd have a blocker / if that blocker were removed, you could crew the vehicle in response and block with the vehicle, right? There are all sorts of things to be, made as far as decisions for equipment, vehicles and things like that with stations. Stations even more complicated because you don't get anything immediately. You can't turn it into a creature until very much later. I'm just really interested in how this is going to affect the tempo of the game. Yeah, removal is so devastating. What if you put in 8? If you put in 8 to this and then they remove it, yes, it drew a removal, but you missed 8 damage, right? Somewhere, whether it was on blocking or attacking, right? Potentially. Unless those creatures could never have gotten through or never been useful as chump blockers, right? It's so devastating if they exile this thing or do that. I don't know. This is going to be a very interesting format tomorrow with the early access. I can't wait to see what it does. And I'm so happy that they're giving us early access because, again, we get to try out all the things and do all the things and see what works and not be worried about losing money doing stupidity. But this is worrisome to me. There was a lot of times where it wasn't worth it to crew a vehicle in the past, right? There were only certain vehicles that you really prioritized. So, for example, and there were vehicles that got something when they came into play, right? So, for example, or were just so powerful that they had to be fixed. So, Renegade Freighter is one example of one of the story of your life most wanted. Yeah, this is one of the examples of an artifact that was just a vehicle that was so freaking strong, right? That you'd just run it, right? And you'd play it. But and things like Bomat Bazaar Barge at least drew you a card, but this crew cost was actually quite daunting in comparison to meh. And most of the other vehicles weren't necessarily worth running. Not all. There were a few other good ones, right? But like, they just weren't necessarily all that good. Because they required a creature to even do anything. So if you just drew the bizarre, like, if you just drew, the other one that was really good is Pain Train. And if I write Pain Train, it's not going to find it. But let's see if Train does. I forget whether it. Oh God. Obviously, Phantom Train was good here. With all the sacrifice synergies. Okay, it's not that. Okay. What was it called? Okay, hold on one second. Colorless, for, set. Ether Revolt, uncommon, search. Untethered Express, Pain Train. So this card, Cruise for 1, right? It was so good because it just kept getting bigger. It had trample. It crewed for 1. So there were certain vehicles that were just always worth it. But there were so many ones. And again, if you don't have a creature, this is shit, right? This is so bad and limited. If you just draw this and you have no creatures on the board, you would rather any other 4/3/2 1-drop whatever just to put something on the board, right? So the vehicles come at a cost. And so too do these spacecraft, and the cost is quite large. So I just don't know. Like, I don't know. They made it uncommon, so I'm sure it's doing something when they play tested it. I don't know how to rank this card. For now, I'm gonna put it as a C. Because I just don't understand how this is gonna be quite worth it. So and usually uncommons don't make C. Like, they're not usually a C. They're usually in the mid tier. So even if it's at the low end, but this one's in the upper end of low right now. So this is on a C. Like, I don't know that this is worth running that much. Like, I mean, obviously it's a fine inclusion late, but like, again, upper end of low as opposed to anything in the mid for now. I don't know. I honestly don't know. This is going to be interesting. This is one of the cards I have no idea how to value. Stations I don't know how to value yet. Especially this one where the initial investment doesn't create anything super valuable at all. If this were a 3/3 colorless robot artifact token, I'd be like, yeah, sure, fine. Like, okay, that means that I can add 3 counters to it on the first turn, or block, or do something, and it's not so bad at 4 mana for a 3/3. It's not so bad. It's still bad, but it's not so bad. For 2 artifacts, 1 of spacecraft coming in helps my removal spell that we talked about earlier. But like, oh god, okay. So moving along from that, I have no idea how to value that. Weft Blade Enhancer, 6 mana, 3/4, warp 3. When it enters, put a +1 on counter. Each of up to 2 target creatures. The warp 3 is really good. I like this. Okay. So this is a C. It's a perfectly playable card. It gets your +1/+1 counter synergies. The warp 3 is good, and then later on you get a 3/4 that can put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. It'll be a 4/5 itself, and then hopefully you'll get the other value too. This is fine. Yeah, it doesn't say other, so it puts it on itself. Like I said, you get a 4/5 later on. Hi, Floofa. And it'd be fine. Okay. Zealous Display. Creatures you control get +2/+2 until end of. Oh, okay. Okay, there's the charge. Hi. Yeah, I love you too. Okay. So Zealous Display is the charge effect that we're talking about here. We're not really talking about the +2/+1, the inspired charge that we normally get. So it's not this, which we normally get the +2/+1 until end of turn. This has like been around forever. Hi. Yes, you're very cute. He's rubbing his face against my shoulder. But yeah, so it doesn't pump the toughness. But it does untap if it's not your turn. So this is actually going to get me good, I'm sure, at some points during this format. I am going to lose to this card at some points where so for example, you think you have an open attack. You gotta just plan around this card. If they have 3 mana open in white, right, and their creatures are tapped, you have to make sure that you can deal with this card. Yeah, you warp your station and then untap to block, basically, and trade up, hopefully. Now, that said, so this is actually, I think, quite an important piece of the white deck. I think I'm actually going to put this as a C+, for that reason. It's, I think, really important because it can stop that tempo loss with, tap and so on and so forth. And it's also the +2/+0 that we need because our creatures are generally pretty small. And it does make that 1/1 that produces 2 creatures much better, as we were hoping. This Honored Knight Captain was already good, but it's getting better from there. So that's important. Okay, so that's enough of the white commons and uncommons. We move on to blue. We've got a null. Okay, and it's uncommon here. Okay, so counter target artifact or enchantment spell. That can be very good in a format. It also can be not great because it can be useless if they have certain decks. Let's consider Ether Drift. Let me pull up Ether Drift itself. So this is Ether Drift, right? Ether Drift had a metric ton of artifacts. Metric ton, right? And yet, there were some decks that didn't run artifacts, for the most part. They ran a few, but they weren't crucial to the game that they were trying to play, that these decks were trying to play. So, Broken Wings was alternately your absolute best card that you really wanted like 3 or 4 of, and completely dead. Because a lot of, for example, exhaust decks didn't run artifacts, right? They didn't have to, right? So like the Boom Scholar decks, they didn't run artifacts for the most. They could, and they sometimes did, but for the most part, they didn't have to. And so you might not see any artifacts in that deck, and your Broken Wings would be an absolutely dead card. But in other decks, right, where they, and the white green decks also didn't have to run artifacts. The saddle decks, they didn't have to run. The mount decks, they didn't have to run artifacts either. So sometimes it would be the worst card in your deck because it did absolutely stone cold nothing, and sometimes you wanted 4 of them, and so that was a really big swing in terms of value for removal. Now this one, a null, right? I would assume that most decks in this, because this is uncommon, I would assume that most decks in this are going to run in artifacts heavily. Now, that said, we've seen enough non-artifact cards in the white for this to be useless. Like, we've seen a ton of non-artifact creatures here. So I am actually a little bit skeptical about how useful this is going to be, this annul, in this format. On occasion, I think it's going to be the best card in your deck. And on other occasions, the ceiling is very high, but the floor is also could also be super low. I have to see exactly how many artifacts in this are so important, and so on and so forth. So it's definitely a sideboard card. That's always acknowledged. But again, most of the time you're going to be running best of 1 if you're in the ranked queues. And so the question is, do you include it in the best of 1s? Just like the question was for Broken Wings in the best of 1s. And you still did in Ether Drift because it was so good if it actually hit. So this is going to be an interesting one to evaluate. I don't know how to evaluate it yet. Right now, I'm going to put it as a C+, but it could absolutely go up. And I don't know, like, in best of 3, I think it's going to be like a B. Currently, I have to see how this goes. Because remember, counter spells are only useful if it isn't already on the board. Like, if you were tapped out and they happen to play their best artifact spell, you're like, well, great. My null's in my hand, right? So counter spells are even more wonky than that, because this one is kill it with fire, or actually just break its wings. But but this one's just counter it, so it has to be in your hand and available to play at the time where the biggest threat comes down, or the threat that you can counter for tempo comes down. So it's a little bit more finicky. So I'm gonna say C plus or C at this point, and then figure it out from there. But we'll see how it goes based on the preponderance of artifacts. Okay, there's an artifact that is actually okay. Atomic microsizer. Ant-Man. I need food. But yeah, so this is +1/+0. Whenever a creature attacks, choose up to one target creature. That creature can't be blocked this turn and has base power and toughness 1/1 until end of turn. That's adorable. So this gets better if we have any things for hitting, like stuff for hitting an opponent. Trying to think of a good one right now. Basically, whenever this deals damage to opponent, draw a card or do something like that, right? So like Ophidian type effects, right? So this one's isn't blocked, but when it does damage to opponent, right? That idea, right? This is not a Marvel set. But you wouldn't know it from this card. It's still science fiction. Science fiction does this all the time. But basically, we're going to be looking for anything that benefits us for doing damage from damaging the opponent, like or not being blocked, like Ophidian type effects. We had a few of those with AFR, that you could venture into the dungeon when you damage the opponent. That was the 3 mana, 2 and a black. When it damaged an opponent, it was Death Touch 2/2. When it deals damage to an opponent, venture into the dungeon. But this will get better as we see that. +1/+0 for 2 equip is not great, but again, this, right? Choose up to one target creature. That creature can't be blocked. This turn has base power and toughness 1/1. That actually can be used on the attack as well. So basically, if you attack, you can choose opponent's creature to be a 1/1. So remember that that's also a possibility. So not only can this get better with Ophidian type effects, like creatures in your deck, and if you need to get through for that last 1 point of damage, but it also can make sure that the opponent's creature is tiny and can't block effectively. Doesn't matter that can't be blocked, right? So I like this card. I think it's pretty fun in terms of making sure that their biggest threat goes down to a little bitty one. I'm going to give this a B, but it could end up being B+. Cerebral Download. 5 mana, instant, surveil X, where X is the number of artifacts you control, then draw 3 cards. Gross. Okay. So even if you don't surveil anything, drawing 3 cards is for 5 mana at instant speed has always been decent. So this is Jace's Ingenuity, 5 mana, but this one requires double blue. This can be splashed into another deck and only requires a single blue. This is a good card. So we are going to give this a B. You just don't want that many in it, but it's still good. So like I'm gonna give it a B or B+. I think it's a very good card. Drawing 3 cards and then surveilling this is nice. But even if you don't have any artifacts, like I said, this is still a fine card. Drawing 3 cards for 5 at instant speed, because you can leave so many other things open, like that lovely little annul that you have, and draw instead. So it's pretty sweet. Hey Lirazel, how are you? So yeah, I like this card. All right, Cloud Sculpt Technician, 3 mana, 1/4 flyer. As long as you control an artifact, it gets +1/+0. So it's 2/4 flyer as long as you control an artifact. That's fine. It blocks all the flyers that we've seen so far pretty well for the most part. There's like, yeah, I think that there was the 3-4 that we saw, 3-2. Yeah, I mean, it blocks pretty well. So this is a C, but it's like perfectly playable. Code Cracker Hound, 3 mana, 2/1. When it enters, look at the top 2 cards of your library. 1 is your hand, the other 2 graveyard. Oh my god. Okay, so we've seen a lot of stuff like this. So this is so Sipsig Appraiser, look at the top 2, put 1 of them in your hand, the other into your graveyard for 3 mana for a 2/1. That was already really, really good. This one is also that, but you can also warp it, so you can do it twice. This card is freaking fantastic. I'm gonna give this a B+. It could be an A, but I think I'm gonna give it a B+ for now. This is a very, very good card. A good doge with many legs and feet, because feet are on the end of those legs. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, good boy. Or good girl. Bestest. Okay. God dog. Palindrome. Okay. Cryogen Relic, 2 mana. When this artifact enters or leaves the battlefield, draw a card. Pay 2 to sacrifice this artifact. Put a stun counter on up to 1 target tapped creature. It has to be tapped? That's annoying. Enters or leaves, draw a card. So 2 mana, draw a card. Put an artifact into play. Care about your artifact synergies. Pay 2 mana, sacrifice it. Don't let something untap once. And then draw a card. I think it's fine. I'm going to give it a C for now. It could go up to a C+. I need to figure out whether there are like sacrifice an artifact, do this, or like it can sacrifice itself, but like if there's anything else that gets sacrifice effects where you don't even need to pay this, that's pretty sweet too. And again, it sits on the board, so it does do the number of artifact synergies. So again, this one, draw a card and then have an artifact on the board, and maybe you surveil 1 later, and yeah, it's fine. Perfectly playable. I think it's a C. Cryo Shatter, 1 mana enchant creature, -5/-0. When enchant creature becomes tapped or is dealt damage, destroy it. I like it. It's a good removal spell for blue. I like it a lot. So far, it removes all of the possibilities of damage that can be dealt from everything we've seen so far. We haven't seen anything that's really above a 5 power. So, and whenever it becomes tapped or dealt to damage, destroy it is really nice as far as removal goes. Now, this Cryo Shatter is definitely an example of something that you do want to flicker something out from under. So, for example, that makes this... where is it? Okay, there it is. Exosuit Savior. That makes this card much better, right? You can take something out from under that. Like, not just a sleep effect, but the -5/-0 effect. So this is going to be a better card because that card exists. The -5/-0. Now, is the -5/-0 an instant? Or is it a sorcery? It's enchantment, so it doesn't have flash. Okay, so that does mean, you know, I'm going to give this a C+. It's a removal that you might need to have. It might be a C. It's a removal that you might need to have in blue, right? Just because you need something. But it's as removal go, it's fine. But and the fact that you make it so that they can only station once with that creature, right? And then it's destroyed is at least something. But it's not like a super exciting removal spell. It's just functional. Desculpting Blast, 2 mana, return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. If it was attack, Jesus, the crest. If it was attack and create a 1/1 colorless drone artifact creature token with flying, and this token can block only creatures with flying. Okay, so you might get a 1/1, fine. With flying, that's great. But return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Like, that makes these stations so bad. So bad. Like, invest into these stations only to have a 2 mana spell just destroy it. Like, I mean, yes, they can recast it, right, and get this one, but like the effect. But ugh. Anyway, this card is great. I'm gonna go B+ on this one. I really like this card. Always having the instant speed unsummons, and this is just target non-land permanent. It's not only creature, so that's important. If it was attacking, right, you get the additional 1/1 flyer. Obviously, it can't block creatures without flying, but still a good ROI there. Yeah, I mean, at least it's uncommon, but like, ugh. Okay. Anyway, still good card. All right. Divert Disaster. 2 mana, counter target spell unless its controller pays 2. If they do, you create a lander token. So it's Quench. So here's Quench, counter target spell unless unless its controller plays 2, which was originally calculation. So this was the original thing, countered, but this one had cycling, so when it wasn't useful, you could cycle it away. But Quench was the updated version of that because this was apparently too powerful at the time. But now we have Divert Disaster, which is one of the newer themed ones where you'll get something even if they can pay. So if they do pay, right, they'll still get their spell, but you get a lander token. So we've had several instances of that recently where if they do pay, you still get something. I think it was like Scry 2 from the more recent one. So it's a perfectly useful spell. The lander token is actually quite useful because you get that artifact with the artifact synergies that you're running in your deck, but you also get to be able to thin your deck of a basic land or ramp yourself in that way. Like the next turn or something like that. So I do like this card. I think it's quite good here. It's not going to stop... Importantly, it's not going to stop the white deck from casting a second spell. Because the cast trigger will still occur. So that's just important to note. But I do think this is a fine card. I think it's a C/C+, but there are decks certainly that are going to want it. Gigastorm Titan, 5 mana, 4/4, costs 3 less to cast if you cast another spell this turn. Okay, so again, this helps you double spell here, so it's going to be a 2 mana spell, 4/4, if you cast another spell. So it's going to go really well with Cryo Shatter. It's going to go really well with any 1-drop, basically. We saw a bunch of those in white to double spell with. This is a fine card. I'm going to go with B or C+. It's still fine to get out early, but it requires some things to go right to do so. Ilvoy Galeblade. 1 mana flash fly. Ooh. Yeah, that goes well with this too. Okay. 1 mana flash flyer, 2 sacrifices creature, draw a card. I like it. I'm going to go with C or C+ on this one. Seems fine. Could make it to C+. I'm not sure. But like a 1 mana flash flyer that can sacrifice to draw a card is not awful. Especially when you have so many things that require you to double spell to get value. So I'm still going to go C for now, but it could be higher. Again, that can change the tide of a turn where you just flash in a blocker that that they weren't counting on as far as that. Remember, you can station only as a sorcery, so flashing this in on their turn doesn't allow you to put a counter on your stations, your spacecraft. Ilvoy Infiltrator, Jellyfish Rogue. Oh, here we go. So this Ilvoy Infiltrator, this is Ophidian. This is what we were talking about, right? Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. So that's something actually that we can do with our microsizer, right? Make it a 1/1. We don't care. It's not losing any power. It's still doing damage, and then it can't be blocked, so we can draw a card. If we don't want to use this on something that might be blocking, right? So that's a really good one to do. And then it can also gain unblockable, like can't be blocked if you've cast 2 or more spells this turn. So it's another value thing there. So this card, it is a 3 mana 1/3, not a great ROI there, but again, it causes people to worry a lot about being potentially blocked, right? So we had the Otter, Thieving Otter from originally from Ikoria, I think it was. Yeah, Ikoria. That whenever it deals damage to an opponent, draw a card. It just forced them to make interesting decisions about leaving creatures back to block. And with this, that's even more interesting because leaving creatures back to block isn't necessarily what they're going to be doing if they're going to be stationing their spacecraft. So This does mean that they might lose tempo on that. So I think it's a fine card. I think I'm going to put it as a C+/B. It's probably a B. But it's probably middle of the mid picks, but it seems like fun. So I like it. And it does seem like it's fairly easy to cast 2 spells if you build around that. But again, that requires things to go right. Absolutely, in order to maximize the value out of that. So we'll see. Ilvoy Light Jammer. So Ilvoy seems to be the new jellyfish thing. 2 mana flash. When it enters attached to target creature you control, that creature gains hexproof until end of turn. This is the one worth running. I like this card. This card gets a C+. And this is absolutely worth running because, again, that hexproof and +1/+2, right? Hexproof for 1 turn and +1/+2 for 1 turn. That does win combat and definitely stops opponent from potentially blowing you out as far as like a removal spell. Hey, DeFore, welcome! What were you playing, DeFore? How are you doing? So yeah, I like this card. I think it's fine. It's a C+. It's like, you know, it's perfectly runnable because you do want to protect your stuff for 1 turn. It just really, yeah. +1/+2 is just nice too. So, but yeah, welcome. We are just doing our first look limited at the commons and uncommons of Edge of Eternities for the streamer early access tomorrow, and to make sure that you can have a little bit of information going into, or at least a perspective from one streamer going into your pre-releases this coming weekend. So, so yeah, despite the large, you know, equip cost, right? I think this card is absolutely worth it. The hexproof is absolutely worth it for that 1 turn, I think, in this format so far that I've seen. So again, C+, it's fine, perfectly runnable, and I'm not super unhappy to run it. Starlit Mantle, yes. That is something, yeah. So this was Starlit Mantle, gains hexproof until end of turn and +1/+1, and then this one is an equipment that sticks around and, you know, works on your artifact synergies. So for example, it gives you more of the surveil when you have your draw 3 here with the cerebral download, etc. That creature in white that comes in with +1/+1 counters equal to the number of artifacts and other artifacts and creatures that you control, so on and so forth. So, and just protecting something, I think, is going to be worth the 2 mana at flash with an artifact coming into play. I think that's going to be decent. So again, C+, it's a lower end of the mid picks, but I think it avoids the upper end of low. So, Ilvoy Operative, 2 mana, 2/1. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. So we've seen things like that before. This is a 2 mana, 2/1 that starts to get bigger faster, which is really nice. We've seen this in terms of it's a 3/3 that 3 in a blue and gets the +1/+1 whenever you double cast from, oh god, what was it? It was recent, but not that recent. Wish you could attach it to an unmanned station. They need protection. Yeah. It was Brothers War. Okay. It was Brothers War. It was going to be blue. It was going to be 3 and a white. It was going to... Where's my set? There it is. Oh, come on. Oh, it's the mana value. I didn't put the right mana value, I don't think. I have to put the freaking brackets around it. Oh, come on. What did I do wrong? Okay, blue. Oh, 3 and a white. That's what I did. W. Haha. Okay, Latin, I'm at up. There we go. Duh. Okay, sorry. I haven't slept, in case you haven't realized that yet. But yeah. So whenever you draw your second card each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this. This was the, you know, more recent version that we've had of this. Now at 4 mana, on 5 you were very much more likely to double spell than you were earlier, right? On 3 you're not necessarily that likely to double spell, but this at least gives you the value if you can earlier. So put a +1/+1 counter on this creature, you know, blah blah, it grows. Again, we've seen oh, that's what? So when you draw your second card each turn, sorry. When you do two things, right? You're right. This says cast spell. This one's when you draw your second card. My bad. What was the what am I thinking of? What am I thinking of? Cast your second spell each turn plus. Actually, I don't know if we've had that many of these. Cast spell each turn. So draw your second card each turn was the number, but cast your second spell each turn. It's still a 2-mana 2/1, which is not great, but it's fine and limited for like the dregs of the commons and uncommons. As far as just being able to do, there was a white dude in Thunder Junction. That might have been it. Yeah. There was something. Yeah. I'm thinking of something, and I'm not sure. That might have been why white came to mind. Anyway, sorry, I don't remember a card recently that did this. Besides that, Poise Practitioner. Yeah. Okay, so that was from Dragons, right? Yeah. This one. Okay, we need second spell. Yes, thank you. And then the Adept that was a 2/4 that gained double strike when you cast your second spell per turn. Yeah. So this was the most recent. Thank you. Sorry, I was that must have been why I was thinking of white. And then yes, thank you. Exactly. So this is the most recent version we've had of this. It was the +1/+1 counter was actually fine, but it was the scry 1 on this that really mattered, oddly enough. So the idea that this is a 2-drop, you're not really double spelling that frequently on 3. Although there are a lot of cards that will enable that in this format. Again, we've got a lot of 1-drops that we've seen so far, as not necessarily creatures. We've seen only a few of those, but we've seen a lot of spells that cost 1. But this one, I think, is not just, it's just not that great. You have to do it a couple times before it really gains any value. And the fact that there's an unsummon that we've already seen, the fact that there's a remove target 2 cast for 1 mana in white, for like 2-drop in that, we've seen so many things that just make this not that great a return. So I'm gonna give this a C. It is functional, but not exciting to run. Still, it's probably worse than some of the C's that I've seen so far. So maybe I should give it a D. To be like, I really don't want to play this, but I will if I absolutely have to. So the fact is that it's a 2-mana 2-drop, which again in this does enable your other things that get benefits for casting a second spell. So I'm still thinking that it's like okay to run, but I probably should give it a D, meaning that I'm not happy if I have to run this card, but yeah, it's fine. Let's go. We'll figure that out later. I gotta see the rest of the format. Lost in Space, 4 mana, target artifact or creature zone, and put us at the top choice of the top or the bottom of the library, surveil 1. So this is, so we used to have Griptide. Griptide was like the original version of target this, but now you get to choose whether you want the top or bottom, which is really annoying because you don't want them to be able to choose. You want to blank their draw most often. You don't want that choice, but you get a surveil 1 at the very least. You can choose an artifact or creature, so that is important. The fact that you have a little bit of versatility there. Totally Lost is one of the later versions of this. Non-land permanent on top of its owner's library for 5 at instant speed. So here we've got 4 artifact or creature, not just non-land permanent, and surveil 1. So again, blue uses these to better or worse effect over time. Like, it's something that you're going to run. It's something that might be decent for you to run as tempo and so on and so forth. The fact that it exists really makes me upset about these spacecraft. Like, you can put so much into these spacecraft and just have nothing happen for it. I'm really worried about the spacecrafts in this set. But I think this is a, it's a C+ card usually. So it's something that you want as a lower mid pick in blue if you really need, tempo or, any sort of removal in blue. Most of the other removal in the other stuff is going to be better. But it's something that you can have access to. So, Mechan Assembler, 5 mana, 4/4. Whenever another artifact you control enters, create a 2/2. What? Oh, only once each turn. Yeah, good luck stationing your big dumb thingy. Exactly. Like, I'm just, ugh, the stations really freak me out. I'm not actually sure how to value them. So this is a fun one. So it's a 5 mana. Whenever an artifact you control enters, create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. Triggers are going to only once each turn, but you don't have to pay anything for it. So things like the was it Fabricator something? No. 3/4 from Kamigawa, I think. So blue. So Replication Specialist was a flyer. It was a 3/4 flyer for 5, which not a great ROI, still fine because it had flying. Whenever another non-token, whenever a non-token artifact enters the battlefield, you could copy it, right? But paying 2. This one, you're just going to poop out a token. It's only going to trigger once per turn, but this is a good way to amass value over time. It's an artifact in and of itself. A 5 mana 4/4, not great, I would assume, especially against the green decks. But this one doesn't care whether it's a token, but it does care only once each turn. So that does mean that the flash artifact here gets much better because you could actually create another 2/2 there. But overall, like, this isn't gonna be. I'm gonna pick this one probably. I'm gonna say B, I think, here, as opposed to B plus. I don't think you necessarily want that many in your deck, because it's a 5-drop for a 4/4, and it's an artifact, which we've seen a few, like, destroy target artifact type effects for significantly less mana. Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably like a B. It could be a C plus, but I think it's a B currently. Just getting a 2/2 whenever you play an artifact after 5 is fine. Again, I would prefer this to be. I would absolutely prefer this to be a 3/3 for 4. Right, that would be a much better card. Because again, you can start getting that value sooner. And yes, it's more vulnerable, but I don't care. Like, it's just better. But yeah, so. Yeah, I'm gonna go with B for now. Could be a C plus. But why is it in a tank top? That is a good question. Yeah. Or if it didn't say another, if you got, oh god, if you got 6 power off of this the turn it came into play, yeah, that would be pretty crazy. That would be pretty crazy. All right. Mechan Navigator, 2 mana, 2/1. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, draw a card, then discard a card. Okay. I like that one fine. That's a B as well. This is fine because, again, if you use it to attack, you get to loot. It can make opening hands keepable that wouldn't be otherwise for that reason. As long as it gets attacked once, at least you got the looting power off of it, and hopefully it can trade with a 2/2. But you can also use it to station and actually get value. So I think this one's fine. I think it's still a B, but like it's fine. I like it. Okay. Mechan Shieldmate, 2 mana, 3/2 Defender. As long as an artifact enters the control under. Okay, this creature can attack as though it didn't have Defender. So we had a lot of things like that. In sets in which there was a preponderance of X, Y, or Z. In this case, in the past, it was enchantments. We had from Duskmourn, we had a 1 in a blue for a 3/3 that had Defender, and then as long as an enchantment entered the battlefield under your control, it could attack. It was a good blocker because it was a 3/3. This is not a good blocker. This is a 3/2. I am a little bit worried about this one. So let's find So yeah, Stalked Researcher. This was just a really good card because it could block early the aggressive decks, and then it could get in for damage as you kept playing enchantments. It could also be aggressive in and of itself because attacking as a 3/3 on turn 3 after you play an enchantment and get more value is actually quite good. Now, the problem is that we've seen so many things with 2 power that are easily blocking and attacking into this that I don't really like it. Like, I just don't think it's that good. I want anything. I need that 3 toughness. I absolutely need that 3 toughness that the Stalk Researcher had. Otherwise, this dies to, like, everything. Like, this little Mechan Navigator. No, I'm sorry. That's not a good example. That's a better card. But, like it trades with, like, the Operative without getting any value. It trades with, like, yeah, so many things in the white that we saw. Like, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Why did they make... They had to have made that choice, though, to bring down the toughness. It must have been too powerful if they didn't. I'm gonna go with D on this one. If I'm running this, I'm not gonna be very happy about it. And that may change. Maybe I've misvalued it, but, like... Yeah, I for now, I don't like it at all. I'm gonna go with D. Mechanozoa. 6 mana. When this creature enters tap, target artifact or creature and opponent goes stunned. But you also get Frost Breath for... Well, not Frost Breath, because that's 2 creatures. But, okay. Warp this. Okay, I like it. I like it. So basically, we've got... so Frost Breath... Oh, wait, that's the wrong... I don't want to enter on that. Here we go. Tap up to 2 target creatures. Those creatures don't untap during the next controller's next untap step. This is 2 creatures, but this is a creature. This is a warp that can come into play. Station something for 5, and tap target artifact and you know, tempo them out for a little bit. Put a stun counter on it. And then later on you can play a 5/5 for 6, which is really nice. That does the same thing again. I really like this card. I think this card is very good. Later on, by the way, it was Crippling Chill that allowed you to draw a card, but did only 1 creature. But this is really good on a stick. I really like this card. How is that a jellyfish and not a creature? I think they're just going with a jellyfish theme here. Wait, that's actually... Okay, hold on. Dang it! No jellyfish. Why no jellyfish? Can this be errated to be jellyfish too? Sorry. Anyway, I like this card. I actually think this is a perfectly runnable card. I actually kind of like this more than I like... Oh, maybe I'm wrong about this. I think this is probably a C+. I actually think this makes it into the lower end of mid picks. I think it's a good card. It just has such a good effect when it comes into play. Even with the warp and the thing, I just really think this is fine. Now, one of the things to keep in mind, though, is that if their early creatures get value by becoming tapped, you have to be a little bit worried. So there was 1 in white that we saw, and there's this Mechan Navigator. So, yeah, I mean, this is interesting. So maybe I'm valuing it a little bit too highly, but I'm going to give it a C+ for now. Mental Modulation, 2 mana, costs 1 less to cast during your turn. Tap target artifact or creature, draw a card. So no freeze... Right? Not Crippling Chill or the other, but it replaces itself for 1. It's Twiddle. Almost. Oops, wrong one. Except this could untap. But this draws a card. For the... Okay. Storm count 1, yeah. Okay, so you can tap something down to get in for a good attack. or you can draw a card, or you can pay 2 to make sure that they're not getting a good attack in and replace it. It's fine. It's perfectly fine. I'm gonna go with a C. It's an upper end of low pick. That's fine. It can do stuffs. And I need to see if in red there's so far we haven't seen it in blue, but if in red there's any benefit to casting instants and sorceries, this card will go up. Additionally, if you cast it on your turn, for the 1, it helps you play 2 spells per turn, so that's also worth remembering. It can go in that deck and have synergies with that deck. Mouth of the Storm, 7 mana, flying, 6/6, ward 2. When this enters, creatures your opponents control get -3 mana zone until your next turn. Yeah, I'm gonna give that a C+ or a C. It's fine. But it costs 7 mana for a 6/6 flyer, and we can do better than that, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna give that a C or a C+, and it will go up as we figure out like exactly how big all the flyers are. But we've seen a lot of like 2 and 3 mana removal, even with the ward, that would make this like 7 mana -3 -0. Meh. Okay. Nanoform Sentinel, 3 mana 3/2. When its creature becomes tapped, untap another target permanent. It triggers only once each turn. Oh, interesting. So you can attack with something that's going to get through or not, at least not get eaten. You can untap it for vigilance by tapping this to station something. Or you can attack and untap another attacker. But it's likely to gonna die at 3 mana for a 3/2. It can't untap itself. So you can't cruise like a station something and then untap. I'm gonna give it a C. It's fine. It's not great. Scour for scrap. And notably, the white removal spell that kills something that's tapped can still find, like, when you attack with both and you trigger this to untap that, they can still kill it in response, and then you lose all value. I don't know. It's just interesting. Okay, but I'm still gonna give that a C. It's fine. It's not unplayable. Scour for scraps, 4 mana, instant, choose one or both. Search your library for an artifact card, reveal it, put it in your hand. Return target artifact for card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. At instant speed for potentially 2 cards, I like this card. I think it's good. It's on par with Soul Salvage in a slower set. So Soul Salvage was really good in Dominaria, where it was, this was where it was best in. It was a slower set, so the value of 2 for 1ing, essentially getting back 2 creature cards, was super excellent from your graveyard. So yeah, well, Fight On is so much better because it's instant speed. So Fight On was much better because that, but Fight On was actually sometimes not as good because it wasn't a slower set. It wasn't as slow as Dominaria. So the 2 for 1ing was less important this late than it was in Dominaria, in my opinion. Although Final Fantasy did have quite a few ways to mill yourself. So did Dominaria. It's just that Dominaria was slower and gave you more time to do so and get value out of those 2 cards. This one, because you can search your library and get your graveyard stuff back, this one seems really sweet. It is 1 more mana, but it is at instant speed, and you can get value out of either there. I'm going to give this a C+. I think it's definitely something you want 1 of in your deck if you're in blue, and if you have any artifacts, but yeah, seems good. Any preponderance of artifacts, which you do in this one. Okay, Self-Craft Mechan. 4 mana, 3/4. When it enters, you may sacrifice an artifact. When you do, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature and draw a card. Oh, I like this. This is exactly what I was looking for. Okay, so Self-Craft Mechan makes this card up here all the way at the top. Okay. Cryogen Relic. This makes this so much better. Because, yes, you can sacrifice Cryogen Relic to itself to get the stun counter, but when it enters or leaves the battlefield, draw a card, you draw a card, and then you have an artifact sitting on the battlefield for any of your, like, number of artifact synergies. But then you also have this 4-drop here, the self-craft mechan that can also sacrifice, put a +1 counter, and draw a card. I really like this card being in the format with that other one. I like that card. They're both C's, but they're still quite useful. I really like it. Actually, this one might even be higher than a C, just by a little bit. It might make it up to no. Still C, I think, but really fun for a C. Okay. Sinister Cryologist, 3 mana, 2/3. When it enters, target creature an opponent controls gets -3/-0 until end of turn, and you warp this. Okay. Okay. Yeah, putting the +1/+1 counter is valuable in white that we've seen so far. We haven't seen green yet, so I have no idea. But yeah. Okay. So target... I don't like this card that much. I do like that it enables double spelling with the warp. I do think that that's decent. But the effect I'm less thrilled with because the -3/-0 effects you almost always want to use an opponent's turn. Almost always. This can make you have an attack potentially, but like they still have a blocker there, and there's like, so I like this only really insofar as it allows you to double spell and gets a little value off the warp and the 3-drop later. So I think it's a C. I think it's playable. I just think that it's not exciting. Might even be, I think because it has the warp of 1, so you can double spell easier. I think it's probably a C, but if it still might be a D. It still might be something I'm really unhappy to run. All right, Specimen Freighter, 6 mana, 4/7, potentially with 9+. Defending player moves 4 cards when it attacks flyer. Okay, when it enters, return up to 2 target non-spacecraft creatures to their owner's hands for 6 mana. Obviously, I've forgotten all of the names of everything. There it is. Okay. So here's Floodwaters. This is the closest thing that I can think of to what this card is doing. So return up to 2 target creatures to their owner's hands. This has cycling, so if it's not useful, you can actually get rid of it and do stuff. This one does not have cycling. So it's 6 mana. It's always going to be 6 mana in theory, unless you have something that makes your artifacts cost less. And this one bounces non-spacecraft creatures. So it does have a restriction. It's not 2 target creatures, it's 2 non-spacecraft creatures. The reason they had to do this is because spacecraft are already scary as it is to potentially be bounced after you put so much value into them. Floodwaters did have double blue in its casting cost. This one can be splashed if you want. It's fine interaction. Bouncing things seems to be pretty decent in this set. Unfortunately, bouncing spacecraft seems to be one of the better things you can do. And so since this doesn't do that, that's a little bit wonky. I'm going to give this a C+. It could be a C, but I think I'm going to give this a C+, because I think bouncing two things is pretty good, even at 6 mana, and you have the potential to maybe late game, you know, get a little bit of value by stationing this thing. But I don't think you want too many of these in a deck. And the non-spacecraft creature really irks me. So, Starbreach Whale, 5 mana, 3/5 flying. When this enters Surveil 2, that's fine. Surveil 2 for 2. That can make certain hands that wouldn't be keepable. I don't mind that very much. Then you get something that you can cast later. There's a 3/5 flyer that seems to block most things that fly. I kind of like this card. I think it's a C. I think it's perfectly suitable. Steel Swarm Operator, 2 mana, 2 mana, 1/1, sorry, flyer. Add blue, spend this mana only to cast an artifact spell. Add 2, spend this mana only to activate abilities of artifact sources. Okay. So this reminds me of Oaken Siren. Unfortunately, this had Vigilance and was a 1/2. So I actually prefer this one. Because adding the blue could do for artifact spell or an artifact source ability. So yes, it doesn't add 2 for the artifacts abilities of artifact sources, but I only need the 1 really. If I get the Vigilance, can attack with it and do all of this. Seems sweet. But it's on par with that to some degree. I'm gonna give this a B+. I really like this card, but I probably should give it a B. I'm just a little worried about it. I probably should give this a B and rank it up to B+. No, I'm gonna give it a B+. I think this card is good. I'm gonna give it a B+. Okay, so that's an upper end of mid pick. Okay. Tractor Beam is 4 mana, enchant creature or spacecraft. When this aura enters, tap enchanted permanent. You control enchanted permanent. What? And it doesn't untap. I see. Okay, I kind of like this one. Okay, so basically here, what happens here is you can take, so here's the thing. One of the things that happens with things like the sleep that we were talking about, Charmed Sleep, for example, is they still control the creature. So if they put something into play like the bounce creature that we've seen, so here's Tractor Beam. Let's see if I can go. I wish I had a bar on this site. I don't. Okay. Let's go here and do this. Okay. I want sets, Edge of Eternities. I want commons and uncommons. And I'm going to search with these things. I'm going to sort by color. And so therefore, okay, so take a look. So with the Exosuit Savior here, I can return up to one other target permanent I control to its owner's hand, which was one of the things that if you played the sleep, they still controlled it. So they could, this Exosuit Savior could save it from the sleep, right? It can save it from this Cryo Shatter as well, right? Because you still control the creature, you can bounce your own creature and then can get it out from under these enchantments. So the first thing that this does is you control the enchanted permanent. So they can't bounce it to get it out from under the Tractor Beam. That's number one. Number two, if you steal something like Mechan Assembler, for example, this still has a triggered ability, right? That is going to work for you. So, So that's pretty sweet, right? This has a triggered ability is going to work for you. So any static abilities that are on the thing that have triggered abilities that are you're still going to get those triggers. So that's really sweet. And you might be able to untap it with that silly little 3-drop that we saw. Nanoform Sentinel could untap that creature that you stole. So this is actually really cool. I like this as a removal spell in the blue. I really do. Even though you don't, like, you gain control of the creature, which, you know, we still have the old control magic, right? That's this, right? Control magic has generally been regarded as something of a stake and limited. At 4 mana, steal your creature. So they've done things since then, like confiscate, which seems a little bit more reasonable, or like even not disciple. I mean, bolus something. This slave of bolus, right? Which was 5, and 2 colors, right? Oh wait, no, that was different. That was not what I meant. Okay. But yeah, they've had various versions of like steal your creature now these days, and kidnap, right? Which was rare, right? And then the gift and so on and so forth, right? In Bolus's clutches, that's the other one. Yes. There we are. So this one, again, 6 mana. So so this gets around that and is pretty creatively. I really like this. And the theme, like the flavor on this is just perfect with like doesn't untap during its controller's unsap step when you control it. Now, notably, obviously, you can bounce the creature, right, to its owner's hand, which we've seen in this already. So we've seen that bounce with the uncommon Desculpting Blast here, right? Desculpting Blast will return the non-land permanent to its owner's hand, so that's one way to get around this, but it's nice. You can also do Banishing Light on this, etc. But if it slowly came under your control... Sorry. Yes, it would be very flavorful then, but like, this is cool. So if they had time to like react... Anyway, I like this card. I think this is going to be a B+ for me. Could make it up to an A. It's possible. I just need to see a little bit more of the format in terms of like the green removal for enchantments, etc. So, all right, Unravel. 3 mana. So it's cancel, but also if the amount of mana spent to cast this spell was less than its mana. What? Okay, so it's cancel, but if the spell was discounted for any reason, so for example, warp, or if you, yeah, warp is the main example here. You draw a card. So it's cancel, but draw a card, for warp creatures. I have never liked cancel. Ruins FF Crystal Lovers too. Yeah. Yeah. So anything that reduces the cost of something, like those crystals, right? Which said like red spells cost 1 less to cast, or vice, you know, for all the different things. This would also get the draw card. So the last time we had counterspell draw a card was dissolve. Was it dissolve or dissipate? No, not dissolve. It's 4 mana. Where's my 4 mana spell? I think it starts with a D. Anyway. Blue. Dismiss. Yeah. That was probably it. Yes, thank you. Probably. Dismiss. There. Yeah, this one. So counter target spell, draw a card for 4 mana. So this is costing one less, so it is a cancel, right? Oh, I can spell. Hopefully it figures that out. No. Type fast. Okay. So here's cancel. But dismiss was one more and draw a card. And then for 4 mana. So unravel is, in theory, we have something. So I don't know. This one... Okay, so here's the thing. Counterspells Unlimited, and they're trying to fix this, and you've seen that with the Quench version that we've seen here earlier, where if they pay 2, right, you still at least get a lander token. They're trying to fix counterspells a little bit in Limited. They can't give you like a 2-mana counterspell usually. Obviously, they did in this most recent Final Fantasy set with the actual counterspell. But they're trying not to do 2-mana counterspells that just automatically counter the spell because that's too easy. They're doing things that are conditional, like negate and essence scatter. They're doing things like pay X number of mana, like the Quench that we're seeing here. But Quench is still too weak, so they're still also doing like, if they do pay the 2 mana, you get something like the Lander token, or in the previous one you got to Scry or something like that, or Surveil, I forget what it was. But here they're giving you cancel, but also you get to draw a card if, right? Based on the set's mechanic, which again, the warp cost means you get to do that. Now, counterspells are always slightly weaker in Limited because they're very good if you're at parity or ahead. They're very bad if you're behind. So they have a huge variance in how well they play in Limited. Now, in best of 3, you're definitely going to want to run at least one Unravel because you know they might have a bomb or something like that you just want to put in case, right? But this one I think is worth running still. I don't want that many of them. I think I'm going to give this a C+. I think it's runnable. And I think I want one maybe, but I don't think I want more than one necessarily. Counterspells in Limited are so brutally like 6 of one, like half a dozen of the other. Like you can be like, okay, well, I can take it or leave it as like kind of the thing. I mean, sometimes it's going to be great. Sometimes it's going to be awful. The fact that it can be awful means I don't usually want to run them in my deck. Like Essence Scatter is almost always good in Limited just because people are always playing creatures. Negate can be quite good in Limited, especially if there's a preponderance of spells. Like, for example, the spells make creature formats, like for Final Fantasy had so many equipments that made creatures with the job select. That would have been great for a negate set. Negate was probably too powerful in that one. Bring back Mana Leak. Mana Leak was also too powerful, at least in the beginning. I don't know if it's still too powerful now. It might be perfectly fine thing to run. I'm gonna give this a C+. I'm gonna say you probably want one in your blue deck, just because again it the value of counter target spell, draw a card for 3 is quite good. And if you can get a warp card for that, that's great. Fine. So, okay. Overthrow Psionicist. 3 mana, 2/4. Second spell you cast each turn costs 2 less to cast. Okay, that makes this Unravel better. Because here's a discount spell, right? The second spell you cast each turn costs 2 less to cast. The Unravel can get the second spell because it's and then draw a card. Yeah. All right, I'm still giving it a C+. This is still a C+ card, but this one's pretty good to enable the second spells per turn. 3 mana for 2/4 again is not horrible stats because it can block early, and it does look like blue wants to be a little bit controlling even when it wants to double spell. Yeah. Seems okay. This one I'm gonna give a I'm also going to give this one a C+/B. I'm not sure where it'll end up. Uthros scan ship, 4 mana 4/4. When it enters, draw 2 cards, then discard a card. That's fine. That's fine. I like this card. This one I'll give a B. This one I'll give a B. Draw 2 cards, discard a card for 4 mana is not awful. And then the fact that you can then do something with this maybe later is fine. It's also an artifact sitting on the board doing artifact synergies. It's an artifact to play that can, again, get you a 2/2 with this 4/4, wherever the 4/4 freaking, it's been a while. Wherever the 4/4 is. That one. Okay. So yeah, so there's definite ways you can make use of this card. Okay. Scanship's fine. Actually, I'm still probably gonna do, yeah, no, B's fine for it. Draw 2, discard a card for 4 is not bad. Okay. And get those sinners. Okay, now we're in black. Yay. So I'm gonna go get more tea because I want to make sure that I can get through this with my voice still intact. And I'm gonna get a little bit of food to bring too. And so it'll be about like 3 minutes, and then I'll be back and we'll do this. Start this black. But ooh, when it dies, create a lander token. That's sweet. Okay, sorry. Don't get into it yet. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. So the tea is on, and I'm making myself instant oatmeal like my grandmother used to make me. The like Quaker oats, the instant oats. She used to put she used to make it then and then put maple syrup in it. So that's what I'm gonna do. Does anybody else have like something that their like family, whatever extended or reason like makes for them that they make these days? You still make it for yourself, even if they're gone. Hi, Fluffa. Cat. But yeah, I remember her use as like I also remember her peanut butter and lettuce sandwiches. That sounds interesting. I gotta try that. Who made that for you, if you don't mind my asking? You don't have to answer, by the way. This is not like you don't have to volunteer information you don't want to ever. But yeah, a general sense of inadequacy. I make it all on my own. Mac and cheese at Christmas. Nice. No one can recreate. Oh, poached eggs and quick oats. There's a kid when you go hiking with Boy Scouts. And oh, that's so cool. Are they delicious? I've never tried it. That sounds so cool. Poached eggs and yeah. Oh god, that's so cool. Oh, sorry, this is bringing back memories. This is cool. Okay, I'm gonna just go get that tea and sort of. I want to hear more though. This is so neat. There's so many family recipes that we have too. Jiffy Pop. Oh, nice. Protein from the peanut butter and the energy from the crunch of the lettuce tricks your mind. Oh, I like that. And then a little bit of like, yeah. That sounds actually no. I was just thinking that Black Moth. I really hadn't thought about it as a mix before, but it actually sounds okay. Like, cause think of it, you eat celery with like peanut butter too. Like people do that for the crunch and like the water, and then like tones down the fact that like you the peanut butter's really dry. And like yeah, that's nice. Hi, Flu. There's my stuffs. Now you want Jiffy Pop? Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have a peanut butter and lettuce sandwich at some point soon in honor of your dad. That's awesome. Your mother made your dad the family baked stuffed cabbage when they were dating. Nice. Oh, you exist because of that. That's so cool. Cream with thinly sliced carrots and apples, because that's what her mom used to. Oh, that's so cool. Cheese sticks in the middle of hot dogs. That's, I mean, I mean, that doesn't sound bad. Maybe. Like that, I mean, that doesn't sound bad. Oh, this is so cool. Anyway, sorry. Thank you for sharing. This is so cool. But it's always nice to feel like I don't know, the flavor of this, right? It just brings me right back. And also I hear her, she had a bracelet that would knock against the table when she sat down and was like sipping her coffee that my grandfather made for her. And whether it was good or bad, the coffee that day or whatever it was, she would always say, you know, she would always tell him it was perfect. And yeah. Yeah, anyway, sorry. Okay. Back to Beam Saw Prospector. When it dies, create a lander token. That's fine. Beam saw. Maybe it's from Boston and it is bean saw. Who knows? It's a bean town. I don't know. Mr. Beam. Mm-hmm. I think they're less valuable than clues. And early, they're less valuable than treasure. Late, I think they're more valuable than treasure. Because they thin your deck and you actually get the land as opposed to that you can use for later stuff as well. Sometimes early they're probably better than a treasure just because, in some circumstances, because although you can't ramp yourself for that current turn, you can ramp yourself for the next turn. And you can fix as well later. Yeah, I think clue tokens are better. In any circumstance to some degree. And then I think, unless you're stuck on lands. But I think drawing cards is just better than, you know, finding a land at that point. Especially a basic land. Yeah, so I think clue and treasure tokens are better early. I think it's better than a food token in the mid game and early game. And I think it's roughly on par with the food token late game. If that makes any sense. Anyway, sorry. Okay. So when this creature dies, create it. It's a 2/1. It trades for basically everything, but you get that lander token. You get a creature in your graveyard. We're gonna have to see about the graveyard synergies for me to really value this one. Currently, it's a C. Perfectly playable, just not exciting. But if we have a lot of graveyard synergies where this going to the graveyard is good for you, and again, we do know we have artifact synergies, so getting a lander token is pretty good. But like, it doesn't trade up pretty much ever, so I'm not hugely a fan of it. It's not a 2/2, so it doesn't attack well. But yeah, we'll see. All right, Blade of the Swarm, 4 mana 3/1. When it enters, well, I guess at least it's walking on the ground. But you're right, it does have wings in its art and isn't a flyer. But this notably is an assassin. This is an assassin, so this thing cannot exile this. Not that you would necessarily want to. So, I think this card is particularly good. So I think that you're almost always going to choose put target exiled card with warp on the bottom of its owner's library when you get the chance. I do think that the 4 mana 3/1 to do that is a little rough because again it does not trade up at all. But again, going to the graveyard seems pretty good when we have the recursion spell that we've already seen in blue, and we have, oh wait, no, blue is only artifact, right? Never mind, I lied. But like taking away something from them to draw that, and then 5/3 I'm less a fan of, but it's still okay stats for a 4-drop. No, I think you're going to hit a warp card often with this. I think you're really going to want that. I think it's a B. I think this is a good card. It could go up to B+, because target exile card with warp on the bottom of its library. They've only gotten the warp activation of it, and that's nice. And I really think that that is going to be important. I think it's worth it. I think it's a B. I could be very wrong, but I think a lot of warp is going to happen in this. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a B for now. And yes, it does look like a mantis. I gotcha. Lols. But I think I'm gonna give it a B for now. I think it's important, but not, you know, ridiculous. This could go up or down based on that. Like, 5/3 has been decent stats to trade with some of the things that we've seen. It gets in for damage, and again, if you can put it back into your hand with recursion or care about things dying, going to the graveyard, I think it's important. So I think this card is a B. It could go up to a B plus. It could go down to a C plus. Good at stationing. I mean, it has 5 power for 4, but that's not like fantastic. I would prefer to do the exiled card with warp on the bottom. I feel like that's pretty good. But again, if I have to do the 5/3, then you have to do the 5/3. All right, Comet Crawler, 3-mana 2/3 lifelink. When attacks, you can sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, this creature gets... Okay. Okay, that's yet another way that we can sacrifice the Cryogen Relic. I like that for this. So I like the blue-black for that. That's nice. So we have the 3/4 in blue for 4 that allows us to sacrifice a thing, put a +1/+1, and draw a card. And then we have this, which becomes a 4/3 lifelink attacker, sacrificing an artifact or a creature. Not bad. It's not great. Like, it's still a C, but I'm not unhappy about it. Like, super unhappy. Dark Endurance, 2 mana. This spell costs 1 less to cast if it targets a blocking creature. Gets +2/+0 and gains indestructible until end of turn. I prefer this. So this is Maximum Overdrive. 2 mana instant, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, Death Touch, and indestructible. So no matter how big their creature gets, the +2/+0 here matters, right? So this one, no matter how big their creature gets, you're still going to kill it because you have Death Touch, right? And indestructible. I prefer that to this. Yes, it can cost 1 less if it targets a blocking creature, but... Nyeh. The fact that you would have to, like, play this first and then they could still respond as the attacker. Like, you might have to act first to do this as on the blocking creature. Just, ugh. This one's way better. Way better. That doesn't mean that this card is bad. But, I'm gonna give this a C or a D. I'm not even sure. Probably a C. The fact that you can give something indestructible for 2, even if it's not a blocker, is probably fine. Just because you can stop somebody from destroying your creature. You could stop a removal spell, potentially. Or you can maybe win combat. Again, just like before with the with Scuffle's thing, we're gonna want to see what 2/2/0 trades with and doesn't trade with as far as percentage of the format. But for now, I'm gonna give that a C. Decode Transmissions, 3 mana. You draw 2 cards and lose 2 life. If a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn or a spell was warped this turn, instead you draw 2 cards and each opponent loses 2. What? This is very good. So, so we've had various versions of this, like Sign in Blood and like Knight's Whisper. In black for 2 mana. This one's 3, which is approaching more like Read the Bones, which at least had Scry too beforehand. So this one is giving us draw 2 cards, lose 2 life for 1 more mana than the Knight's Whisper and Sign in Blood. Notably, Sign in Blood said target player. So you could actually kill your opponent with a Sign in Blood. Same thing with the zombie, Scorpion. I don't think it was called a Scorpion, but it was a Scorpion. Yeah, it wasn't called a Scorpion. From Crimson Vow. Fell Stinger. So this one, target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life. I killed so many people in Limited with this card. Same thing with like Blood for Bones. Knight's Whisper was you only, and Read the Bones was you only. This one is also you only. Draw 2 cards and lose 2 life. But this gives you the potential for the other thing, where you draw 2 cards and the opponent loses 2 life. This is going to be... if a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn, right? So you could suicide in the Beamsaw Prospector to get the lander token, and then also draw 2 cards and have opponent lose 2 life. Or you could warp a spell, like for maybe 2 or 1, and then be able to play this, so maybe 4 or 5 mana to do 2 spells per turn. I think I like this card. I think it's a C+. I think I like it, though. I think I like it quite a bit. It's still a C+. It's not like... It's on the lower end of mid. If anything, could be upper end of low with a C. But I think I like it the C+, just because drawing cards and opponent losing life is crazy. But draw 2 cards, lose 2 life for this amount of mana is not unheard of, right? In black. It's not unheard of. It's fine. Depressurize 2 mana. Target creature gets -3/-0 until end of turn. Then if that creature's power is 0 or less, destroy it. Oh. Okay. Oh no, this card is good. So -3/-3 until end of turn, a 2 for an instant speed was what we used to get here. But if you look at this, -3/-0, then if the creature's power is 0 or less, destroy it. That actually takes out the 3/5s that we've seen. So it takes out the Ulthros, right? It takes out this Starbreach Whale. It takes out the Cryologist. It takes out the Mechan. It takes out... Do you see? This card is great. This card is fantastic in Limited. This is a very good card. Now, as usual, with something like you were saying, Vanquish the Weak, right? Destroy target creature with power 3 or less. If they pump it in response, it's not going to be destroyed. it would be untargetable by this if they pumped it in response. But here, it might not be destroyed. It's still going to get -3, -0 until end of turn, though. So you might still be able to win combat that way, or at least keep your creature. But this card is very good, and I'm going to put it as a B+. I think it's a great card in this format that I've seen so far. It'll probably be worse against green than anything else, in my opinion. But it's very good early, because it'll just remove something early. And then late game, it still has some application, even though it doesn't do the -3 to toughness that you would really want to win combat late game. Yeah, you could do it in response to stationing to reduce how many charge counters they get. Absolutely. So I think this card is great. I think this card is nutty in this thing. So I'm going to go B+ on this one. This is a good card. I'm sure there are going to be times where I really wish I just had the -3. Until, like, late game, you're going to really wish you had the -3 a lot of the time. But I think it's still fun. Okay, next. Dubious Delicacy. Wait, what? What is that artwork doing? I expected to see somebody staring at a plate of food that looks really unappetizing or crazy or weird. But I don't see that. I just see... What? Is this supposed to be what we're eating and we think this is a dubious delicacy? Or, like, the art doesn't make any sense. I had the same reaction to you as this card. Nice. Looks like someone's butt. Like, I don't get this art at all. A big bug in a bowl, but, like, nobody's eating at this place. This doesn't look like a place you eat. These look like plates with food on them over here. I don't understand what's happening with this art. I think the art itself is executed spectacularly. I love the way the light plays in it, but I really don't understand why it's titled this. It doesn't make sense to me. Sorry. Normally the art makes sense to me in these, and this one really doesn't. Anyway, 3 mana, flash. When this artifact enters, up to 1 target creature gets -3, -3 until end of turn. 2 sacrifice, gain 3 life. 2 sacrifice, target opponent lose. This is a great card. This is fantastic. I like this. This is a B+ card. This is the upper end of mid. This is really nice. The animal from the restaurant, the end of the universe, the bunch of people to eat it. Yeah, I mean, this is just weird. Nowhere to eat, yeah. This is just I don't know. Anyway, like, I like the art, but for something else. I don't know that this goes with a dubious delicacy. Like, I only picture, like, what was his name in this? Sorry, hold on. By Grabthar's Hammer. Dr. Lazarus, right? Or what was his actual, No, it wasn't Dr. How am I blanking on Galaxy Quest names? Anyway, Alan Rickman. Fine. We'll just go with the actor. Alan Rickman is staring like the beetles that they serve him, right? We got your native food. Like, that's what I think of when I think of dubious delicacy, is like somebody staring at, like, you know. Anyway, sorry, enough of that. Might be an artwork that was originally intended for another card. That does happen. Absolutely. That does happen, where they're like, this was supposed to be something else and they just threw it on this by mistake or something. But it doesn't, yeah. Anyway, I'm sad about that because it was Dr. Lazarus? Okay. I feel like I'm going insane. But yeah, so this the little worm things they ate in that one TNG episode. Yeah. This I'm sad about because it's such a good opportunity to have a great bit of artwork, right? But and the flavor text is great, right? It's an acquired taste, right? But this artwork doesn't match that, and I'm very sad about it. It's just missed opportunity is my main sad. All right, it's still a really good card. Take it as a B+. Flash -3/-3 that you get an artifact into play. You can use it later to do either of these things. Seems good stuff. Okay. Embrace Oblivion, 1 mana. Additional cost to cast a spell, sacrifice an artifact. Creature or spacecraft for 1 mana? So this is Bone Shards. Or Bone Splinters, actually, I think. So, Bone Shards. So Bone Splinters, Bone Shard. This, by the way, here, if you want a really good example of something that was the wrong art, here's Bone Splinters. And here's, so this is Bone Splinters, and here's Shadow Prophecy from that same set. Does that not look like Bone Splinters? And does this not look like Shadow Prophecy? I think they messed up these two. But they do that on occasion. So Bone Shards is here it is. Sacrifice a creature or discard a card. Now they're giving us sacrifice a creature or an artifact and destroy target creature or spacecraft. This is again going to make oh wow, we've looked up a lot of things. This is again going to make this Cryogen Relic really good. So blue-black is really going to want this Cryogen Relic to sacrifice to various things. Pretty sweet. Bone Shards, Bone Splinters, all the bone things, where you sacrifice something to destroy something are usually, you know, perfectly usable. You're really sad when you draw them with no creatures on the board, but there you are. This is a C+/B card. Just removal that you're going to want in black if you, just need more removal. Good stuff. All right, Faller's Faithful, 3 mana, 3/1. When it enters, destroy up to one other target creature. If that creature wasn't dealt damage this turn, its controller draws 2 cards. Story Spotlight means it actually takes it takes from the story and illustrates part of that thing. So if you go to mtgstory.com, you can read the story of Edge of Eternities, and according to a lot of people, it's really good. So you should go read it. I have not read it yet, but like mtgstory.com, this will illustrate an actual moment from the story that they talk about in that story, and you can read it, and it's so cool. So join me in the next eternity, right? There will be a character that says this, most likely in the thing. So I just spat some oatmeal on my mic. That's cool. Too excited, too happy. But yeah, reading things is cool, and this is apparently a good story. You don't know what bit this is? Okay. Character does remind you of Krovax a little bit, doesn't it? The way it's illustrated. But yeah, this one's fun. Embrace Oblivion. That's not Tezzeret, right? Doesn't look like him. Well, it looks like someone was coming at him with a knife and is not coming at him no more. All right. Faller's Faithful, back to here. Destroy up to one other target. So basically, this is a play on... this is a really cool card. I'm going to explain why. So there is one application for this that is like all of the ones that destroy target creature. So let's see if I can actually advance this. So like Covert Cut Purse, right? Fathom Fleet Cutthroat, right? When they enter... Oh, it's Kervek! Kervek's back? Oh my god! That's crazy! Sorry. Anyway, Fathom Fleet Cutthroat, Hooded Assassin, right? Vraska's Finisher, right? Rooftop Assassin, etc. we've had a ton of things that do this where they destroy target creature that was dealt damage. So basically, this is a really nice effect in limited, just because you can attack with little 1/1s, and if they happen to block with their big thing, you can destroy it right afterwards. But this thing, right? It doesn't say you control or opponent controls, right? So you can destroy one of your own creatures to draw 2 cards, as long as it wasn't dealt damage this turn. So it's like it's like the Scorpion that we just looked up, right? So Fell Stinger, right? This one, exploit a creature, target player draws 2 cards and lose 2 life. You don't have to lose 2 life with this. This is really good. You have 2 modes on this that are really quite nice. You can destroy a creature that was dealt damage on your opponent's side, where like if they blocked with something giant and ate and expected to just, you know, eat one of your creatures, then you can just kill it. Or you can just sacrifice a creature to draw 2 cards, basically, and get a 3/1 into play. This is really nice. I like this card a lot. This is a B+. Yeah. Slash, I mean, it could make it up to an A-ish, but I think it's B+. It's very good. I really like this. Yes, you can straight up remove their blocker for lethal if they are tapped out, and drawing 2 cards isn't going to change anything for them. Absolutely. You can just destroy a creature on the opponent's side just to get through for lethal, provided that giving them the 2 cards won't give them additional options to stop that lethal from occurring. If they are tapped out, that's a good idea. Mangara trapped him in amber, then Zalfir got phased out. He was just chilling there frozen. Yeah. Oh my god. So if any of you have not seen Spice 8 Rack's story of Magic Story in 80 minutes, you need to see it right now. Stop watching me. Go watch Spice 8 Rack's Story of Magic in 80 minutes. It is so great. Oh wait, I have a phone. Hold on. Oh, don't care. Okay. But yeah, so Spice 8 Rack saying, and he talks about what happened to Karavek and how he was sealed away, and it was really hilarious. But yeah, Karavek was back in OTJ. That's true. I did forget about that as well. So Karavek has been around since the beginning. The Karavek the Merciless was actually around since View All Prince. It was around, the one I remember most is Time Spiral here. So this is Karavek the Merciless, right? Time Spiral and all the things. And this was the most obviously villain-coded one of the people who were going to resist. It betrayed them. There was the Amber Prison. And you'll see this in Spice 8 Rack's video. Here's the Amber Prison that Karavek was trapped in. After he trapped somebody else in it, he was trapped in it himself. The irony. And then we had the more recent Karavek in OTJ, which is mono black. Oh yeah, M21 had the spiteful one as well. M21 there, and then Karavek the Punisher here, complete with cowboy hat, that is flaming. So yes, so Karavek's back. Okay, so you're saying that this is Karavek. That doesn't look like Karavek. Interesting. That doesn't look like Karavek at all. Oh, Limdul would be very possible. Limdul was Limdul the Next Romancer here, right? That was when it had a card, but he also was proven to be the Raven Man who was talking to Lily, I think, Liliana. But that he looks more likely than Karavek. But yeah, this is just interesting. The hat stands of Magic characters. They have a cowboy hat next to the detective's Tear Stalker, next to the Racing Crash helmet, and have to now have a spacesuit helmet. Exactly. Although some of them have had spacesuit helmets since Infinity, right? With Jace. So there is that. All right. Anyway, I really like this card. I think it's fantastic. I think this is a B+/A. I really love that card. Anyway, Fell Graveship. 3 mana, 3/2. When this enters, mill 3 cards, then return a creature or spacecraft card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, I like this card. I like this card. It's a similar idea to Ether Drifts, black, uncommon. Hello. DFT. Search. Carrion Cruiser. So mill 2 cards, return a creature or a vehicle card from your graveyard to your hand, 3/2. The fact that it could crew for 1 was really, really good. Again, I don't think space stations are as good as those normally. But again, mill 3 cards, get a creature or spacecraft card. Mill 3 cards is really nice, filling up your graveyard, get more stuff to recur. It's also an artifact. It's 3 mana. I think this is worth it. I think it's a B. Could be a C+, but I think it's a pretty good card. Because it will probably get you value, right? You're in 3 cards, even if you have to play this on 3 with nothing in the graveyard, I think you probably get a creature, right? In theory. So I like this. And yeah, Lying Lifelink late game is fine. It's just 8+. Again, I still don't know how to value the spacecraft actual creatures. I think if you get value out of them, great, but I think also there are a lot of invested value that can go very wrong very quickly. All right, Graveblade Heavy. 4 mana, 3/4. As long as you control an artifact that explodes. Okay, this is really filler. This is normally gonna be a D. I think the fact that it's Death Touch makes it a C. I think it's almost always gonna be a 4/4 Death Touch, so I think it's gonna be a C. I don't think it's a D. I think I can run this card. I think it's a C, but it's just not exciting. But a 4/4 for 3/4 is not bad with Death Touch. That's okay. Grav Kill. That's Dominic Meyer! Okay, sorry. I was like, is it Eli or is it Dominic? It's Dominic. Okay. So, exile target creature or spacecraft, instant speed, 4 mana. That is the norm for black these days. This is going to be a B+ card. It's just a really good removal spell that you just want, and it exiles, so they're not going to be able to get it back. This is a very good card. It doesn't gain you 2 life like a certain card does, but it also exiles and doesn't just destroy, and I think that's worth. So as always. So I think the first one of these to do was like the Devoid card in Battle for Zendikar, I think it was. But it was sorcery speed at 4 to destroy or exile, I forget. But yeah, great card. Take it. Good removal. Grav Pact Monoist. Monoist. There's a faction in the story. Got it. But do they just like the number 1 a lot? Are they like prejudiced against number 2? I'll see myself out. Sorry. Anyway, flying. When this creature dies, create a tapped 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. I think with the flyer, I'm less concerned about a 2/1. We have seen blue. So we have seen blue 1/1 flyers like the Gale Blade. But I'm not as concerned trading with this because, again, we get that 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. So I think this is a perfectly playable card. I think it's a C, but I think it's a perfectly playable card because Effectively, it gets you 4-3, like 4 power and 3 toughness over the course of its life and death. I'm less concerned about trading with flyers even at 1 power, because one flyers could do, you know, serious things against me if I'm running something like this. So if I'm in black, for example, which doesn't have a lot of flyers, so trading with flyer and then getting a Deuter guy seems fine. Again, C card, but still perfectly playable. Hull Carver, 1 mana, 1/1 Death Touch artifact seems fine. Again, it can enable your double spells. It's an artifact. It's a robot. It's an assassin that can't be removed by the other assassin, the white assassin that we've seen. So this actually can't remove this from play, which is pretty cool. But this is also just a nice blocker early, as a normal Death Touch 1/1 is, but it's also an artifact, which makes it extra special. So I'm going to give this a C/C+. I think it's just a C, but it could move up to C+ just because it enables the double spelling, and it's a good spell to enable the double spelling, so I like that. Hilderblade or Halderblade, I'm not sure how they would pronounce this one. 1 mana +3/+1, but equip 4. And that has Void. At the beginning of your end step, if a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn or a spell was warped this turn, attached to this. Okay. I like it. I'm going to go B for this one. I think it's a perfectly usable card. It requires a few things to go right, which is why it remains a B and not a B+. But there's a lot of cards where you're trading and getting value off trading, like with the Monoist and like with the early 2/1 that makes the Lander token that we saw as the first card. And then we've got the Bone Splinters type effect that can make this happen. So if a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn, I would assume that also you can have the warp trigger first, so your warp creature can leave the battlefield and you can re-equip this to something else, attaching it. I think that would work. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, that looks pretty cool. So I'm gonna go with B for this. And it could work its way up to a B+, but for now, because things have to happen for you to really do it, it's fine. Oh, it's an intervening if? What? What does that mean? The condition needs to be true for the trigger to go on the stack at all. Oh. Why does Gatherer not have it? That's what... Okay. Okay, they don't have it yet. Okay. Alright, so you can't use Warp to re-trigger this? That would be really annoying. I'm still gonna give it a B for now. It might be C+ if it really doesn't do that. Correct. Once you equip it once and attack, for example, it might re-equip to the next creature. If you're like suiciding creatures in to just get value or hitting, it's possible that it just keeps re-equipping. We'll see. But like, so I'm currently giving it a B. It could go up or down based on whether, obviously, whether the warp can trigger it and whether other things work. Yeah. So we'll see. Okay. Anyway, Hymn of the Faller. 2 mana, travail 1, draw a card, lose 1 life. Oh yeah, it says Aura spell was warped this turn. Okay, so the intervening if doesn't work, right? If a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn, but the aura spell was warped this turn works too. So this does work. Okay, so I think this is going to be this could actually be a B+, but I think it's going to be a B for now, but I think it actually could be a B+ at this point. So it can go up. I don't think it's going to go down. Nice. Okay, it says aura spell was warped this turn. Good. Okay, good to know. All right. Thank you, nobody, for like reminding us to actually read the card. There's just so much text on it. So yes. Okay. So it does work, Serpents. It does, because it has that text. Okay. So yeah, but the if would like check for that, but then it also says aura spell was warped this turn. So we're good. Okay. Him surveil 1, draw a card, lose a life. That's fine. If a non-land permanent left the battlefield, aura spell was warped this turn, draw another card. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's a B+ card. I really like this card. This is very good. Especially if we have synergies for casting instants and sorceries. It might be a B if we don't. The surveil 1, draw a card, lose a life, or draw 2 cards, lose a life. That's still really good. Because you can sacrifice a lander token for this. You can do all sorts of things. Yeah, I like this card. Okay. All right. Insatiable Skittermaw, 3 mana, 2/2 menace. At the beginning of your end step, if a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn, or a spell was warped, put up a something like that could get to be a problem. I'm gonna go with C for this, but it could make itself up to a C+ at some point. Like I might actually be excited to run this in some decks. But otherwise it's just a filler card. Completely filler. Playable, but completely filler. All right. Lightless Evangel, 2 mana, 2/2s. Whenever you sacrifice another creature, ever put a +1. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's good. I'm gonna go with B+ for this one, especially in certain decks. That's just a very good thing. We've got a lot of sacrifice effects that I'm seeing in black, and again in blue. This still makes the stupid cryogen relic so good. Okay. All right. Monoist Circuit Feeder. It's a Nautilus. Oh, naughty Nautilus. It's also extremely derpy. I love it. Or creepy. I can't tell. It looks derpy to me at first glance, but the more I look at it, like, the more it looks creepy. All right. 6 mana, 4/4 flyer. When it enters until end of turn, target creature you control gets +X/+O. And target creature and opponent control gets -X, where X is the number of artifacts. Oh, that's great. That's fantastic. So it's Bleepus to some degree. It's the bleep bleep. It's the bleep bleep. So this was Devotion to Black. But the fact that this pumps and kills, I really love this. Card is great. I'm going to go with a B+/A for this. You don't want that many because it's 6-drop, but it's fantastic. Now, very, very potently, right? When this enters, this is an artifact itself, so you're at least going to get +1. It's like, it's not like it does nothing on an empty board. At the very least, it gives -O/-1 and +1/+O, right? So it's something, but you do want to curve into it if possible. This is really fun. Okay. Monoist Sentry, 1 mana, 4/1 defender. So this one is it's a card. It's a card we haven't really seen a lot of before. 1 mana, 4/1 defender. It trades up. That's really good. It's an artifact. It's a 1-drop. We don't care about the like expense that we're putting into it. And it stations really well. So this is a fine card. I'm going to give it a B or a B+. It's a fine card. So yeah, I'm happy to run this in a deck. Seems decent. I like the fact that it trades up. Now, the problem is if you get against a really aggressive deck, it's not going to trade up necessarily. Like, it's going to have to block something with like 1 power if they went wide. And that's going to suck, but it's still only a 1 mana investment, so it's fine. It's perfectly fine. This thing will do so much stationing. Exactly. So I like this card. I think it's really good. I think it's a B+, B/B+. I think it's a good card. Perigi Beckoner, 5 mana, 4/5. When this creature enters until end of turn, another target creature you control gets +2/+0 and gains When this creature dies, return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. But you can also warp it. Seems good. I like this. I think it's a C. Could be a C+. Yeah, I like it. You can get ETBs on something else. Again, attacking with this on a creature is really good because that's a creature leaving the, like something leaving the battlefield, right? For all of your triggers for the void. Really like it. That's good. Scrounge for Eternity, 3 mana as an additional cost to cast a spell, sacrifice an artifact or creature. Return target creature or spacecraft card with mana value 5 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Then create a lander token. An infinite damage combo with which card? This card? The Perigee or the Scourge? Scrounge, sorry. And chances are I haven't seen any combos because this is my first time seeing this. 2 copies of Perigee and Sack. What? Four-card combo. Okay, no, I haven't seen that. Okay. All right. Is it all uncommons and commons from this set? Oh, so we could actually get it to happen? Yeah, let us know what the cards are, and we'll entertain it. All right. Scrounge for Eternities, 3 mana. It's additional cost, sacrifice an artifact or creature. Return target creature or spacecraft card with mana value 5 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield and create a lander token. This is a perfectly fine card. I especially like it because, again, there's the sleep and -5, -0 in the format. So, so here we've seen the... So Cryo Shatter, this can get something out from under a Cryo Shatter. It can get something out from the other sleep effect, whatever it was. If there was anything. Okay. And yeah, so it's sorcery speed, so you can't respond to something targeting your stuff, but you can also just sacrifice something. Again, it makes our lovely Cryogen Relic much better. And then you can get something back. Sacrifice another artifact or creature surveil. Whenever this creature or another artifact dies, opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Warp this. 2 warps of this. Target the first with the ETB of the second. And then sacrifice. Yeah, that's stupid. Okay. Yep, I gotcha. All right, so we'll see if we can make that happen. I doubt it. That's a 4-card combo, but yeah. Involving 2 uncommons that you have to 2 and 3 play. I don't know. All right, so this seems good to me. Mana value 5 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield doesn't matter. It's only 3 mana here. You do have to sacrifice, but you can get back. Its additional cost is sacrifice. But so you can actually pay the cost. Hold on. I think you should be because you sacrifice this, you could target. Hold on. When do you have to have the target is the question. You have to name targets, then pay the cost. So I don't think you can get back the one you sacrifice. Actually, maybe you can. I forget whether that you can. Does anybody know whether you can get back the thing you sacrifice with this? Because it's an additional cost. I think you have to have the target already. Because I think you declare targets, then pay. So I think you can't get back, but I'm not sure. You think so? No, you think not, Serpents? Okay. Yeah, you choose the target before sacking. Okay, so you can't get back what you sacrifice, but you can free something out from under something and just get the void trigger, and then you can return something and get a lander token. Seems good to me. I'm going to put this as a C+/B card. Oh wait, it goes to the battlefield? Okay, I'm going to put this as a B card. It's good. It's good. It's not super good, but it's good. B, not B plus. Susurian Dirgecraft. This is one of the lesser station requirements that we've seen in a while. But there are a lot of non-token creatures that are very small that we just don't care about attacking for 5. Don't care about them. Like, so if they have like a Mono Sentry out, like this card is taking out a 1-drop. But it is only 7 to get a 4/3 flyer after that. Goes well with the Scrounge. All right, since I still don't really know how to value Spacecraft, I'm going to look at the 5 mana each opponent sacrifices a non-token creature and say that that's a C+/C card. And I'm only saying C+ because I don't know how to value the station, and that's a cheaper one of the stations to station. Sorry, cheaper one of the Spacecraft to station. So I think it's like on its face is a C, but because it's a Spacecraft and can station, I'm gonna give it a C+. I'm not sure what to do with this one. I just think there's a lot of times where you're paying 5 to make opponents sacrifice a non-token creature, and then hopefully you tap like a 4 and a 3 and immediately make it a 4/3 flyer. It could be, yeah, I mean, it could be way better than I think it is. I still don't know how to value these Spacecraft. I'm gonna, and why wouldn't you just attack for with their 4 and your 3 at that point? I don't know. Okay, let's call it a C+, and then, and hopefully we won't go too far up or down. We won't be too wrong. All right, so here's the part of the combo, by the way. Here we are, this Susurian Voidborn, 3 mana 2/2. Whenever this creature, another artifact or creature, or artifact or creature you control dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. This is a good card on its face. It also has warp because reasons. This is a B+ card. I really like it. This is just a great card in this format. This seems great. I mean, it's a great card. Okay. Swarm Color. Whoa, that's a mouth. Four mana, 2/4 flyer. When it becomes tapped, you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, draw a card. Seems good. Has lovely synergies with this. Has lovely synergies with all the void stuff. It is a big booty flyer. It blocks most of the flyers that we've seen. Not all of them, but most of the flyers that we've seen as just normal creatures. We've seen 3 power mostly as the max. And the draw card is so important here. And you can station, draw a card, do the thing. So I like this. Okay. I think it's a C, but it seems decent. Okay. Temporal Intervention. 3 mana. Costs 2 less to cast if a not... Okay, Void. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. That player discards the card. So this is a story spotlight, notably, so you can go find out what happened for this in the mtgstory.com. So this is a thought seize without paying the 2 life. If a non-land permanent left the battlefield or some spell was warped this turn, it is at common. You're not going to be able to rip apart your opponent's hand super early with this. This is going to be at least turn 3 or so anyway, right? Because you're going to need to trade with something or sacrifice something. Maybe it's turn 2 at the earliest. I think this is something that if you know they have a bomb in their deck, you can interfere with their game plan. And maybe double spell if you warp and then play this on turn 3. Because a lot of the warp is 2. Some of it's 1. So, but I think 3 would be more likely. Choose a non-land card from it is good because that's not like Duress, which requires it's not creatures, or Ostracize, which requires it's only creatures, or so on and so forth. These effects tend not to be that strong and limited overall, just because you're not impacting the board. So the reasons to run this would be, they have a bomb, or you really need to double spell in a turn and you just want to interrupt their game plan. Yeah. So, it is non-land, so that is the unconditional nature of it, which makes it better than most of these effects like Duress, etc. But it's still, and the information you gain from knowing their hand is also very valuable. But again, it doesn't impact the board, and it can just be sort of meh. It's definitely a sideboard card for best of 3, absolutely. When you sort of know what you're looking for. But I am usually not a huge fan of the like tear apart your opponent's hand conditionally. This one's unconditional, but it requires a lot of mana to do that unconditional stuff. It also discards, which we've seen a number of things of graveyard synergies. It's not an exile, like one of the ones that I prefer in terms of this type of effect. I prefer Agonizing Remorse, which exiles it. I can also target the graveyard. I prefer what was Pilfer? That was discard. But I prefer the exile. That was discard. But yeah. And in limited, if I'm on the draw, I prefer a Mind Rot effect for 3, where I take 2 cards out of their hand and at least get card advantage that way. But that's only for slower formats. Yeah, so anyway, I'm not a huge fan of this card. Other people will rate it more highly than I do. I'm usually going to rate this a D. I'm going to be unhappy if I'm playing this card to some degree. Again, it'll go up. If I have a certain type of deck that really wants to double spell and really depends on tempoing my opponent out for getting like their game plan going, then I might make it a C for me. Okay, Timeline Color. 2 mana, 2/2 haste. You can cast this card from your graveyard using its warp ability. That seems good. I like this card. This is very good, especially for the double spelling, and especially for the permanent leaving the battlefield this turn, the void. This is a B+ card. Could even be an A- A- in certain decks. This is crazy. Oh, this is pretty good. Oh yeah, I like this card. Okay. That enables so many things. It's more about its synergies than it is about its actual self. Yeah, it can wait, no, this oh, you mean you don't usually get that in being able to cast it from the graveyard? Usually things that you cast from the graveyard can't block. I mean, this one won't be able to block the turn you warp it back because it'll go into exile, but then you can recast it and then it will be able to block. All right, Tragic Trajectory. -2/-2 until end of turn, sorcery speed still fine. -10/-10 until end of turn if a non-land permanent left. Okay, this great card is great. This is a B+. This is fantastic. Could be even A-, /A. We don't have an A-. We don't have any minuses. We just have plus and regular. I should probably fix that, but meh. All right. Here's the other piece of that combo that we were talking about earlier. This is the Umbral Caller Zealot, 2 mana. It allows you to have a free sack outlet to Surveil 1 for a 3/2 for 2. Just great card. This is a B+ /A. This is great. Yeah, these two are fantastic. For now, I'm going to go B+, just because I know that the Mares and Mythics are just always going to take up the upper slots to some degree. But I really like, I think all three of these, Timeline, Color, Tragic Trajectory, and Zealot are all B+ cards. They are upper middle picks, if not upper picks. Like I really think they're on the lower end of high. I think they're A's, but yeah. That's a tough call. This is so good. Okay. Virus Beetle. What? They reprinted Virus Beetle. They reprinted Virus Beetle. No ninjutsu. Do we have bounce? I guess this one, so in this set, Virus Beetle was nutty in Neon Dynasty because you could put it back in your hand and recast it via the ninjutsu effect. But so this one's going to be more akin to Ravenous Rats than anything else, I think. It does have a little bit more synergies than the Ravenous Rats because it is an artifact creature, so that does matter in this set. But it's just going to be basically that. So I'm going to give it a C/C+. Still fine. Void Forge Titan. Space is full of bugs. Yeah, we've had insects. We've had virus beetles. We've had weirdo things. All sorts of insects, including the virus. We've had beetles. We've had something that looks like a praying mantis. We've had blah. Yeah. Okay. Void Forge Titan, 5 minutes. So you have a white one that puts card. Oh, okay, puts it in hand. Something. Yeah. We also have things that put like the recursion spells, of course. But yeah, interesting. But this is a fine one to play early and then sacrifice for the value later to like this to surveil and do stuffs and make the void trigger. So 5 mana, 5/4. At the beginning of your end step, if a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn or a spell was warped, you draw a card and lose a life. This is a great card. I'm gonna put this as a B+. I like this card a lot. It's 5 mana, so that's interesting. We've had something sort of like it before in the form of Foundations. I forget what they were called, so I'm gonna look this up really quickly. It was green-black, and it was uncommon, and it was Foundations. Wardens of the Cycle. So beginning of end step, it said Morbid. If a creature died this turn, choose one. But you could also just warp something for this to trigger. Draw a card and lose a life. This one was draw a card and lose a life. But you could also choose to gain 2 life to offset that, which was pretty cool. But again, it was a lot of investment in colored mana. And this one's just 1 black, so you could splash it in another deck should you wish. I like this card. I think it's very good. Again, I'm going to give it a B+. You don't want that many in your deck, though. It's just you because it's 5 mana, so... All right, next, Vote Out. 4 mana, Convoke, destroy target creature. Sorcery speed, though. Okay, so it's nice to be able to play a 1-drop and then on and a 2-drop and then on turn 3, right? Tap one of those to or both of them to decrease the cost of this spell with the Convoke. However, all of the like white removal spells that we've seen, a lot of the white removal spells that we've seen so far do destroy a tapped creature. So this one does anything, of course, and that does the blah. But like Radiant Strike, destroy target artifact or tap creature. You do need to know that this does make your creatures then vulnerable to destroy target tapped thing. that's just something to keep in mind. It's still a really good removal spell. It's just something to keep in mind. If its fail case is a 4-mana sorcery to store a target creature, it's still a fine removal spell in black. So, no, Focusing Fire was attacking, right? Or blocking, right? Not tapped. Yeah, it was attacking or blocking. It's more the Radiant Strike that this makes vulnerable to. It's mainly that, actually. Because this one doesn't care about tapped. This one cares about attacking or blocking. And this one doesn't care, so... Yeah, Destroy Tapped is way more relevant with Station and with this now. So, and with this now Convoke. So, yeah, Golos, yeah. Yes, I know which game this is referring to. Yes, it's a good one. But yeah, so this one's gonna be a B+/B. It's not as good as the other removal that we've seen in the black so far, but it's still good. So it's, yeah, okay. Whereas those are B+s, this one's probably a B/B+, and some of those are A. Bombard, oh, they brought Bombard back! They brought Bombard back. Bombard has been around for quite a while. So this has been around since, obviously, we had... Do we have... Okay, Rivals of Ixalan, I think, was actually the first. Yeah, Rivals was the first. So this has been around. So they're 4 damage target creature at instant speed. That's going to be good in this so far that we've seen. There are a lot of 4 toughness things at max, right? There's... You know, even the things that you kind of expect to be 5/5s for the 5 cost, they have 4 toughness, so that's pretty good. The instant speed does matter. So just a good card. Kills most things that we've seen. Not everything, but most things. So I'm gonna give this a B. So just because removal is key these days, and 4 damage seems to kill a lot of the stuff that we've seen. So, won't help you against most of the many of the stations, but yeah. But they'll have had to put so much value into that. Cut Propulsion, 3 mana. Target creature deals damage to itself equal to its power. If that creature has flying, it deals twice that much damage to itself instead, because the flyers tend to have the bigger butts. Okay, so this is Reprisal. Oop, I keep clicking on the wrong thing. Alright, so, Reprisal... no, is it? No. Reprisal's white. No, God, what was it? So it has a picture of Vati, Ildal on it. Deals damage. He was supposed to give that. Bugger. I think it was white at the hold on. Yeah, hold on. Let's go do the advance. I'm really interested in this one. So it was either white or red. Stronghold? I want to say. I might be getting this wrong, and I'm sorry. I'm so curious about the history of this. I'm sorry if people aren't interested in the history of like what the cards used to do as far as stuff that like. Okay, it's not that. So is it Urza's Saga then? I'll just look at the text instead. Okay, so let's close this. Let's do card text. No, that's Rack with Madness definitely is it, but like that's not the card. The card is less mana. It's 2 mana, I think. I have to put this in actual text thing. Make sure I have nothing selected. I can see it in my head. It's a Ron Spencer artwork. Hold on. Pretty sure. I could get this wrong. Repentance! That's okay, thank you. It is from Tempest, okay. I can spell. Thank God, okay, yes. So, this is Ron Spencer. This is the one we were thinking of, and it's got Vati in the picture, yeah. Okay, so this is Repentance. Target creature deals to itself damage equal to its power. This is the first instance that I remember this card this effect ever being done. I don't know why we didn't get that coming up in the search that I did, but there we are. But yeah, this is the first instance of this that I remember. Now we've got it in red. Picture taken moments before the disaster, yes. I'm not sure which is more pathetic, replied Grevin. Your judgment or your aim? So, cut propulsion, same idea, but it's going to kill flyers. Hopefully it will kill... the idea here is that it should be able to kill where'd it go? There it is. The 2/4 flyer that we've seen. So it won't be able to kill this Cloud Sculpt Technician unless they control an artifact, but they probably control an artifact. So that's a 2/4 flyer it can kill. As long as they have an artifact. But a lot of the flyers have bigger toughness than they have power, so that's why they're doing double. So they're in the 3/5 here, same thing, do double the damage. So that's why this card is good here. I think this card is going to be a B. It's just good removal, just like Bombard. It's a little conditional because, again, if the creature has way more toughness than power, or even one more toughness than power, but isn't flying, you have a problem. So that's decent. I'm still giving it a B there for that reason. Debris Field Crusher. So it's 5 mana, 1/5. When it enters, it deals 3 damage to any target. Okay, so 5 mana for 3 damage. No, I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm still gonna give it a C. It could be a C+. I could be more, and I just don't know. I mean, I know you can ramp it out in blue because you do have the little blue dude that this guy that pumps out artifacts. And if it's your second spell, you can make it cost 2 cheaper, but you're already going to be paying 2 spells. Two. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, seriously, they think it's uncommon, so I don't know whether it is. I just don't know. Anyway, yeah, we'll see tomorrow. I'll be able to tell better tomorrow with the early access event at 1 p.m. Eastern. I'll be able to tell tomorrow whether it's better there. You'll also be able to watch your favorite streamers and figure out their, valuation of these cards then too. So definitely plan around that tomorrow. Wednesday, 1 p.m. Eastern. I believe. So, drill too deep, too greedily and too deep. Sorry. The planets are lands. I'll show you them in a minute. Well, once we get to the end. I've seen one planet, so I'm pretty sure it's in the lands category. So 2 mana, choose one, put 5 charge counters on target spacecraft or planet you control, or destroy an artifact. Okay, so we've got a shatter, as we were worried about. That makes our things much worse. And this is a very good removal spell in this format. And it also can, help you do this sooner, obviously. But I think the destroy target artifact is going to be, the shatter version of this is going to be so important. So it is a strictly better shatter, which has been around forever. The actual shatter card, destroy target artifact at instant speed. This does that. And you can also do something else should you prefer. So this one I'm going to give a B. I think it's going to be really important in this format as a removal spell. Just really good. And then it also might give you value off the spacecraft or planets. So, all right, moving along. Frontline War Rager, 3 mana, 2/3. At the beginning of your end step, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, put up some counter on this creature. Could get bigger. Not great. I'm going to give it a C. It's fine. Filler. Full bore, 1 mana to +3/+2 until end of turn. If that creature was cast for its warp cost, it also gains trample and haste until end of turn. Jesus. Oh, I like it. I think this is a B. This is really nice. Yeah, ambushing with a crew, right? Like, for example, if this was already at 3 and you had this and put 5 counters and then blocked with a 1/5, you'd still be a little bit depressed. But, like, if it were a better spacecraft, maybe you'd be happy. Sorry. Anyway, not the best example, but, like, yeah. Anyway, but yeah, target. I like this card. I think this is a B. This is really good. That's +3/+2 until end of turn is already nice. It doesn't give trample, so it's not, like, or burst through, whatever it was, or like not ram through was green. That was different. That was a punch and do extra damage to a thing if it had trample. But +3/+2, not brute force. So there's a lot of things that do this. Infuriate is one, but like the Infuriate didn't give trample. There was the one that gave trample. I think it was like if it was an artifact creature or something like that. From one of the sets. I forget what it is. Anyway, this is a good effect. It also gains trample and haste is so epic. But +3/+2 for 1 mana is a fine thing. The fact that it has this tacked on is really, really good. No, Infuriate isn't what I'm thinking of. That's different. That's just the first part. The second part, the trample, is actually really, really important. But yeah. Anyway, sorry. Full bore. Okay, good stuff. We'll give that a B. Galvanizing Starship. 6 mana, 6/5 flying haste. It does nothing when it comes into the battlefield. No, I hate it. Oh, but it's only 3. Oh. Oh, no, I like it. I like it. It's okay. I'm going to give this a C+/B. Yeah, I'm going to give this a C+/B. I think it's a perfectly reasonable card. For the 3+ flying haste, that's fine. As long as you have a creature, basically, you can. It's like a vehicle that you can throw at them for that. That's fine. 6 for a 6/5 flying. Yeah, flying haste. Yeah. I like it. I get dragons that are 6/6 flying hasters for just this mana anyway, so it's not gonna make any of my other decks, but it's a thing. So, hey, yet another player. Nice to see you. Thank you for the like. So yeah, Galvanizing Starship seems good. No, Monstrous Rage isn't the one I'm thinking of either. I think it's Built to Smash is what it's called. Yeah, this is the one. Built to Smash is even better than, because you had so many artifact creatures in this set than this is. But you got a lot of warp in this set, so this should be pretty good. It's only +3/+2, but yeah. Built to Smash was a great card in that set. Ether Revolt. Oh no, was that Kaladesh? That was Kaladesh, yeah. Okay. So yeah, Starship is like a fine uncommon. Like, it's fine. I'm gonna give it a C+/B. It's fine. It can be one or the other of that. I'm not sure exactly yet. Invasive Maneuvers. 2 mana, 3 damage to target creature. 5 damage if you control a spacecraft. That's a great card. That's gonna be a B+ from me. I really like this card. This card is great. Cav Landseeker. Cavu! The Cavu are back! Oh my goodness! We've got some Cavu in the house. Okay, so this is Plane Shift. This is Invasion. We had some time spiral stuffs redone. Here's a Mom. We've got Dominaria. We've had Cavu throughout the game, basically. Since I think this is Apocalypse. I think Evasion was the first one we had Cavu in. But I'm not absolutely certain. I forget whether Apocalypse and Plane Shift were before that. I think Plane Shift was after that. But yeah. Cavu are so much fun. And now they're in space. Now they're in space. I wonder if they were aliens all along. They started an invasion? Yeah, okay. So, Menace. If this creature enters, create a lander token. At the beginning of an end step on your next turn, sacrifice that token. So, you must use it the next turn to be able to get the land. So that's just important to have in mind. You'll be able to sacrifice the end of your next turn, but that won't give you void synergies because it's the end. But like, the fact that it's 4 mana for a 4/3 menace is not bad, and then also getting a lander token seems decent to me. But again, you just have to keep in mind that you have to, in order to get the land, you have to sacrifice that token for and pay the 2 the next turn. So I'm gonna give it a C/C+. I'm not actually sure how much ramping is going to be necessary. I probably need to see the green beforehand, but we'll see. All right. Caveron Harrier, 1 mana 2/1. Whenever this attacks, you may pay 2 if you do. Okay. This is really good for enabling those black decks as well with the void. Whenever it attacks, you can pay 2 if you do create a 2/2 blah that's tapped and attacking, sacrifice that token at the end of combat. This is also really good if you play it on 1 and you just get in for damage before they are playing anything out. Seems good. I like it. I think it's a B/B+. Probably on the B side, but like, this goes unanswered for a while. If they have a slow hand, this is going to take over the game. If not, yeah. I think because there's so many 1-drops in this format, it has less of a chance of taking over the game than previous formats. There's so many 1-drops that are decent value, so I think I'm going to put it as a B as opposed to a B+. Caveron Sky Warden, 5 mana 4/5 reach. In the past, I have underestimated some of the 5 mana 4/5 reachers in the format just because there were so few ways to deal with flyers, but there have been some good ones. The beginning of your end step, if a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn or a spell was blah, put a +1, so it can get bigger and better and faster and stronger. Seems fine. Avoids a lot of the red removal at least. Doesn't really avoid some of the white removal if it's attacking. Avoids some of the black removal unless they do some stuffs. But most of the black removal works on it. Most of the white removal works on it. But definitely, okay, yeah. So the -3 from black doesn't. -2 doesn't unless you do the void, in which case it can do the 5. So unless this already has a +1/+1 counter on it, it'll die to that. The 2 destroy target creature spells for 4 mana. It will do. We'll kill it. So it's fine. I think I'm gonna go still C. I don't think C+. But again, I could be undervaluing it. Caveron Turbo Drone, 3 mana 2/3. Gains haste and +1/+1 until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. Not bad. C, it's filler, but it's good. Filler, like these days, the filler is pretty good, like perfectly runnable. I prefer the hasty ones to like be the old ones where they were just 1 mana and then they gave everything else haste. That seemed to me to be one of the better ones, like just the better way to build around that card. But I figure they might have had. The creatures might have been too good to do that. Something like this, yeah. Goblin Motivator is an example of something like that where it gains haste until end of turn. +1/+1 and haste until end of turn is nice. Here, activate only as a sorcery doesn't really matter because that's normally when you're going to activate it. It's not a combat trick. It's just makes something get in, especially things with warp. You can give haste and get in there that turn. But again, we prefer it to come down earlier just so it makes the rest of the deck go more quickly. But again, you know, it's a worthwhile thing here. Especially if you can give, you know, space stations haste. So you could use the other things to crew the space station. Station the spacecraft. I get the things reversed. Anyway, station the spacecraft and then give it haste. So that would be an interesting thing to do. So yeah, again, C, but perfectly serviceable. Litho Breaking, 3 mana, create a lander token, then sacrifice an artifact. When you do, it deals 2 damage to each creature. So it's a pyroclasm that gives you a lander token to sacrifice, but you don't have to sacrifice the lander token. You could sacrifice a different artifact that is, for example, going to die to the 2 damage to each creature. This is going to be for the more controlling decks or for a deck that just really didn't want opponent to get out that fast. We'll see how good Pyroclasm is in this format. In some formats, it's backbreaking, and in other formats, it's awful. So we'll see whether it's actually breaking the lithos. And sorry. Anyway, Moving along. So, for example, Pyroclasm, the last set Pyroclasm was printed in, it was fantastic. Yeah, Duskmourn, it was really good. It was really good in Duskmourn. Okay. So next we have, what was I rating this at? It depends on the format. I'm going to go B for now. But again, it can go up or down depending on the format by a lot. It can be absolutely awful, but so far I've seen a ton of things with 1 and 2 toughness. So yeah, Duskmourn had Manifest. That was one of the biggest things that it had, where they were paying 3 mana for 2, for a 2/2, and then this was just wiping the board of those. But it also had a lot of things that produced like glimmers, which were 1/1s often, that just crushed like this would wipe those too for the artifact, sorry, for the enchantments. So Pyroclasm was really good in that format. We have to see about this. I'm not sure about this. I'm going to tentatively rate it a B, but it could go very much up or down. Yeah, the fact that it's instant also, right? You could have a combat that normally would be very bad for you, where they attack in with a bunch of 4 toughness things. You block with 2 power creatures, and then you wipe the board. You have to be aware that this is in the format when you block with your big creatures, even if they wouldn't die to it normally. But yeah, I'm going to give it a B for now. Again, could go massively up or massively down. Well, not massively down, because you can still win combat, like I said, with that. You just don't necessarily want to lose your entire board if you're an aggro deck with little small things. I don't know. Anyway. Melded Moxite. 2 mana. When this enters, you may discard a card. If you do, draw 2 cards. So it is Tormenting Voice on a stick. On an artifact stick, which matters because, again, we care about artifacts in play. You can also pay 3 to sacrifice to create a tapped robot token. It's a good card. It's good value. I'm going to say probably still a C or C+. That one could go up. That one could absolutely go up because it discard card, draw 2 cards for the Tormenting Voice effect, get an artifact onto the battlefield, and you can sacrifice it to create the Void thing, and then also get another artifact onto the battlefield. I think this is a pretty damn solid card. I mean, it could be ending up as C+. I think I'm going to rate it C still for now, but it's good stuff. Hey, Tiffany, good morning. All right, Memorial Team Leader, 4 mana for a 4/3. During your turn, other creatures you control get +1/+0. You can warp it. That's just really good value. This is going to be a B+ card for me. I really think this is good, especially in a Boros aggro shell that we've seen so far. The mass pump is huge. Again, you can also mass pump early to if you're not really wide yet, you can mass pump early just to protect this card and have it not in your hand. Although the one card that we've seen that takes things out of your hand also takes them out of the... No, there's another one that takes the warp out of the exile, which is interesting. But this one you can mass pump in order to station a spacecraft as well. So that's interesting to that. But I really like this card. Okay. I'm doing okay. How are you, Tiffany? I hope you're well. I'm trying to get through this limited set review of commons and uncommons really quickly so that tonight we can do the rares and mythics and more draft. And then tomorrow we have the early access streamer event at 1 p.m. Eastern. Okay, so Molecular Modifier is a 3 mana 2/2. At the beginning of combat, your turn, target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains first strike until end of turn. Okay, we've seen that before with the MVS. So, Most Valuable Slayer, target attacking creature gets +1/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn. This just says target creature you control. It doesn't say, it says at the beginning of combat, but it doesn't say the creature has to be attacking. So +1/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn is really good to attack, but it also might enable you to better station something if you don't have a profitable attack still. This is a very good card. I'm going to give it a B+. It could end up being a B, but I really like it. I'm going to do a B+. It does have a hard to remove booty. The 2 toughness here is a drawback, but I still think that the effect is very, very good. I'm still going to rank that highly. There was obviously an uncommon and a common in black that will kill it for 1 mana and 2 mana respectively. There is, I think most of the other removal is not going to deal with its triggered ability here. Or not deal with it except if it spends 3 mana. So I think this is fine. Oh, thanks, Tiffany. Really appreciate it. You're doing well. I'm so happy. Warped a planet called Warp World. That would be good. So for those of you who are wondering about that joke, Warp World is here. This is the 8 mana M10 card with a Wallow text and Ron Spencer artwork. But yeah, I like this card. I think this is, against black, I think it's the worst. But again, I think other than that, most of the removal that takes care of it either doesn't take care of this or spends about 3 mana to get rid of it, in which case you're mostly at parity. So, Nebula Dragon, 7 mana, 4/4. When it enters, it deals 3 damage to any target. No. I'm gonna go with D on this one. I think it's a fine card in limited. It's like, okay, fine. I'm still gonna go with D. If I have to run it, I'm not happy about it. Like 7 mana for a 4/4 flyer, even that deals 3 damage to any target, is a little bit cray-cray. We don't have anything that makes non-artifacts less expensive. So, I don't think I'm going to be happy running this card. I do think it might make some decks, absolutely, but I'm not going to be super happy about it. It could be a C. It could end up being a C. We have to see how slow the format is. So far, I'm not seeing the format being super slow. It's possible the ground gets gummed up and eventually this makes this a better card. I am not sure. A second spell, yeah, exactly. But yeah, so I'm gonna give it a D for now. It could be a C. Orbital Plunge, 4 mana, deals 6 damage to target creature. If excess damage was dealt this way, create a lander token. I like this card. This is what removal does in red. I think this is going to be a C+/B. Probably C+, just because we need the removal, but it also creates a lander token, which is nice. This is just what red is given these days. Usually it's something like Rock Slide, where it's about the number of lands you control. Rumbling Rock Slide here, damage equal to the number of lands. Or it's something like we've seen recently, like in Final Fantasy, we had Light something, whatever it was that destroyed did 6 damage to thing and destroyed equipment attached to it. That was another one. For 5 mana as opposed to 4. So this is just what we get. This is in red and it's a normal decent removal spell. So this is going to be C+/B card. Or plate Pangolin. A Pangolin! Nice! 2 mana, 2/2. Whenever artifact you control enters, you can pay 1. If you do, put a +1/+1 counter on creature. Perfectly serviceable. C card. Fine stuff. Decent. Plasma Bolt. 2 mana to do damage to any target, so it's a shock at sorcery speed. But 3 damage if you have the Void. I like it. I like it a lot. I'm going to go with B+ on this one. It could be a B card, in all honesty. It could be a B card. But I'm gonna go with B+. Red Tiger Mechan, 4 mana, 3/3 haste, warp 2. Again, this helps you cast more things, helps you do the void stuff with warp. It's still fine. It's a C card, but it's still fine. It's also a kitty, so it'll make that meow. Or the what was it? The really weird angry cat sound that they found. I don't even know. Anyway, I can do it when it comes into play. Like I always do it when it's like a verbal tick where they do it when it comes to play, and then I'll mimic it. But yeah. All right, 2 mana reach. 04. Whenever land you control enters, this creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn. That's fine. A remnant elemental. It blocks well early. It's not an artifact, so it's not going to deal with those synergies. But if you are doing a lot of the land tokens, you can potentially have a good turn where it attacks as a 4/4. The lander tokens. So it blocks early and it has reach, so it blocks the flyers early, which is going to be important. And you can lander token at instant speed on occasion. So yeah, crack a lander token. So it seems fine. I think it's a C+ card /B, but it's still perfectly serviceable. Rig for War, 2 mana, target creature gets +3/+1 and gains first strike and reach until end of turn. They just made Sure Strike strictly better. So +3/+0 and first strike until end of turn was Sure Strike, and now we have and reach because reasons. This is a good combat trick. This is a very good combat trick for and it might be used on the blocks these days as opposed to just the attacks because it gives the reach. It's still a C/C+ card. But this is useful, very, very useful, because you do really want to be able to block them flyers when you're in black, red, or red, green, etc. So, yeah. All right. Roving Actuator, 4 mana, 3/4 void. When it enters, if a non-land permanent left the battle, blah blah blah, exile up to one target instant or sorcery card, mana 2 or less from your grave, copy it. You may cast a copy without paying its mana cost. Okay. I think I want that if I have a lot of plasma bolts in my deck. And maybe the black two drop, but like not much else. Like it's still fine. It's 3/4 for 4 is not awful. It's just not great. I'm still gonna put this as a C+ card. I need to see a few more instants and sorceries at 2 that I'm really excited about playing with this. Like I've seen a couple enchantments and artifacts that I would like with mana 2 or less to do this, but yeah. Like you can do this again, but that's at the end of the turn. Like left the battlefield or spell was warped. You have to warp and then do this. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna do C+ for this one for now. It could go up. I have to see more spells. Yeah, every starship has flying, so that's the reason. Yeah. Starcraft. Spacecraft. Didn't even get it right with 3 tries. I keep getting station and spacecraft mixed up, and then now I also am like Starcraft, spaceship, thing. But it's a spacecraft. All right. Ruinous Rampage, 3 mana, deals 3 damage to each opponent or exile artifacts with mana value 3 or less. This is going to ruin some games. I mean, it really says Ruinous Rampage, and it does mean it. I don't like this card being in this format. I feel like this could like be a 5-for-1 in various occasions, and I don't like it. It doesn't make me want to run, like... And it exiles. It doesn't even destroy, so you can't get them back with that white spell. The Scout for Survivors doesn't work here. There are so many things that are like 1 and 2 drop artifacts that you just don't like. Dockworker Drone here, like of course some of the equipment, Starport Security, Microsizer, Relic doesn't matter because you draw a card when it goes to graveyard, but like Jammer, Navigator, Shieldmate, Sentinel, Steel Swarm, Delicacy doesn't matter as much if that goes to the graveyard. Blade, Hull Carver, Sentry, Beetle. I don't know. I don't... Turbo Drone, Moxite, Pangolin, Scrapper, which we're going to see next. I don't... I just know I'm going to run some decks, and I'm going to run into this, and I'm going to hate it. But I suppose that was the same with, like, Malfunction, too. Like, Malicious Malfunction, on occasion, it was like a 5-for-1 against me, so... Meh. So, yeah, it can either be like the best card in your deck or it can be one of the worst cards. I think it's probably a sideboard card, almost certainly a sideboard card anyway, that if you can pick it up, you can pick it up if you're in red. I'm going to go with C for now, but I can see this being mean to certain decks over... me. No, the other one's bad. Like 3 damage to each opponent for 3 mana is... Blech. I mean, it'll feel great when it's the last 3, but it's very rarely going to be the last 3. But at least you get some value out of it if you can't do the second mode. So that will cause people to run it more often than they normally would. Yeah, I don't know. This one I don't know how to rate. I'm going to rate it to C or C+ for now, but like it could go up. Slag Drill Scrapper. Sacrifice another artifact or land. Draw a card that can enable the void. Draw a card. Really good. So this is a good card. I like this actually at C+ rather than C. I think it's a very good card in this format. Yeah, I like this one. Well, probably I should still put it at C, I think. I don't know, that's so valuable to be able to do. The other artifact, like sacrifice that we've seen, obviously, is the removal of the bone splinters, and then we've also seen the free sack in black, but we haven't seen a lot of sacrifice in red, so I think this is pretty good. Systems over, because red has a lot of void stuff too, so. Systems override 3 mana, gain control of target. Oh, so threaten effect, untap, haste, spacecraft, put 10 charge counters on it. Jesus. Okay. All right. So this is a way to make the spacecraft. I'm gonna be jamming this in most red decks. This is a way to make your spacecraft just do stupid things. I haven't seen any spacecraft yet that I'm super excited to run it on, but the fact that it's also a potential treachery for opponent stuff seems great. And most of opponents' spaceships are going to be flyers. And so that's just a way to end the game no matter what. So often, because you're going to have evasion and the opponent's not usually going to be able to block. So I like this card. I think I'm even going to put this as a B+, actually. I think this has a lot of value. Just because the spaceships are huge and 10+ charge counters turns them into real threats. And then when you give it back, it doesn't have to be a creature anymore, like, because you can remove the 10 charge counters from it. I mean, I like this card. Probably more than I should, but still, I like this card. Okay, so I'm going to give it a B+ for now. Terra Pact Intimidator. 2 mana, 2/1. When it enters, target opponent may have you create 2 lander tokens. If they don't, this becomes a 4/3. Ah, this reminds me of Vexing. I can type. Sorry. Just one devil. So this is a 4/3 for 1. When it enters, opponents can have you deal 4 damage and they sacrifice it. But this one, right? You either get 2 lander tokens, which is awesome, or you put 2 +1/+1 counters on this creature. I'm giving this an A. I'm gonna give this A. I really like this card. Either you get a 4/3 for 2 mana, which is just a really great return on investment, or you get 2 lander tokens and a 2/1, which is also fantastic because it's 2 artifacts in play. It's 2 artifacts you can sacrifice for void. It's 2 artifacts that you can ramp into more stuff. This, like, I love this. I love this card. I think this card is fantastic. I'm gonna give this an A. This, for me, this is an A. It's probably a pet card, therefore it's probably, I mean, you could probably more accurately give it a B+, but for me, it's an A. For me, this is fantastic. I love this card. I love this card. I think this is great. All right, Territorial Bruntar. 6 mana, 6/6 reach. Whenever land you control enters, exile cards from the top of your card library. That's fantastic. Until you exile a non-land card, you may cast that card this turn. That's awesome. I'm going to give this a B/B+. I think this is a really good top-end card. It's a 6/6. It has reach, so it can stop the flyers. But it also means that your next plays will generate actual value, right? If it prevents you from flooding. And it also prevents you from flooding with these. You can get lander tokens. You can sacrifice a lander token here and then make sure you have something to play. So I really like this card. I think it's a B/B+. You don't want multiple in your deck necessarily, but it's really good. I like this card to at least have one in a red deck. Absolutely, every time. Happy with that. All right. Do I have any more tea? Nope. Water it is. Okay. Vault Guard Trooper. 5 mana, 5/5. At the beginning of end step, if you control 2 or more, you may discard your hand if you draw 2 cards. That's a decent card too for the end of your deck game here. You can tap 2 creatures to attack, and then if 2 or more, two survive, right? You can discard your hand and draw 2 cards. You can also tap to crew to station a spacecraft, and then discard, draw 2 cards in a pinch there. And it's a 5 for 5/5, so that's a good a decent ROI. So I think this is a B/B plus card. I like it. I definitely want at least one in my deck if I can get it. Like this curving 5 into 6 would be nutty. Lovely stuff. Weft Stalker Ardent, 3 mana 2/3. Whenever another creature, or notably these by the way are not artifacts, so they don't stop. They don't get countered by the annul that we've seen as a counterspell in this format. And the cancel has to pay the full 3, so that's fine. Weft Stalker Ardent, 3 mana 2/3. This is gonna see play in Commander. Oh god. Gross. This is a B+/A card. This is a very good card. This is absolutely stupid. Take it. It's a very good card. So A or B+. For this one, it's a great card, but this is going to see play in Commander, absolutely. We already have a bunch of different cards that do this. We've seen it in Molten Gatekeeper in MH3. Whenever another creature, this is just a creature, not an artifact, but there were artifact creatures that entered the battlefield. But this is a crazy card in a lot of Commanders. There was also Witty Roast. This was also being played. So this card is going to see some constructed play, at the very least in Commander, if not something in Standard, who knows. But this is a very good card. Especially with the warp. Okay. So yeah, really good card. B+/A. It's a great card. Take it. It's good. Zookeeper Mechan, 2 mana 1/3, add 1 red. Okay, so this is a way to ramp into some of those spells. I don't mind it. In red, I don't mind the rampers at all. I think this is a good card. I actually think this is a C+. It's not a C. It's not only an artifact, but it's an artifact that blocks the early things that we've seen. We've seen a lot of 2/1s, and we've seen a lot of 2/2s. This blocks them and then ramps you for your stuff. And then also can get value late game to just break a board stall. That seems pretty sweet. I am a fan of this card. I really think this is a C+. I don't think it's a C. It's really nice. It's an upper mid pick as opposed to a lower mid pick as opposed to an upper high pick, upper low pick. I can talk this. Bleh. C. Let's just call it a C+. Okay. So it's a C+. It is a lower mid pick as opposed to an upper low pick. I can speak. Okay. Atmospheric Greenhouse. So this is the one we've been seeing over and over here. This is the spacecraft. When it enters, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. That at 5 mana is perfectly fine. We used to get, for that same cost, hi Floof. It's a kitten. It's a kitten. We used to get Ridge Scale. Is that what it is? Yeah. We used to get a 5 body along with that. It was just automatically a 5/5 that also did that. But the cool thing about this greenhouse is, in theory, when you put those +1/+1 counters on each creature you control, you should be able to turn it into a 5/4 flying trample that same turn, in theory, if you've curved into it. Additionally, hi. Kitty cuddle interruption, sorry. Can you hear the purr? Such a good boy. Purring was heard. Good. He has a good purr. I like sharing it with people. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. So anyway, so this might be able to just be a 5/4 flying trample in addition to pumping all your creatures at that turn. Now, the problem is if you tapped out for that, again, you have to worry about the swing back. So I still don't know how to value these spacecrafts. I don't know whether that's going to be a good exchange on value in terms of tempo. But +1/+1 on each creature you control is still nice for 5 mana that has the potential to be flying trample. Even later, if you don't have a good swing. I do like this card. I think it's a B, as opposed to most of the other spacecraft that we've seen that I've sort of rated C+. It's B or B+, I think, because this effect is just so strong. But the problem is this one also came in as a 5/5 body just for 5 anyway, so it feels like a downgrade to me. But there we are. And this is each creature. So but you can only station as a sorcery. So when it enters, you can't do a silly thing like stack the counters and then crew it and put it in and then crew it and then put the counters on it as well. So that's not going to happen. It's station only as a sorcery, so that won't work. So it would be interesting if that was a thing, but no. All right, so greenhouse, there we are. Biosynthetic Burst. 2 mana, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It gains reach, trample, and indestructible until end of turn, untap it. Okay, so it doesn't gain hexproof, though. So that's not the same thing as Gaia's Gift. Reach, trample, hexproof, and indestructible, and a +1/+1 counter. This card is a house. This card is awesome. This one, not as awesome, but it does untap. So that's nice. I think I'd prefer hexproof. Just personally, I think I'd prefer hexproof. The other thing that we've seen that does this is trample, hexproof, indestructible, and +3/+3 as opposed to the +1/+1 counter permanently. So we've seen some good effects that give hexproof at this cost. I prefer the hexproof. Indestructible is still good, and untap is still good. And again, we've got +1/+1 synergies that we've seen in a bunch of different places that give double strike and all the other stuff. So, or draw a card or do X, Y, or Z. So, so I do like this trick. I'm gonna have to watch out for it. It's nice. The giving tramples and indestructible is really nice, and the untap is key. But it's no Gaia's Gift. Gaia's Gift was great. So anyway, sorry. So Biosynthetic Burst, I'm gonna give it a C+. I think it's a good trick. Untap so you can station it, exactly. Blooming Stinger, a scorpion, 2/2 death touch. When it enters another target creature you control gains death touch until end of turn. That's fine. We've had something slightly better in Duskborn. Was it called a scorpion though? It wasn't called a scorpion. Was it? Was this it? No, that was Crimson Vow. So this one, right? When it enters another target creature you control gains death touch until this turn. There was a 2/2 for a 1/1, so we can see the power creep in full effect here. This is 2 for a 2/2 death touch that has the same thing. Oh, it was a peed. It was a centipede. Okay. But you can see the power creep. This was just Crimson Vow. This was not that long ago. Boomer. And then Blooming Stinger. Look, it's just strictly better. So anyway, yeah. Nope. Too bad there's no flash. Yes, exactly, right? Anyway, I'm gonna look this up because now it's bothering me. Give me 1 second. So green and Duskmorn and common search flesh burrower. It was just an insect, but this was whenever it attacked another target creature gained death touch until end of turn. That was pretty sweet. It does look like a centipede slash millipede, so you are right, Doomfish. Like the picture is of a centipede slash millipede, but they're just calling it an insect. So, oh, Zero, thank you so much. Really appreciate the follow. I appreciate all the follows. I'm so sorry if I'm not commenting on them. I'm just trying to focus on this as well. But I always appreciate every single follow. I don't want to irritate you by like randomly. Anyway, sorry. Just coughing that. But yeah, so here's Blooming Stinger. Not as good as Flesh Burrower, but still a card. And still better than the other one that we showed you from Crimson Vow. So gaining Death Touch is really sweet, especially if you gain Trample. So this is a really nice combination of these two cards with some big tramplers, some big creature that they block poorly, right? If they're at low life. So it's something to remember. I mean, it can make an one attack profitable. I still really think this was the best version of this so far, Flesh Burrower, and so it's odd that they wouldn't reprint it. But I love the art on this one. It's really colorful, really cool. Blooming Stinger, like I love the fact that they combined the Venus fly traps with a scorpion. It's really, really cool. I think whoever designed this art, the artist and or the art director, you nailed this. This is really cool. I just wish it were a better card so I could maybe run it in more things, but it's still fine. So this one is probably a C+/C, probably just a C, but like I do like the fact that you can give stuff trample and that this other stuff has native trample and death touch there. Anyway, Brood Guard Elite, X and 2 green. This creature enters with X+1/+1 counters on it. When this creature leaves the battlefield, put X counters on target creature. Oh, sexy. Okay. Okay, so you can warp for X and a green. Again, remember timing restrictions, so it's a sorcery, it's not a combat trick. But you can put it into the battlefield. It enters as like a 3/3. You station something. When it leaves, right, you put those 3 counters on something, and you can cast it for more later. I really like this card. I think it's really versatile because it goes on the curve anywhere to some degree. As long as you have one more creature in play. Yeah, I really like this. And late game, it becomes huge. I think this is a B. I think it's a good card. Close Encounter, 2 mana. As an additional cost to cast a spell, choose a creature you control or a warped creature card you own in exile. Ooh. Okay. I like, okay. I see what you're doing there. Green, Ikoria, common. No, it wasn't Ikoria. What was it then? From the hand. Maybe it was, it was uncommon. It was uncommon, that's why. Okay. Charge of the Forever Beast. So, oh yeah, Duskmourn has also had something like this. So, but the first one that I remember was Charge of the Forever Beast. Duskmourn had definitely the 2 mana one that yes, Nepokoi, you're definitely there. But this one was the first one from Ikoria that you could reveal a creature card from your hand and it dealt damage to target creature or planeswalker equal to the revealed card's power. This one, you can choose a creature that's in play or a warped creature, not something in your hand, so you don't have to reveal something in your hand. And it deals damage equal to the power of the chosen creature card, chosen creature in play or card in exile to target creature. And so the one you're thinking of is the advanced. It's green and it is from Duskmourn, and it is a common and it is 2 mana. It is Monstrous Emergence. Yes. So this one, all right, you can choose a creature you control or a card in hand, right? And deals damage equal to the power of the creature you chose or the card you revealed. So this is the same principle, except you can choose a warped creature too. Now the warped creature is going to be obviously more powerful than normal as well. Same thing as it would be in your hand, right? The warped creature is usually going to be more powerful than the its original warp cost. So it's usually going to be like a 5 power or 4 power in theory, right? Depends. If this is in white, maybe not, right? It may be 03. But you can choose something that's in play or something that's warped in exile, and you can deal damage equal to the power of the chosen creature or card to target creature. It is not a fight. It's a punch. It's an instant speed, right? As opposed to the sorcery here. This is really good. I'm going to give it a B+. This is awesome. This is the removal that green wants. This is nice. Warp at instant would be horrid. Absolutely horrid. Yes, warp follows timing restrictions. We have seen nothing to indicate otherwise. But yeah, this is a sweet card. All right, diplomatic relations. That's exactly what's happening in this artwork, right? Okay, target creature gets +1/+0 and gains vigilance until end of turn. It deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls. Okay, +1/+0 and gains vigilance, so it can then attack, and then it can station a spacecraft, which is cool. And punch. Yeah, this. Okay, yes, no, I understand. So day 0, this was errated. This one I actually saw. Target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains vigilance until end of turn. It deals damage equal to its power to target creature and opponent controls. So you cannot target their creature and have their creature punch their creature, another of their creatures. You just can't. So this has been errated already. Day 0, oopsies. The reason that would be really bad is because they'd have to kill their own creature to make this stop happening. And that would just be bad anyway. So, the way that they errated it is you can only target your creature, which means that if they use removal in response, it's still a better outcome for them, right? So, this is still really good. So this is a strict upgrade to Ambuscade, right? Target creature you control gets +1/+0. It deals damage equal to its power to target creature and opponent controls. This is adding vigilance to that. But it's really important that you remember that this was day 0 errata. This was errated already. This does not allow you to target opponents' creatures. Other things that were errated turn 0, essentially. This is Corpse Knight. You can see that in the commander, it is 2/2. But it actually turns out that when it was first printed in M20, it was, in fact, a 2/3. And people were playing with it in the pre-release as a 2/3. But it was, in fact, errated that day, like as soon before it was printed, actually. So, anyway. So this is a very good removal spell, as always. Anything that is like an Ambuscade or, you know, a Master's Rebuke or all the things that punch at instant speed, fantastic card. So this one was a B+, and this one is also a B+. It's just that's really what green wants to do as far as removal goes. They're not fights, they're just punches. Good stuff. Okay. Okay, pardon me. All right. Oh, roast beef. You're thinking of Ether. So it was Kaladesh or Ether Revolt. Uncommon. So you're thinking of Nature's Way. This one gave vigilance and trample, but didn't pump the power, and it wasn't instant speed. But I know what you're thinking of. Okay, Drix Fatemaker. 4 mana for a 3/2. When it enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. So you can pay 4 mana for a 4/3. Each creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it has trample. So that means that this can be a 4/3 trampler that gives all your other creatures the +1/+1 counter trampler, but you can also warp it in to get a 3/2 that puts a +1/+1 counter on target creature and gives it trample. I think this is a good card. I'm going to give it a C+. I don't think it's... I think it's actually a C+ because of the warp. I think the warp cards are always going to be C+ to some degree. I think these are... On curve, they're a little bit awkward, but think about it. Think about it not as purely on curve. Think about it as you play a 2-drop and then you warp and play another spell, right? Or you warp to as a combat trick that then gives you value later. So don't think of it as I'm going to curve into a warp stuff. It's great for double spell. It's great for the void. It's great for, you can play it on turn 4, right? So I just think these cards I think all the warps cards are minimum C+, like minimum C+. But I think I think you're very happy to run them, even when they're like a common like this. I think the warp mechanic is very important to this. So what's the best way to handle if you get in a case where the errata text matters? Oh no, call a judge. No, calling a judge. So basically just say, look, I read that this was errated. We're going to double check. Let's just call a judge and double check. That's all you do. The judges are there not to make you, not to make your opponent embarrassed, right? Because you're calling a judge, not to make anybody upset, right? They're supposed to, improve your enjoyment of the format, basically, to make sure that everybody's playing according to the rules and, that everybody understands the rules. So an announcement will probably be made, hopefully, if your store is doing right by you. They should make an announcement that there are certain cards that are errated, and here's the way these things work, right? I have been to several stores that don't make an announcement as to the sort of mechanics and how they work. I think that if you know your store has has a pattern where they don't announce it, maybe you could ask them, like go up to them privately beforehand and say, maybe you can give just a really quick walkthrough of the rules. But even they can just show a video of the loading ready run judge reviews, right? Like loading ready run usually does a judge talk through of the mechanics at their pre-release. So definitely do that. But just when you call the judge, make sure your opponent's make sure you're explaining to your opponent what you're doing. You're just like, hey, I heard this was errated. I'm not absolutely certain, but let's call a judge and see that, whether this is the case, right? And have a chat with your judge while you're at it. Don't just have them come over. Yeah, never feel bad for calling a judge. And just the only thing I do, it can shock new players if you don't say anything to prepare them and you just raise a hand and shout judge. They panic and they think they did something wrong. So I do like to prepare them that that's what I'm going to be doing and that they've done nothing wrong. And then we're just going to figure out together with this judge, what, we should be doing. Does that make sense? The judges aren't there to panic anybody. I have had this guy was banned from the stores, from many of the stores where I was. But he would do that with newer players, like little kids too, at Friday Night Magic. And I may not have lost my shit at him from a little bit. But he would specifically do it to rattle the kids. And it was really, it infuriated me. Anyway. But yeah, just make sure you tell the opponent what you're doing. They're gonna be, yeah. I was like, you giant child, stop that. He was, yeah. Anyway, he was banned from so many stores. I think he was banned from Magic for a while, actually. I don't know whether that was permanent or not, but yeah. But yes. Warp is according to timing restrictions, as far as we can tell. It does not say you can ignore warp. It doesn't say you can ignore timing restrictions. So yeah. So, you can cast this card from your hand for its warp cost. That is definitely going to be whatever the card actually is, which is, I think they're only on creatures right now. So it's definitely going to be sorcery speed. Absolutely, Astro Smasher. That was really nice of you. Yeah. Just make sure your players are having fun. This want to be a good environment. They don't want to like mess anybody up. Like this is, yeah. It's pre-release. Have a blast, right? Yes, I'm sure there's some prizes on the line, but you know, the whole point is to have a really good play environment that you can go to at your LGS all the time. So you just don't want to, yeah, don't ruin that. Like, anyway, sorry. Long story about like judges and everything. So, so yes, so this card, I think, again, C+. I think it's just the warp stuff is just C+ each time. It can be higher, but I don't think it can be much lower because it's just so good for, you know, enabling so many of the synergies in this. So yeah. And just getting 2 pieces of value off a single card, right? So yes, you're paying a little bit more for that effect each time, but you get 2 versions of it. So it's like having a, you know, the variety of a morph. I can play this card on 2, or I can play this card on 4, or I can do this to enable double spelling, or I can do this to enable void, so on and so forth. So yeah. Hey, Greek 6 leader. So C+ on this, moving along. Sorry, Edge Rover. One. Oh, I see. Okay. So I was gonna be like 1 minute 2/2 with reach. What the hell? All right. When this creature dies, each player creates a. Oh, I'm sorry. Your LGS slows down. That's so annoying. If the owner was shady, that is so. Ugh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 1 minute 2/2 with reach. I was like, what? That's an artifact too. So this is a great card on the face of it. When it dies, each player creates a lander token. That's fine. I'll take a 2/2/1/1 for that, like 1 minute 2/2 with reach for that. That's also an artifact that enables my synergies. And again, when you're putting this in green black and you attack, you get a lander token and you trigger your void and you do the things. I like this card. I think this card is good. I think it's a B. I don't think it's a B+, but I think it's good. It's not crazy good. It's just good. It might be a C+ at times, but it's just, yeah, it's a nice thing to block early. You do ramp both of yourselves, and they might be able to use the lander token sooner, but I think at the cost of like a 1 mana 2/2, that's fine as a trade-off. But yeah, I like this card. Okay. Eumidian Terra Botanist. 2 mana 2/3, whenever land inches it, you gain 1 life. Okay, Insect Druid. So we've seen something like this before, so it was a 1/2 or 1/3 insect actually. In why am I blanking on this? It was gaining you 1, a creeper or something. Okay. Obviously Glade. Oh, Jaddy Offshoot. It was 0/3. So this is a Grazing Gladeheart as well. We've seen a couple of these things. Whenever land control enters, you gain 1 life. This is the one I was actually thinking of. This was the previous one. This was from original Zendikar first. This was a really fun card in limited. It was super sweet. And then it really made the like. It was hard to take over a game when their opponent was just gaining 2 by playing a land at that time with that power level. Jaddy Offshoot was the one I was thinking of more recently. This is the Battle for Zendikar. It was an uncommon. You gain 1 life there. It was fine. It wasn't great. I would only play it in dedicated landfall decks, but it did stop early aggression a lot of the time. But it wasn't fantastic. This one, though, being a 2/3 for 2 is already great. Like, that's still already great. They're doing a lot of that these days, being a 2/3 for 2. Obviously, we've seen that with the Glory Heath links here, right? We've seen a bunch of things with 2/3 for 2 with upside, which is just a little crazy. But this one just gains you life for 2 mana 2/3. So it's not as crazy as Glory Heath. Glory Heath is dumb. Being able to get yourself lands is just silly. But it's still a 2 mana 2/3. So it blocks early pretty well. It wears the counters for this on 3 very well. It does stuffs. So I'm perfectly happy with it as a B. It's just a good card. to get down early and like put pressure. Again, if you're going white green and you're going massively putting counters on things and going wide and putting counters on things, then I think that's one of the better places for it. Okay, use social engineer. I'm trying to figure out whether this is eugenics or not. Like, use social engineering. If you're engineering society, like more than you're engineering the like, this is, I can't tell whether I should be offended by this card. Anyway, yes, you're right. This is very similar to Chocobo Racetrack, where it's going to be producing a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token whenever a land you control enters. It does have warp, so it can start that sooner, which is so sweet. This is better than Chocobo Racetrack in a lot of the ways. I don't think I should be. I think the social means it's different. So pro-social would be, I think, a more synergistic term. But yeah, the art is cool. But the engineering part creeps me out always, because the use of, that's too close to eugenics. Anyway, all right. Yeah. Okay. So whenever a land you control enters, create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. So that's a little worse than the birds, because the birds got bigger when you played land as well. But they are artifacts, so that's synergies, and this can come down sooner and start making those things sooner. So I really like this card. I think it's a C+/B. It's a perfectly good card. But again, we're going to see how late this format goes. The later it goes, the better this card will be. And yeah, so seems fine. Fungal. This is one of the ones that you want to warp on 2, so that you can. Sorry, you want to warp on 3 so that you can get the value out of it. You play it for the warp, then you play a land and get the thing, and then maybe you can double spell with another 1-drop. So it's not going to be warped on 2. It's going to be warped on 3 in theory to get the value. And again, you're going to want to play it on 6, not 5, so you can get the value there too by playing a land right after. All right. Yeah, I think C+/B. It does, but it can go up. It can be a solid B if /B plus if I see how fast the format is. Fungal Colossus, 7 mana 5/5, costs S less to cast, where X is the number of differently named lands you control. Oh, I'm going to need to see the lands for figuring out whether this is good. You're probably going to have 2 lands in play, like Forest and Swamp, or Forest and whatever. So it's probably going to cost 2 less, which means it is a 5 mana 5/5, which is not bad. If you are doing multiple... like if there are a lot of non-basics that I have to see, obviously they're going to be planets. We know those are non-basic. And there's going to be a few other things. There might be a few other things we got to check. Like if we're running 3 colors, it's probably an auto include, at least 1. For now, I'm going to call it a C. It's perfectly playable. And it might go up as we go. Galactic Wayfarer, 3 mana 3/3. That's a fine ROI, usually for limited these days. When it enters, create a lander token. Nice. Okay. It's God. We're so spoiled at 3 and green, though. We are so spoiled for 3 and green. Eat your heart out. 3/3 Vigilance Trample, create a treasure token when it enters the battlefield is way better than this frickin' card. And this wasn't even the best 3-drop in this format. Wasn't even the best ones. Yeah, we've already reviewed... Well, we've only done the commons and uncommons so far. We're going to be doing the rares and mythics tonight. But this wasn't even the best 3-drop, and that's making me sad. And this isn't as good as... this is not as good. A lander token, you know... obviously you get the artifact synergies, and then you can get a land as opposed to a treasure that you can only use once. But like, yeah, Jewel Thief is a sick card. And again, this was not the best 3-drop. The best 3-drop was this in this format. So this was the best 3-drop in this format, which was there. But yeah, Grixis, we've done everything but the gold and artifacts and lands so far for the commons and uncommons, but we haven't touched the rares and mythics yet. Mainly because these days the rares and mythics are just like, take this card. Like, this card is slightly better than this card. From play boosters, we now have to like get a little bit better at evaluating which rares are better than which mythics, etc. So we do want to do the review, but usually it's just gonna be slam the rare, like, or mythic. So these days, but mainly we focus on the commons and uncommons, just because that's what you'll see the most of in your pre-releases that you're gonna go to this weekend. So Galactic Wayfarer is fine. It's fine. It's a C. It's fine. Gene Pollinator, 1 mana, 1/2, tap and untap permanent you control, add 1 mana of any color. It's an untapped permanent. That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. So we've had things like that in the past so we want Brothers War. So bro. We want common. Search with these options. So Sentinel Stalwart and various things like that. This was the closest we've gotten to this. So it was a 1 mana 1/1, tap an untapped artifact or creature, not non-land permanent, just artifact or creature. Could have been like, you could tap an enchantment with this, right? Which we do have a couple 1 mana enchantments. So you can use, so let me go to advanced here. Give me 1 second to go to Edge of Eternities and common uncommon search. But you can, and search by color, you can tap the little Seam Rip. You can exile their first thing and then tap it the next turn with your Sentinel and produce a 1 mana of any color. Sorry, not the Sentinel. So the Gene Pollinator. Sorry. Gene Pollinator, right? You can even tap a land. So it does make your lands, yeah, it does fix your colors for your lands. Absolutely. You can tap the Seam Rip. You can tap the Cryo Shatter right here. If like this is on an opponent's creature, you can tap that for a mana. You can tap anything for a mana for this. You can tap this because it doesn't care if it's tapped when you sacrifice it. This is a good card in my opinion. And it's also an artifact, and it's a 1/2. I really like this. I think this is a C+/B. Like, I like this card. I think it's really good. And again, it can fix your lands, right? Tap an untap permanent you control, add 1 mana of any color. If you tap a land, you can add red if you don't even produce red, right? So this is a sweet card. I like this card. Again, it's strictly better than this card. And this card was good in its format. So I really like this card. And I'm probably overrating it, but I think it's a C+/B card. Like, I think it's a good card. I think it's C+. I'm probably not gonna do too much of that. Hey, Ralph Levy! How was your stream? I hope it was lovely. I think this card is excellent. I think it fixes your mana. I think it ramps you if you need to. I think this is a great card. I'm going to go C+/B on this. I think this is great. I think this is fantastic. I like this card. It's an artifact for your artifact synergies. It wears +1/+1 counters really well. It allows you to tap down anything, even a land, like you said, to fix the color. It's just way better Sentinel Stalwart, and the Sentinel Stalwart was a good card in its format. Again, you can tap down your Cryo Shatter. You can tap down like your Seam Rip, which again, those are early things that you can tap down for no cost to you, right? So it's pretty sweet. And there are tapped synergies too. If you control 2 tapped creatures, right? You can put +1/+1 counter on things we've seen. You can draw cards we've seen. So this is a really good card. I like this card in this format so far based on what I've seen. So I might be overvaluing it, but I'm going to give it a B. I'm going to give it a B. So anyway, I love this card. Moving along. Probably overrating it. But here we go. Germinating Worm, 5 mana, 5/5. When this creature enters, you gain 2 life, warp 2. Nice. Okay, again, C+ on this one. Just a perfectly serviceable card, and the fact that it has warp and can enable your double spelling synergies is just, it makes it better than the and the void synergies and all the things. This is a good card. I mean, a 5/5 for a 5 mana is still fine. That gains you 2 life when it comes into play, right? It's a little honey mammoth, but it also has the warp. And it's a 5. When you warp this, it's a 5/5 in play, in the exile zone for your fight spell, your punch spell, I should say. Sorry, we've looked up a lot of cards. I'll get back to it. I should just go back to the thing. We looked up a lot of cards. But okay, should be getting there soon. I didn't realize it was this many. Okay, here we go. So this 5/5 allows you to do the close encounter, right? So this is a good one to have in exile because it's 5 power to do this close encounter and kill something that's big. So just a good thing. Like C+, I think, is the minimum I'll give a warp card in this format to some degree, unless it's really bad. But like, I think these are cards that I'm putting in very happily, and is a really serviceable and really good card for enabling everything in the format, the void, the double spelling, etc. And just having things go right requires the warp cards to be maximized. So yeah, I do have tabs. But I could just look it up again. I just thought I thought it was only a couple backs. And it wasn't. It was like a million backs. Anyway, Glacier Godmaw, 7 mana, 6/6 trample. When it enters, create a lander token. Whenever a land you control enters, creature you control +1/+1 and gain vigilance and haste until end of turn. I don't like it. So it's 7 mana for a 6/6 trample, which is not a great ROI. You get a lander token, but chances are you're not going to be able to pay 9 mana that turn to do this the same turn it enters. They can also kill it for 4 mana, almost always. Like, you're not going to get haste with this card when you play it that turn, almost certainly. If you play it on 7, you're not going to get haste. So it's the next turn when you crack the lander token or when you play your 8th land, which you really don't want to be playing at this point, that you're going to get +1/+1 and gain vigilance. So they have a full turn to react to this before it does anything. And it's just a 6/6 trample for 7. I don't really like this card. I'm going to give it a C+/C. I think it's fine if you need to run 1 as a top end, but I'm not super happy about it. Like, I would rather run this card. Like, I would rather run this card. Like, if I can ramp out to this super fast, maybe. But, like, 7 mana for a 6/6... This is not... Yeah. If it did this once when it came into play, like, if it entered with a +1/+1, like, if it already entered to do this, like... There are lots of landers and ramp, but it takes time to do that. You have to pay the 2 and do all the things. I think I'm still gonna give it a C+. I certainly don't want more than 2 in a deck. And I really think that it dies so frequently to bad thing, and it's not gonna get value until the next turn, most likely. I think a lot of things have to go right for me to ramp this out really quickly. And if I ramp it out really quickly, I haven't played a lot of other creatures to gain +1/+1 and gain vigilance and haste. So, yeah. I mean, I'm not looking for it to be Craterhoof, but I'm looking for it to, for 7 mana, given this, like what you get for 7 mana these days in Limited, I really think it should be doing more than what it's doing. So I'm still gonna give it a C+. All right, moving along. Harmonious Grove Strider. 5 mana, ward 2, power and toughness each equal to the number of lands you control. That's fine. It's fine. It's a B/C+ card. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have reach. If it had reach, it'd be better. I want it to have reach. It looks like it should have reach. It's taller than the trees. I don't know. Anyway, Ward 2 is not enough for me these days. Maybe it's just chill. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna give this a C+/B. I don't even, I think it's a C+. Could be a B. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Hemosymbic Might. Interesting. 1 mana, 1/1. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, another target creature uses +1/+1. Wait, access this creature's power. That wears +1/+1 counters really well. Those are alien trees and merely as tall as a cat. Yeah, there we go. That's what we're going for. Okay. So, that's creepy beyond all reason, but okay. Like all of this is creepy beyond all reason, but this seems fine. At the very least, you can tap it to station something and then +1/+1 a creature on the attack. I think it's a C+/B, but it's a fun card, and especially if you can pump it, that's pretty sweet. Ice Cave Crasher, 4 mana, 4/4 trample. Whenever land you can only use it +1/+1. That's fine. That's a fine card. I will give it a C+/C. Intrepid Tenderfoot, 2 mana, 2/2, 3. Put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Activate only as a sorcery. I do like this. There's so many things with +1/+1 synergies. I especially like it with the white because, again, we can gain double strike and draw a card for various things. I think this is fine. And do X if you have +1/+1 creatures with +1/+1 counters on them. It's also a way to break board stalls eventually. I think this is fine. It gives you it's mana sink late and is a fine 2-drop early. I'm gonna give it a C+/C. I like it just a little bit better than a lot of the C's, but not much. Hey, Ben, next. Larval Scoutlander, 3/3 for 3. When it enters, you may sacrifice a land or lander. Oh. Okay. So, this is a way you can fix if you're doing a splash, number 1. Number 2, it's not a Harrow, because Harrow puts them into play untapped. And it's not a Roiling Regrowth because Regrowth is instant. But it's midway between the two. I think Harrow is also instant, is it? No, I think it's a sorcery, right? Yeah, Harrow's an instant. So it's midway between the two because this one puts them into play untapped, and the other one puts them into play tapped. But this is also a sorcery speed. But it gives you impossible play later. This is a great card. I like this is my first spacecraft where I'm like, yes, this is a good one. Let's put it in. I'm gonna give this a B+. Because it enables your landfall synergies. It also ramps you. It puts a land in your graveyard. I'm not sure if we have any synergies with that yet, but you can also just sacrifice a lander rather than a normal land. It's so it sacrifices those for free. I do like this. I think this is a B+ or B for me. Probably a B+. This is nice. No, you go up a land. And especially if you sacrifice a lander without having to pay the 2, that's really sweet. So if you can produce a lander on 2, which is again why I think I still think that my favorite card so far is this Terra Pact. I think this card is nutty. Like if you can go Terra Pact and have create 2 lander tokens instead of the 4/3, and then you play this Larval Scoutlander, holy crap, are you ramping hard. It's beautiful, but this thing I rated as an A. This is something I will take over some rares probably. This is my pet card so far, but it is nutty with this too. Yeah, even the 1-drop enables it. It's absolutely. There's a lot of things that make this card really good. So I'm going to put this as a B+. It's a very good card. Lash Whip Predator, 6 mana, is 5/7, costs 2 less to cast if your opponents control 3 or more creatures so it's reach. So it's going to cost 4 for a 5/7 if you're 3 or more creatures. Oh, I like it. I like this card. I'm going to put this as a B. It could graduate to B+. I just like this card being able to come down early. Obviously it's not the best against go wide synergies, but the fact that it's not stuck in your hand for 6 until a turn 6 to be able to play against really small, quick go wide strategies makes me really happy. Makes me happy. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I like this card. Moving along. Melt Strider Eulogist, 3 mana, 3/3. Whenever creature you control with a +1/+1 counters and dies, draw a card. That's great. Okay, so that makes the this guy even better. Okay, and a bunch of the other stuffs. Okay, this one is going to be a B+ for me. It could graduate to like I mean, it can be later on in the pack. It can be something you take over some rares. Because if you have a synergistic +1/+1 counter deck, I think it's going to be just like you have to get this card. Is so good. Because one of the things that green does not do well is draw cards, and this is a really good way to do it in a green deck. We really like this card. Okay. Melt Strider's Gear, 1 mana, attach it to target creature you control, +2/+1, has reach, not flash, so really interesting. And the equip is prohibitive, but it equips for free to start. This is fine. I think it's a C, even though it's an artifact. This is fine. It's not good. Might even be This one might even be a D. No, we'll call it a C. It's fine because it's an artifact. That's fine for 1 mana. Melt Strider's Resolve. 1 mana, enchant creature you control. When it enters, enchanted creature fights. So this is the fight, not a punch. Up to 1 target creature an opponent controls. Enchanted creature gets +0/+2 and can't be blocked by more than 1 creature. Okay, so this reminds me of a 2 mana spell. It's definitely +0/+2. There's an enchantment. Oh, thanks, roast beef. It was common. I forget which set it was from. It was green. It was 2 mana. Hold on 1 second. 1. All right, search with these options. Oh, come on. That's... Huh. Let's try this. Let's just do type color green, 1 mana, blah. And I'll be able to see it from the art. Probably. Unless I'm misremembering the Warbriar Blessing. Which part of +0/+2 wasn't right there? What? Okay, anyway, sorry. So Warbriar Blessing was from Theros Beyond Death. Enchant creature you control, +1/+this. Enchanted creature fights up to 1 target creature you don't control, and it gets +0/+2. So we've seen this before. This is 1 mana. It fights up to 1 target creature an opponent controls and gets +1/+2 and can't. But this also adds can't be blocked by more than 1 creature. So this is strictly better than Warbriar Blessing. So again, we can see the power creep. This only enchants target creature you control. Same with this. So if your opponent steals that creature, this will fall off. Just so you know. If your opponent your creature ever changes control, then that will be a thing. Warbriar did have enchantment synergies. Absolutely. You got benefits to casting enchantments and for having certain enchantments in Theros Beyond Death. Definitely. But this one, again, this is something you can tap to the little duder guy. So where's my little duder guy? One of my favorite little duder guys. So you can tap this to the Gene Pollinator to add a mana of any color. Good to know. Not that you really would, but there we are. But it's something to remember that you can do. So this is a fight, not a punch. And it's not instant speed, so it's not as good as the other removal we've seen necessarily, but it's still decent because, again, it gets +0/+2, and it also says it has to be blocked by only one creature, right? If they block it. So, but yeah, anything that says enchant creature you control will fall off if you lose control of that creature. And we have seen in this set, we have seen something that makes you lose control of the creature, and that is Tractor Beam. So if you Tractor Beam an opponent's creature, it will get smaller with this on it. Like if this was on it, they will lose this. So even if they get the creature back, it will get -0, -2, and will be able to be blocked by 2 creatures. We'll put it that way. So it's important to note that that's the case with this. It's still a good removal spell. I'm still going to give it a B/B+, because again, removal spells are key. But there we are. All right, Pull Through the Weft. 5 mana, return up to 2 target non-land permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand, then return up to 2 target land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Jeebus. Okay. So the return up to 2 target non-land permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand is a little bit slow. Usually, depends on the speed of the format. If the format is slow, then this is a great card, just that first part, because it can get back stations. Spacecraft, not stations. You station the spacecraft. So it can get back spacecraft. It can get back creatures. Obviously, it can get back enchantments. And other artifacts, etc. So if it's a slow format, the 5 mana to do that isn't so bad. Normally, you're just going to be wanting to run the black recursion. If you don't have any other ways of recurring, then maybe you're going to want to run this in green. But if you have access to the black, you're probably going to be wanting to get 2 creatures back. Anyway, but the return up to 2 target land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield tap can trigger your landfall synergies that turn, which is really nice. If you do self-mill, this is really good. And I haven't seen a lot of self-mill in this. So notably, I have seen some surveil, not much, and mostly in the black. So I think that the home for this card is mostly in green-black, but it's still fine if the format is slower and you're just getting 2 cards back. So, because a 2-for-1 is good, and then getting maybe a land or so. I don't know if we have Evolving Wilds or Terramorphic Expanse in this. If we do, that card is going to get better because you will have lands in your graveyard in theory. So, there's also the red boba that sacrifice lands to draw cards. Yes, we did see that. That was a good one. I liked that card. It was pay 2, sacrifice something to draw a card, right? Hold on, let me find that. This thing, sacrifice another artifact or land, draw a card. I liked this card. So yeah, that would be something you could run with this too. So I think this is going to be a little slow, but again, we have to see what the format looks like. For now, I'm going to rate it as a C+. But it could go down to a C, could go higher. I don't know. Not much higher, I don't think. Sammy's Curiosity, story spotlight. So apparently there's somebody named Sammy in all of this, who is friends with it. Is that Sam? I'm assuming this is Sammy, but this looks like it should be a Sammy. That Kavu definitely looks like a Sammy. Anyway, 1 mana, you gain 2 life, create a lander token. It's, yeah, you should definitely read the story. Absolutely. I'm going to read it too, because I heard it's awesome. So this is interesting in terms of Attune with Ether is definitely better, especially in its format. But the idea here, gaining 2 life for 1, create a lander token to be able to sack that on 2, is not bad. To be able to guarantee yourself a rampant growth on 2, I don't think that's bad at all. I think that might actually be quite good. And the idea of just gaining 2 life to make sure that happens, I think it's really good early. I don't think it's really good late. So I'm a little worried about this card, about when you draw it. And again, this was also good, really great early and less great late, but because the energy could always be used in the format, that made it really good late too, like better late. This is not necessarily going to be as good. but it can thin your deck a little bit later, and it also, if you just need an artifact in play, that lander token can sit around for you for a while. I think I'm gonna rate this a C+ for now, but I could be overrating it. Absolutely. Because I mean, even late you could use it for the landfall synergy. I don't know. This is not great. I think it's a C/C+, but I'm currently gonna give it a C+ just because I think it might be good. Siege Ship Agrarian, 4 mana, 3/3. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, create a lander. Jesus Christ. Okay, that's a B+ card. Whenever landers put a plus together. Okay, I think this is actually an A for me. I really like this card. I mean, I understand that in red there's a 1 mana 3 damage spell as long as you had Void. So that makes this a little bit worse, but this is a good card. I'm gonna go with A on this one. I know it's probably a B+. But this is gonna be one of my pet cards. All right. That's cool. Okay. Siege Ship Impact, 2 mana, destroy target artifact. Here we go. So we had Shatter in red. Now we have the Siege Ship Impact for the artifact or enchantment for 2 mana. If its mana value was 2 or less, create a lander token. This is a crazy card in this set. It's removal. It's really good in green. It's going to be a B+/A card. Sorry, B+, almost certainly, because we already rated. We rank most of the removal spells. Yeah. So, and the fact that it removes enchantments, we've seen a ton of white like enchantment based removal. So we've seen Banishing Light, we've seen Seam Rip, etc. So we've seen Cryo Shatter in blue, and we've seen the Tractor Beam in blue. So this is almost certainly in best of one, you're gonna want to run at least one of these. There are gonna be some times where you face green and they just don't have that many artifacts or enchantments where it's going to be the worst card in your deck. But just like it was in Ether Drift, like we just talked about this for Ether Drift, where Broken Wings was either the best card in your deck or the worst. There are a lot of artifact creatures in this. There's a lot of enchantments to get rid of. So normally it's going to be a removal spell. But again, there are going to be some times, like in Ether Drift, where it's just one of the worst cards that you have. So for example, like when you were facing a lot of the exhaust decks didn't require any, and the like red-black decks didn't necessarily require any artifacts. And so that made that really, really bad as far as like this was concerned. So this was the best example I can give you of a deck where, of a set where like, so Broken Wings again, just like either the best card in your deck and you just wanted like 8 of them against a particular matchup, or the worst card in your deck and it did nothing. And so that's why when they printed for Final Fantasy, right? When they printed the Cycler, the airship crash, that was really exciting because you could include it in your deck and it was going to be good because you could cycle it away if it wasn't. This was at least a way to mitigate the fact that it could either be the best or worst card in your deck, right? If your opponent has Sin, you were like, great, I got an airship crash. Or if your opponent had Auracite, great, I got an airship crash. But if they literally have no artifacts, right? If they're just, getting in there with their black deck and often the red deck, black-red would never, you just almost never wanted this. You maybe had one chance to like get the little, it just had so few flyers, you would get like the 2/2 that was sacrificing creatures, like the little Death Toucher, but like that wasn't great, so you would want to cycle it. So this was a great, mitigating factor for the card being the best or worst in your deck. This is going to be, again, the best or worst in your deck. I think there are fewer decks, though, that don't use either artifacts or enchantments, so I think this is still going to be good in best of one. Yeah, Heritage Reclamation was another one in Modern Horizons, was that? Let me see, hold on. Actually, we'll do the different tab. So, no, it was Dark Dragons, yeah, because you could exile up to 1 card from a graveyard and draw a card. At least you could, essentially cycle it that way. And since there were graveyard synergies, this was really good. So Heritage Reclamation and Airship Crash are the better versions of this. This doesn't have any value like that. This is just destroy target artifact or enchantment. It's a naturalize that happens to get value if it's 2 or less. I think because there's so many artifacts in this, I'm definitely still running it in best of 1, but the problem is that it isn't as good as the others because they always got value, even if you're just cycling them or drawing a card, right? So I'm going to give this a B for that reason instead of the B+ that I would normally give that spell in this format. But we'll see how it goes. Okay. No, look, it's Shattered. All right, at least you get the Surveil 1, but you need a target. So I'm sure you're going to get a target. So let's give... So this is sorcery speed, which is annoying. Because you can't stop... Yeah, if they did warp, this is not going to be... If they warped an artifact or enchantment into play, usually it's going to be an artifact because it's going to be a creature. If they warped it into play, this Shattered Wings is not going to be as good. This is going to be necessary to kill a warped creature. And since they can only station as a sorcery, this can probably destroy the value off of that as well. So I'm going to put this up at, actually, I'm going to put this up at a B+, even though it might not hit something. And I'm going to put this down at a B or C+. Actually, I'm going to put this as a C+. It could even go down to a C. Just because it's yeah. Meh. What do you mean, why have both? I mean, I think green just needs so much removal, and most things are artifacts. So this is, in this format, these are creature kill spells as well, potentially. I just think that a green deck facing a green deck is going to be really sad about having these to some degree. But there we are. All right. Sky Stinger 3 mana 3/3 reach. Fine. When it blocks a creature with flying, it gets huge. That's fine too. Gonna see. I'm not unhappy to play it. It's just a good, decent filler. Tapestry Warden 4 mana 3/4 vigilance. Each creature you control with toughness greater than its power assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. Okay, so we got another butts deck idea. Each creature with toughness greater than its power stations permanents using its toughness rather than its power. Okay, so it's going to deal 4 damage and it's going to station for 4. So this makes the red card that we saw much better. This 0/4. This makes that better. It also makes a few other things better. I think this is a little bit more of a meme than anything, but it's still effectively a 4 mana 4/4 with vigilance. So I do like this card. I think it's a B. I think it's a pretty solid creature. And I think that if you build around it, it can be really cool. If you get multiples of it and build around it, that can be neat. Hey, Red Eyes, how you doing? All right, Thawbringer, 3 mana 4/2. When this creature enters or dies, Surveil 1. Okay, well, it definitely trades with bigger things in theory, but it has 2 toughness. It trades in bigger things in theory if it blocks and you get to choose what's doing that, but it definitely dies to almost everything at 4/2. And if it's going to die to everything at 4/2, I would rather it be a puppy. I would rather have a Wary Watchdog at 2 for a 3/1 when it enters or dies Surveil, so I can mold my draws and make things better. At that, and still, if it's going to trade with if it's going to trade with a 2-power creature, it's probably going to trade with a 1 as well. So I would rather have a Wary Watchdog than this card. I guess that it survives the -3/-0 removal. Sure. Yes, that's very true. It's a good point. And it does station pretty well. But I'm not really impressed with this one. I'm gonna go C. For that reason. Okay, now we're in the gold, and I just have to run to the restroom really quickly, and we're almost to the end of this one. Okay, be right back. Okay, Station Monitor is going to be an interesting one. I'm very excited about that. It looks like it's playing video games while it's working, and that seems like me. Okay, I'll have to get more water. BRB. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I got myself some cheese and salami. So that's exciting. And some ginger beer, because reasons. Okay. So, station monitor, 2 mana 2/2. When you cast your second spell each turn, create a 1/1 colorless artifact drone. Only block the creatures with flying. Okay. So that's what they're playing with here. That's cool. Okay, so there's, again, double spelling. The warp cards are going to really help you do that. And there are a lot of cheap cards, so you're going to prioritize and build around that a little bit. The fact that it can only block creatures with flying is, in fact, a downside. Depending on how many times you can double spell, again, this could just go wide enough that it'll be good enough. With the pump spell that we've seen, the +2/+0, which is the last card in white. This Zealous Display can get you there with the flyers, absolutely, with the evasion. So I think this card is fine. I think double spelling requires more things to go right than one would normally think. So because you run out of cards pretty quickly, so the cantrips are going to be really important. The warps are going to be really important, and I've fallen in love with this little like robot dog here. But yeah. I'm going to give this one I'm going to tentatively give this one a B/C+, but it could go up in my estimation as we play the format, and I see exactly how easy it is to double spell and exactly how much a 1/1 flyer matters that can't block. All right, Alpha Rail, Dreaming Acolyte, 3 mana 2/3. When it enters, draw 2 cards and discard 2 cards unless you discard an artifact card. That's great. And during your turn, it has Death It. That's really good. That one doesn't require anything to go right. You just play it. So this one's a B+. This one's a good card. I like it. Yeah, moving on. That one's self-explanatory. Okay. Interceptor Mechan, 4 mana 2/2 flyer. When this enters, return target artifact or creature card from your graveyard to your hand. That's decent. So it's a Gravedigger on a stick, but it's also flying. And void if a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn or a spell was warped. Put a +1 card. Yeah, that's a good card. Okay. That's a good card. I'm going to give that a B+ as well. It's just a really good card. It does what you need it to do. It's very good in its deck. It very much synergizes as a signpost. That's what you want from a signpost. Yeah, so far, these don't require things to go right. Like a 2/2 flyer is fine when it also has a Gravedigger effect. That's nuts, right? This one's really good. This one's really good. This one's a little weaker. It just requires more things to go right. Yeah, so these are both B+ here in my opinion, and then this one might even be an A. I'm not actually sure. It depends on how strong a Gravedigger effect is in this format. But I think it's very good. It can be killed obviously by the 2 mana shock type effect. Can be killed by the -2/-2 effect. So that's really important. But if you attacked, right, and something left the turn, this comes into play as a 3/3 basically. The end step is 3/3, and at least one of the effects that I just mentioned, the shock, is a sorcery. So yeah. So anyway, I like both of these cards very much, and I think the white blue one is less good. So Tanuk, Memorial Ensign, 3 mana 2/4. Whenever a land you control enters, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. If this is the second time, draw a card. Okay, that's great. I love that card. B+. I can't wait to make this happen. We've got the Lander tokens. That's what we're looking for with this. Again, this just makes me love my little pet card more and more and more. So if we go next 60 and go next 60, my lover, I just think this card is sick. I love this card so much. Everybody, so the moral of the story, though, by the way, is do not give them the Lander tokens. Just let them have their 4/3 and be done with it. But still, a 2 mana 4/3 is such a good ROI. So yeah. Anyway, I love this card. I'm going to marry it later, and we'll have little Kavu babies. Wait, yeah, Kavu babies. But yeah, those combo so well together. That's sweet. This is sweet. All right, Halia, Ascendant Cadet, 5 mana, Selesnya colors, but double commitment to white. 3/3 enters or attacks, put a +1 counter on target creature you control. Whenever one or more counters with +1/+1 counters on them deal combat to a damage player, draw a card. It's fine. I mean, it requires a little bit more to go right. I'm still going to give it a B, not a B+. I don't think it's as good as the Tannock or the Intercept. Certainly not as good as the Interceptor, and not as good as the Alpha Rail, but they're fine. So, okay, I'm going to give this a B. It could end up being a B+. Enters or attacks, put a +1. Yeah, maybe this is a B+. Even at 5 for a 3/3. Maybe this is a B+. I'm not sure. But let's call it B for now. Servandum the Lucent. 5 mana, 4/4, Death Touch, Lifelink. Whenever it enters or attacks other creatures, you can get +1/+1. Oh, and gain Death Touch until end of turn. Seems decent. That one I like. What? It's 5 for a 4/4. It's not a 5/5. You're not, like, you can't assume that you're going to get to attack with this the next turn. You can't assume that. That's the thing. But it's a 5 for a 3/3 when it first comes into play. Right? Then you get the trigger for the +1. Right? Could be target creature, it could be this one, but it could be something else. So, anyway, this one's better. At 5 for a 4/4 Death Touch, Lifelink. That's a great card. That all gives all the other creatures. Yeah, that seems good. This one I'm gonna give a B+. That one's good. Memnon. Uthros Exile. Jellyfish Advisor. Whenever an artifact put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Oh, this is excellent. This is excellent. Okay, so this reminds me of Storm. And I'm sure we're going to get a million things here, but I'm going to find it fast. There it is. Cosmium Raider. Whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on target pirate. This was restricted to pirates. There were a lot of pirates in the set, but they weren't all pirates. This is just any creature, and it's flying. So you can just pump it up, or you can pump other things up to diversify your threats, because they're already going to want to kill this because it's getting you so much value. I really like this card. I think this is a B+. This is really nice. Siege Ship Brood Tender. When it enters mill... Okay, so here's self-mill. Here's some self-mill that would be pretty sweet. This would be sweet in both the Golgari shell that we've seen so far and the red shell that we've... Like, we could do a Jund with the Interceptor. That would be pretty sweet, too. Mill 3 cards, sacrifice this creature, return target's creature or space creature from the battle to the battle. Oh, this card's excellent. This card's fantastic. I love this. This is a B+/A. I really like this card. This card is excellent. It does everything you want to do in limited. It is a 2/3 for 2s to start off with. Yes, it's a little harder to cast than some of the 2/3s for 2 that we've seen because they're monocolored. But this is when this creature enters, mill 3 cards. And then you can also get the grave digging thing. This is so nice. Not only do you get the sacrifice for the void, but you also get the 5 mana return target's creature or spacecraft card. Only as a sorcery, obviously. We've had something similar to it before in terms of it's a spooter. I don't know if it's actually called a spooter, though. We have to double check. It's 3 mana. No, it's not going to be here. Okay, so it's black green, and it was, I forget which set it was from, but let's go advanced here. It's black green. It's uncommon. Type lines creature. And it was 1. And then search with these options. Where are you? Nyx Weaver. So the closest thing that we've actually had here is Nyx Weaver, which was originally from Journey into Nyx. And at the beginning of your upkeep, you milled 2 cards. It was 2/3 reacher, and then you could exile a card to just get back to your hand. It was very much worth it at the time. But I guess with power creep, we've got a 2 mana that mills only once, so you're not like milling and milling and milling and milling, which is probably good because you don't want to mill yourself out in limited. But three cards is pretty good for that. And then for 5 mana, you get like an actual full reanimate effect, which is super sweet. So yeah, I like this card a lot. I think this is great. All right. Sammy, Ship's Engineer. This is part of the story. We saw the Sammy earlier in the Curiosity. Okay, Ship's Engineer. It's an artificer. We got 4 mana in Boros for a 2/4. Again, Boros doesn't want less power usually, but for this effect, it seems okay. I don't think they could have made it more powerful. They wanted to make sure it didn't get removed super easily with the 3 toughness, but it still gets removed by the black -3/-0 spell. At the beginning of your end step, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, create a tapped 2/2 colorless. You just keep spiraling. This seems good. I think I'm gonna give it a B, but it could be a B+. Seems good stuff. Biomechan Engineer. So the Simic 2/2, when it enters, create a lander token. That's good. 8, draw 2 cards and create. Ooh, so that's late game payoff, and you ramp. I like this card. I'm gonna go B+ on this one as well. I think this card is great. All Fates Scroll, 3 mana, add 1 of any color. So this is another bit of fixing that we have. It's uncommon though. 7, sacrifice this artifact, draw X cards, where X is the number of differently named lands. It's so much differently named lands. We have two things that really matter for differently named lands that we've seen. We're gonna have to check out the lands and see whether that's actually feasible in anything other than like a constructed like commander format or something like that. All right. But it can still fix you and it can still ramp you, and it's an artifact for your artifact synergies. And even if you're drawing 2 cards for 7 mana, sometimes later in the game, that's fine. Just because you got the early value off the ramp and the fact that it's an artifact. Bygone Colossus, 9 mana, 9/9 warp 3. I don't like this. I don't like this with Shatter in the format. I don't like this with Shatter and Naturalize in the format at all. And the 4-drop removal spells, like, that's just so much mana to be spent for something that they're just gonna pay possibly. Warp 3. Okay, sorry, I thought that was Ward 3. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Sorry, double take. Okay, so hold on. So we've seen a little red card. So you could pick on 6, you could get a 9/9 attacking, right? You could gain control of this and give it haste. You could also do the 2/3 that gives things haste in red. Find me a thing. This thing. Target creature you control gains +1/+1 and gains haste until end of turn, so you'd be attacking a 10/10, potentially. Or you could do the full bore, which gives it haste and +3/+2 and trample. Full bore would probably be the dream with this card. But there are some times on 3 where they're not going to have a creature in play. If you like trade it on 2 and they just have a 4-drop left and 5-drops and so on, you might actually be able to sneak in 9 damage just off the warp with no haste in this thing. I don't know how I feel about this card. I think the ceiling is so high, but I think the floor is a little low. But then again, if they just want to block for like, it might eat something for 3. Like it might just eat something for 3, and then you have something. I think I kind of like this. I think I kind of, yeah, with Spacecraft as well. And with your animation, you're right, you can reanimate it for 5. I think I kind of like this card, having it 1 in the deck, maybe. It depends on how many Spacecraft I have, but I think... And it depends on how many reanimate effects I have. But it will likely kill something for 3 early. So you can think of it more as like a... target player sacrifices a creature for 3. Or they take 9 damage, which is kind of nice too. I think then it'll probably be stuck in exile for a very long time, unless you're in Simic Ramp or Red Ramp. But, and I don't know that Red Ramp wants it, because Red Ramp is probably a little bit more aggressive than a 9-drop. No, Reanimate doesn't exile it. Reanimate just puts it into the battlefield. So we're talking about, like, this thing here, right? Sacrifice this creature, return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. Like, if you milled this card, right, you would do that instead of the warp, right? If you played it for warp, yeah, it's going to be exiled for, like, the rest of the game. But there are certain decks, like the mill deck, that has Reanimate and the Reanimate type effect stuff that might be good with it. It does, you know, kill a creature maybe, or they take 9, which is, again, a nice chunk of their life that we could do. I think I'm going to give this a C+. I think it is playable, and it might actually be better than I think it is. Might be like a B. I'm not sure. No, it does not have haste. You can give it haste with the things that we were talking about earlier. So full bore could do it. As we were talking about, Turbo Drone can do it. And there was something else that we mentioned already that can do it. But yeah, anyway, there are multiple ways that you can give it haste in this format. But yeah, anyway, I'm gonna put it as a tentative C+ for now. It could be worse, it could be better. I'm not absolutely certain yet. It is an artifact coming into play though, and it does combo with your spacecraft, because it can basically turn anything so far. Not anything, but almost anything into a creature. Yeah, a combo Christmas card, exactly. All right. We have a Corgi in space. Is Queen Elizabeth here? I'm sorry, we have half a Corgi in space. We have half a Corgi in space. I should correct. So whenever this creature becomes tapped, you gain 1 life, 2 mana, 2/1. Put target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. So there's certain people who really love this type of effect. And a Corgi. Sorry. You all are great. So there are certain things that people that love this type of effect of, like, putting target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library, that can, you know, interrupt the plan of this deck, for example, of like, okay, we're going to try and reanimate some stuff. You can interrupt that. You can also put your own cards in order not to mill out. I haven't seen anything really in this format that suggests that we're going to mill ourselves out too easily, so I'm not sure about that. But it is a 2-drop artifact creature coming into play that can do your stations and gain a life when it does. I'm not super impressed with it, but so yeah, I'm gonna give it a C. I don't think it's unplayable. And I don't think I'm super unhappy to run it, but I'm just not super happy either. Dauntless Scrapbot, 3 mana, 3/1. When it enters, exile each opponent's graveyard. Whoa! Okay, create a lander token. Yeah, this card is great. I'm gonna give this a B/B+. I really like this card. Again, there are graveyard synergies, and the fact that it is a colorless and then creates a lander token on 3 is still good. It doesn't trade up when it attacks, but it does trade up if you block often, so seems fine. And the fact that you get a lander token with it, that's 2 artifacts coming into the battlefield, that's pretty sweet. That triggers a bunch of things, and gives you value for your things that care about number of artifacts in play. Yeah, seems fine. Yeah, commander staple there, exactly. There are so many decks that are that don't have access to, like, Bojuka Bog or anything like that, and even Bojuka Bog and certain effects only exile 1 graveyard. So a lot of the cards that, like, they're running, like the desert that removes graveyards instead to do that. But this is a nice one to just have access to in any commander stuff. Yeah, this is a good card. All right, and this is all opponents' graveyards, so that's really sweet. As opposed to just 1. So you don't hate on 1 in particular. Nutrient Block. Is that what we're calling that? Okay. Anyway, 1 mana, indestructible. Food. When this artifact is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, draw a card, and you can also sacrifice it to gain 3 life. Hardtack, yeah. Food, yes. What I wish is that they had done, you know, it's obviously the laser is cutting through the cutting board underneath or the plate underneath, but I feel like they shouldn't even have put a little bit of a slice into it at all. It should have just been completely fine going across. But anyway, yeah, I mean, so this can't be destroyed. So it sits on the battlefield one, and you can gain 3 life and draw a card. This is a fine thing. I mean, we've seen the most recent one, right? Ramen here. It does have flash, and when it enters, draw a card, as opposed to when it leaves the battlefield. This one wasn't indestructible, and it did cost 2, as opposed to that. But this is a fine one. Seems fine. An indestructible artifact can have uses. I haven't seen like a skilled animator or anything like that that would make it into a 5/5 indestructible or an soul artifact that would again make it 5/5 indestructible. So if either of these cards were in the format, like, an soul artifact would be sick with this in the format. Absolutely sick. Like, Nutrient Block plus and Soul Artifact would be, yeah, game ending, probably. But I haven't seen anything like that yet, so that would make this card better. We'll see how good it is anyway. It still sits on the battlefield until you need it, and you can draw a card, and it's fine. We'll see how this goes. All right. Pinnacle Killship. No. That's too expensive for what it does. 7 mana kill spell, and then you have to tap 7 things. I don't think so. Fine late game, but like I'm gonna put this as a C, but it might be a D. I don't know. I don't know how to value spacecraft these days. It's not Meteor Golem. Meteor Golem gave you a 3/3 body, period. Like, 7 power isn't very hard. Yeah, we'll see that, but like, you have to tap them, and then it becomes a 7/7 that doesn't have haste, right? And can just be killed, right? Like, for 7 and the mana and the cost of tapping down creatures that you could use to attack or block with. The tempo on these is what scares me. So like, I really, like I said, we may be undervaluing the spacecraft for what this format is. Absolutely. I acknowledge that. I have no idea how to value these, but they scare me as far as tempo and stuff, and it may just be better to attack with creatures rather than station anything. Anything that has a creature that becomes a creature or is a creature when it enters the turn on your side, it has summoning sickness, right? Vehicles are the same way. If you put a vehicle into play and you crew it and it came into play that turn, it has summoning sickness. Yes, we went through black and green already, the commons and uncommons. Like, I think this one might just be like completely unplayable. I'm not sure. Again, I don't know how to value spacecraft. We're going to learn more in the early access stream event tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern. So we'll be able to play with these cards on my account. It's going to be really fun. And we'll go from there. But yeah, so Forgotten Crusader, yeah. If you want to see Forgotten Crusader, if you want to see us, if you want to see the black and green, here's the YouTube. The VOD is free on YouTube. You can check out the VOD and see what you missed as far as the review of all of the colors up until this. We've done uncommons and commons. We're going to do rares and mythics later on tonight. Those go faster because they're just more like, oh, take this card. And we're going to try and evaluate the relative strengths of them a little bit. Because again, you have play boosters, so you might have multiple rares per pack. So yeah. If it destroyed a permanent, it would be way better. Absolutely. Like 10 damage to a creature, sure, fine. But like, destroy anything better at 7. But it should also, you know, yeah, it's no Meteor Golem. We'll put it that way. So yeah, you love Golgari? They got some great cards. We already actually went through one of the signposts really recently. So let me just show you the signpost. This is a great signpost card. So 2 mana, 2/3 when it enters mill 3 cards, and then later on when you have the 5 mana, you can reanimate something. So it's really sweet. Okay, so back through this. I don't like this card. And so yeah, C or D, I'm not sure. And it might be better than I think it is. Again, we just don't know how to evaluate the spacecraft yet. Survey Mech and 4 mana 1/3 flying hexproof. They said they weren't going to do that anymore. At least it's not big. At least it's a 1/3 flyer. Okay. I mean, so one of the things that this does is it does wear counters really well. It wears counters extremely well. So this is going to go best in a green-white deck. In theory, just anything that's putting counters on these things. So now the 10, right? So this is the third card I think that we've seen that where the number of differently named lands you control matters. And so again, we still have to see what the lands are and see how many, like whether we've got like some really good differently named lands in there. So obviously this is going to be, if you're running a 2-color deck with no other land type things, it's going to be 8 mana to do this. 3 damage to any target, draw 3 cards, gain 3 life. That's still really good if you're in a board stall and this is still on the battlefield. I don't know how often that's going to happen in any deck other than the like counters matters decks, because this is probably going to die at some point just having to block. But 4 mana for a 1/3, just not a good ROI usually, even for a hexproof, unless you have massive numbers of ways to pump it. So for now, I'm going to give this a B. It could, or like actually no, for now I'm going to give this a C+. It could go up by a lot. All right, Thaumaton Torpedo. 1 mana, 6, sacrifices artifact, destroy target non-permanent, costs 3 less to activate if you attacked with a spacecraft this turn. Okay, I'm gonna put that as a C. These effects, they can work, they can do things. It's an artifact coming into play that can trigger, you know, your 2/2 robot producers that can trigger later on, but just be useful for a number of artifacts in play to gain value off of the draw effect that we saw in blue. Over here, where's our draw effect? 5 mana. Cerebral Download. This does matter. It also matters for the green card that we saw, which was our little my little pet Gene Pollinator, right? If you go Gene Pollinator into this, you can still produce mana. So that's pretty sweet. But apart from that, it's still like not the, I mean, if you're struggling for removal, this is perfectly fine. If you're not struggling for removal, I don't want to run it. All right, Virulent Silencer, 3 mana, 2/3. Whenever a non-token artifact creature you control deals combat damage to a player, that player, we got poison counters now. Okay, so this is yet another assassin. There've been like 4 assassins now. That mean that there are some creatures, despite the fact that we didn't think there were going to be many, there are some creatures that this cannot exile. So because it's an assassin, but it can't, you know, exile other assassins. So this is something that it can't exile. When a non-token artifact creature deals combat damage to a player, that player gets 2 poison counters. This is this is a definite way to win by going wide with a lot of little dinky artifact creature tokens and then just playing this card and swinging and having 5 creatures hit. That said, I don't know how much I want to prioritize this, because remember, it's only that 10th poison counter that matters. If they have 9, doesn't matter. So I think this one is, and it's non-tokens, right? So I don't think this is going to be that strong. I think you can build around it. I think that if they can remove it at all, if you're like attacking multiple times with artifacts, you're probably winning. Like with a lot of artifacts, you're probably winning anyway, that are getting through. So I don't know how to value this right yet. I think it could be very high if you build around it. I think it's really low at most of the other times. If you get multiples, yeah, it's probably pretty good. Additionally, this thing combines with the blue card that we saw, the blue artifact. Okay, so it's going to be on the first page. The blue artifact that microsizes, right? Can't be blocked this turn and has base power and toughness 1/1. If you make something unblockable and this is on the battlefield, you can start getting those poison counters in. So again, this not making a token, so this is important here. So I think this is going to be a C to start with. It does force some bad blocks, maybe potentially at some point, but I don't think it's that good. Especially a 3 mana for 2/3 right now. I could revise my assessment of this at some point. We'll see. Wormwall Sweeper, 2 mana, 2/2. When it enters Reveal 2, flying state. Okay, I like this. It's an artifact that comes into play on 2. It's not a creature, but it becomes a creature for fairly little investment. But the Surveil 2 just makes so many hands keepable that wouldn't be otherwise in best of 1. In best of 3, I think this card is a lot worse. Absolutely a lot worse. But in best of 1, I think this card is actually playable. So I'm going to put it as a C. I think it's playable. And because I like that Surveil 2. And if you have self-mill needs, that's also important. And so, yeah, no, that part of the fact that it is colorless is the fact that it will fix your hands so much better. Fix your draws, fix your hands, so you can keep cards in hands in best of 1 that you wouldn't otherwise. All right, so now time for the lands, it looks like. Okay. Time for the lands. Command Bridge. Okay, we've seen this before. Tap an untapped permanent you control. It's, you know, they used to have like Rupture Spire, where you would have to tap, sacrifice, and pay 1. And then they had other things where you'd have to sacrifice unless you tapped a creature or an artifact or blah. And now we just have tap and untap permanent. This is a card that has a different land type for our land things. So that would be 3. That would make the X spells... okay, so I'm gonna have to go to the advanced. So these things, right? These things care about this. So this would be an example of a land that would fit that criteria. So you'd have your 2 base colors, which is normal in draft. You're probably not going to be monocolored, but it's possible. Usually at least 2. Could be a 3rd for a splash. So the maximum you'd have is off of like a command bridge, and 3 colors is 4, which would mean that these would be cheaper, and like the Fungal Colossus would be a good pickup for those. But the fact that we have so many lander tokens means that you can actually run those are your fixers. You can find more that way, and run more colors. So this is still a nice pickup for this. Tap an untapped permanent. Yep. That's. I think we've had that before. I think we actually have had at least artifact and creature. I'm not sure about permanent. But yeah. Thanks for clarifying how to count ontologists. Yeah. So this is interesting. Now what though? Sorts to apply. Oh, this is the next. This is a different set. Okay. This is either commander or a bonus sheet. Okay. What is on the bonus sheet? Do we have any commons and uncommons on the bonus sheet? Doesn't look like it. Unless it has like another set code. The land bonus sheet is yeah, but these are rares. Yeah, those are rares. Okay, we'll get to those later. All right, so there aren't that many differently named lands in this set that would help those cards that we saw be better. These things. So they're going to be approximately they're going to be maxed out probably around 4. And I think they'll be on average of 2 or 3, right? 2 or 3 will be normal. But you might get a rare land that would work for this. Obviously, fetches wouldn't work because you'd be sacrificing them, but yeah. Yeah, and there were no notably because we were looking for them, there's no Terramorphic Expanse or Evolving Wilds, which would put lands in the graveyard for that one card that says put all lands from your graveyard back into play, right? Not put all, but put two lands back into play, etc. But you can mill still and get them in the graveyard. I guess there's that, but it doesn't actually count as much. Okay. All right. Well, that's enough of that. An required upgrade is available. Yes. Okay. Okay. They're all in the bonus sheet and they're all rare and stuff like that. Okay. So bonus sheet is EOS code. Got it. Good to know. Okay, so that's our limited set review of this lovely Edge of Eternity set. The conclusion is that Warp is really strong, as we thought it would be. I am not ready to get strip mined. There is no world in which I'm happy about that card being in a limited set. On the plus side, I haven't seen a lot of land recursion. So there is that. So yeah, we'll see how this ends up going. You're just happy to be done with Final Fantasy? I don't know. I still enjoy the Final Fantasy stuff. I just wish the bonus sheet weren't such a misery because there's already enough like crazy cards in it. But yeah. All right. So I'm trying to figure out whether I still have enough energy to do a draft or something. If Arena's restarting, let me see if it's already done the update. Okay. All right. The maintenance is currently in progress. All right. All right. So basically, let's go raid somebody awesome who's playing stuff. And then later on, we will be doing the rares and mythics and more drafts. Because the rares and mythics usually go pretty quickly. So let's go see who's online. And go from there. Looks like Newmont the Nummy is online doing drafting. Florida Man is on doing drafting. And Hamhawks42 is on playing viewer decks. And those are the ones that I recognize right away. 3 Omega is on doing best of one Final Fantasy drafts. Etc. Does anybody have a preference on whom to raid? If not, I will make an executive decision. But I want to get some sleep before I do the rares and mythics, and then we're going to do the rares and mythics and draft more. And then something drafty? Okay. We will raid Numa. Okay. So, you can get more Final Fantasy drafts in, and we'll do some Final Fantasy drafts and or Cube tonight. after we finish the rares and mythics first look, which again goes pretty quickly. So thank you so much for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. Thank you for looking at the set with me and giving your insights on the set. We'll have more insight into the set a little bit with the rares and what we can build around as far as the rares go. I like to think that we really identify the most bomby rares pretty well. We definitely called the Meringue River Regent last time. Ugh. Gross freaking card. So there's that. So hopefully I can give you insight into like some of the most stupid rares to pick, even when they're not mythics, but yeah. And we'll see how this goes. But check out the sponsors when you get a chance. Magic Jank, Fractal, Rogue, super sweet. You're so welcome, Doomfish. Thanks, Phoenix. And I really hope that your pre-releases go amazingly. Remember, tomorrow is the early access streamer event at 1 p.m. Eastern. Watch your favorite streamers, whether me or not. Usually I'm not my favorite streamer, so I don't know why it would be yours, but there we go. Anyway, I love you all. Watch your favorite streamers tomorrow. We're going to see how it goes. We're going to alter our perception a little bit and reevaluate as we go.